As Wang Bail dashed out, he raised his right hand and summoned the tricolored flying swords. They flew around him, exuding a fearsome aura. One flew under his feet, and it was as if he was standing atop a flying sword as Wang Bail's hair fluttered in the wind. On his left and right were two dazzling colored flying swords. They shot forward like shooting stars, racing into the distance. Kong Dao watched as Wang Bail left without another word, charging off like a force of nature. Alarm colored his face as he lifted his head and studied the aerial map above him. Somewhere near them, 3 keys had gathered and were approaching them. It was clear they were being targeted. The intruders had clearly noticed Wang Bail approaching them, but they didn't stop in their tracks and instead sped up. The two would likely cross paths within half an hour. The sight sent anxiety coursing through Kong Dao. He immediately chased after Wang Bail, yelling after him. "Bail, wait. We don't know who our opponents are or the level of their cultivation. We shouldn't fight them head-on. An ambush is the best option." Zhao Yiming was stunned to see Wang Bail and Kong Dao dashing off one after another. All her planning had been for nothing. She could feel a headache coming on. With a leap into the air, she dashed off in pursuit, speaking hastily. "Bail, be careful of the hidden cultivators. I did some calculations earlier. More than 100 cultivators have disappeared from the map." Wang Bail's speed picked up as Zhao Yiming and Kong Dao shouted behind him. He heard them, but he had his own views. This might seem reckless on his part, but Wang Bail felt that his way of doing things fit the cultivation techniques he was using. Most importantly, he was confident he could do it. Even though he was only at the mid-stage core formation realm, and a majority of the participants were at the late-stage core formation realm, Wang Bail didn't believe he was inferior to them. Even if his opponent was at the perfected core formation realm, he was confident he could beat him with his Flame Snatch the Arch Armor. "I've kept a low profile in the vast expanse Dao Palace for too long. I've forgotten what it's like to be in the public eye. Since Feng Qiran cannot control Mializi, and the vast expanse Dao Palace is unwilling to activate the teleportation for the second batch of Federation seedlings, then I'll show them my true power. I'm going to give it my best shot for this trial. Even though there are benefits to taking a step back and hiding one's strength in the current situation, I will no longer choose to do that." A sharp glint flickered in Wang Bail's eyes. He took a deep breath and sped up. Countless lightning bolts snaked around his body. He looked like a lightning bolt himself, dashing through the skies, ripping the heavens apart. He approached the 3 keys that were also racing towards him at full speed. The aerial map showed that both parties were traveling at high speeds. They approached each other rapidly, with only a 50 kilometers separating them. Beyond the 50 kilometers, in the air, 2 men and 1 woman were traveling swiftly. They had a cold and fearsome aura. One of the male cultivators was a middle-aged man with a fearsome look on his face. The other was a young man with narrow, long eyes and a cold, dark demeanor. As for the female cultivator, she was extremely beautiful. They belonged to Mializi's faction. They knew one another very well and were rather well known in the vast expanse Dao Palace. Based on their levels of cultivation, they were the stronger opponents in the trial. Even though they were only at the mid-stage core formation realm and not the late-stage core formation realm, when they worked together, they stood a fighting chance even if they were to cross paths with a late-stage core formation realm cultivator. The 3 of them know that we're approaching and didn't run off. One of them is even approaching us. He is coming at us fast. As the 3 of them continued flying, the female cultivator amongst them frowned and said, "I hope we don't come across a late-stage core formation realm cultivator. There's no way we're that unlucky. There are only a few dozen late-stage core formation realm cultivators this round, so don't worry. There's something strange about the person approaching us though. If it's really a late-stage core formation realm cultivator, we can just escape. I believe our opponent won't want to get injured right at the start of the trial either. If it's not a late-stage core formation realm cultivator though, even though it's not right to kill him, we can still break all of his limbs as a warning." The fierce-looking middle-aged man in the team sneered, and an icy glint flashed in the eyes of his teammates. "If it's those 3 lowly life forms from the Federation, we can consider killing them." The young woman smiled. A streak of cruelty lit her beautiful face. Having come to a consensus, they deliberately slowed down their pace. It was clear that their opponent wasn't going to run away. Staying put and waiting for his arrival was the best course of action. They slowed down and activated their cultivation, bringing it to peak condition. The three of them spread out slightly, and their artifacts circled them. Wang Baol, who had been 50 kilometers away, was now fewer than 35 kilometers away from them. 35 kilometers. We have approximately 10 minutes. He's in such a rush to give us our keys. Let's take our time when we break his limbs later. Consider that our token of appreciation to him. The fearsome-looking, middle-aged cultivator licked his lips. He turned and looked around him. He wanted to find somewhere suitable for surrounding their opponent, to prevent the latter from escaping after being defeated. As he turned around and surveyed the surroundings, trying to find a good spot, the beautiful female cultivator at his side suddenly gasped. Her breathing quickened, and her voice seemed different. It's not 35 kilometers. My God, this person's speed. The woman gasped. The young man beside her also let out a shout of shock. 15 kilometers. Everything happened unexpectedly quickly. When the middle-aged cultivator raised his head and looked over, his pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't need to look at the aerial map. In the distant horizon, he could see a bolt of lightning rumbling loudly. It charged towards them, thundering. It moved incredibly swiftly. One moment it had been at the distant horizon, the next, it was right before them. Thunder crashed as lightning formed from Wang Baol's lightning Dao surged in the air. His startling speed made it seem as if the entire region of spanning thousands of feet was filled with lightning bolts. They danced in the air. From afar, he looked like a moving electromagnetic storm. The three of them had no time to react. They felt a terrifying spirit energy flooding their surrounding area, enveloping them. It did that so quickly that they didn't know how it had happened. They only felt the descent of what seemed like a heavenly punishment, a lightning strike of legends and myths. Countless lightning bolts surrounded them and exploded before their eyes, and a piercing wind blasted them in their faces. Thunder rumbled in the skies and resonated in the air. The female cultivator screamed as, all around her, her artifacts disintegrated. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body fell limply to the ground, like a kite cut from its string. The young man beside her suffered the same fate. The weapons that he had taken out earlier seemed like fragile things that couldn't withstand a single blow from the lightning. They exploded. His body was flung backwards. The middle-aged cultivator was at the peak of the mid-stage core formation realm. That was why he had fared better. But blood still spilled from his lips. He staggered backwards, shock and alarm surging inside him. I wonder which personal disciple this is. I am Lu Song. We seek your forgiveness for offending you in any way. Lu Song trembled and shouted out hastily. Their opponent was simply too powerful. He was alarmed and terrified. He could see, amidst the countless lightning bolts, the indistinct silhouette of a godlike figure. He couldn't see his face, though, and couldn't identify who he was speaking to. The person seemed slightly plump and didn't look like any of those personal disciples who he couldn't afford to offend and remembered. He didn't spare too much thought on that, though. He instinctively believed that their opponent must be a personal disciple. He wasn't the only one who thought that. His teammates thought the same. Their eyes were bright with terror, and they seemed ready to appease the new arrival. However, as soon as Lu Song's words rang out, Wang Baol's calm voice sounded amidst the lightning bolts. Personal disciple? What's that? Can it be eaten? Wang Baol stepped out as soon as his voice entered Lu Song's and the other two cultivators' ears. Buzzing. He approached Lu Song, whose lips were stained with blood and face colored with terror. He didn't even take a close look at Lu Song's face before he raised his right hand and yanked Lu Song's key away. Then, with a stomp of his foot, he stepped on Lu Song's right leg. There was a loud crack. Lu Song screamed as his leg was broken. Wang Baol didn't stop. He did the same to the woman and young man, taking their keys and breaking their legs. Then, he stood in midair and stared coldly down at the pale-faced cultivators who finally saw clearly who he was. Their faces were filled with shock and incredulity. You're, how is that possible? Federation's lowly? Wang Baol. Their heads began to buzz loudly as an incredulous, surreal feeling overwhelmed them. However, as soon as it surged inside them, they heard Wang Baol's icy voice in the ears. What were you saying about the Federation? The three of them saw the ice in Wang Baol's eyes and shuddered. The surreal feeling they had was swept away by renewed horror. Thunderous sounds rumbled from the distant sky. Kong Dao and Zhao Yaming gradually appeared in the distant horizon. They were already traveling at extremely high speeds as they had been worried that something might happen. Zhao Yaming unleashed the array formation in her compass, which gave her and Kong Dao an additional burst of speed. That was how they managed to hurry over so quickly. As they approached, they saw Lu Song and his teammates trembling on the ground, terror coloring their faces. They could tell that the three cultivators were at the mid-stage core formation realm. One of them had reached the peak of mid-stage core formation realm and wasn't far from advancing into the late-stage core formation realm. Zhao Yaming was startled at the sight. She stared at Wang Baol. She had known all along that Wang Baol was extremely strong. Despite that, both her and Kong Dao were still shocked by the power that Wang Baol had displayed. He had faced off against three cultivators at the same level of cultivation fearlessly and managed to injure them heavily within such a short span of time. The extent of his strength was extraordinary. Only someone at the late stage or perfected core formation realm could have done that. Kong Dao had witnessed Wang Baol's battle with the stone bat statue in the cave abode under the Sea of Fire. However, he had been focused on pushing the stone doors open and couldn't afford to spare too much attention on Wang Baol. Besides, the stone statue had been an insentient entity. That wasn't the same as fighting a living person. That was why he was shocked. Wang Baol smiled when he saw Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao. He raised his right hand and made a grab through the air at the three cultivators sprawled on the ground. He got his hands on their storage bracelets. Then, he said indifferently, "Now, the three of them will be hidden from the aerial map. Their legs are broken, though, and they don't have their storage bracelets with them now. They're stuck here. It doesn't matter if their presence is hidden on the map." Wang Baol threw the confiscated storage bracelets and the other two keys to Zhao Yaming. "Let's go. To our next target." Having said that, Wang Baol turned and marched into the distance. Zhao Yaming had a strange look on her face. She stared at Wang Baol, then at the three disciples from the vast expanse Dao Palace who were trembling silently on the ground. She smiled wryly, shook her head, and followed Wang Baol. Kong Dao took a deep breath. After realizing how powerful Wang Baol really was, he suddenly felt that there was a chance of someone from the Federation getting into the top three in the trial. In fact, they had quite a great chance of achieving that. The three disciples from Mielizi's faction released a sigh of relief when the other three cultivators left. They stared at one another. They could see the bitterness in the other's eyes, as well as shock that they were still reeling from. Is he really a cultivator from the Federation, that Wang Baol? He's obviously at the mid-stage core formation realm, but his fighting abilities may match that of a personal disciple. We've underestimated the cultivators from the Federation. This Wang Baol is extremely powerful. They grimaced. They knew that this meant they were eliminated from the trial. Their feelings were mixed as they struggled to sit up. Their hearts still raced with fear as they recalled the earlier battle. They waited silently for the teleportation that would occur hours later. Wang Baol and his team, who had left them behind, were speeding off presently. They were silent as well. After a long moment, Zhao Yaming began massaging her forehead. She still firmly believed that regardless of how powerful one was, it was still necessary to have a strategy. It would increase their chances of success. After some thought, she turned and looked at Wang Baol. "Baol, we should stay away from others now and avoid trouble. We should be more careful of those who are hidden from sight. Not everyone who's invisible on the map has lost their ability to fight. They are the hunters." "Yaming!" Wang Baol stopped in his tracks. He turned and looked at Zhao Yaming, a serious look on his face. He said slowly, All plans fall apart in the face of absolute power. The rules of this trial are secondary to that of absolute law. You shouldn't be so concerned with the rules. If this were the Federation, I would do exactly what you would do and choose the course of action that would reap the greatest rewards with the smallest amount of effort. That is because even though the Federation has entered the Spirit Inception era, it did so recently. We cultivators are still bound by law, as rules have not completely fallen apart. But this is the ancient greenish-bronze sword, the true world of cultivation. I've thought it through and finally understand. Running away won't solve the problem. The strong will devour the weak. In the end, we have to rely on our strength. I may not be able to hide my presence, but I'm a hunter as well. As Wang Bail spoke, the look in his eyes grew fiercer. He raised his right hand and pointed at the map in the sky. Our seventh key is 500 kilometers away from us. I'll lead you there. Zhao Yaming was shaken by Wang Bail's words. She admitted to being overly concerned with the rules. Array formations were, after all, another system of rules. She didn't think that her analysis was of no use, but she respected Wang Bail's decision and thus kept her silence. Kong Dao stood at one side as he listened to Wang Bail and Zhao Yaming's conversation. He thought that there was nothing wrong with what Wang Bail had said, but he felt that Zhao Yaming was reasonable in her choice of strategy as well. He smiled wryly and said, "Bail, we have 6 keys with us now. It's enough to last us 3 days. Why don't we wait for the next teleportation to be over before we begin snatching more keys?" Wang Bail didn't reply immediately. He lifted his head and stared at the night sky as he considered Kong Dao's suggestion as well as what Zhao Yaming had said earlier. A moment later, determination flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head. Then, with his back to the duo, he said slowly, in a low voice, "Yaming, the rules of this trial are complicated and allow for too many probable scenarios. You and Kong Dao won't be able to predict all possible scenarios without missing anything. It's impossible to have a full grasp of what's going on and predict every single thing that's going to happen. This is because the inherent probabilities are a result of the invisible participants on the map. They are mobile. It's impossible to predict their exact movements and actions. Even if I helped, the 3 of us wouldn't be able to predict everything. There is one thing I know, though. One powerful man can defeat 10 men. The strongest will prevail. There's no need to plan strategies and consider rules. I only need to remember one thing, and that is to advance and never look back. I don't care about the participants hidden from the map. I don't even care how many keys there are. That's because I don't care about the rules of this trial. Taking the top 3 spots is simple. Just get all the keys we can find and eliminate everyone that we come across. I'll naturally become one of the top 3. I might even get first in place. I understand you're worried that we might incur the wrath of the public. But so what if the other participants are forced to join forces to attack us? There are spectators watching. If we manage to achieve that, it'll also prove the worth of us cultivators from the Federation. These are my views. Only weaklings are bound by rules. Only those who break and set the rules have the right to become the strongest." Wang Bail's voice might be calm, but as he spoke, his cultivation began churning again. His cultivation technique and his will achieved a resonance, and the resonating waves of spirit energy began to exude from his person again. This time, the resonance was stronger than the previous 2 times. It had formed a kind of presence that seemed to have summoned indistinct hurricanes in the surrounding area. They rose into the air. It was an overpowering aura that was fearsome and fearless. It was forceful, akin to a blade that could slice through anything, including oceans and mountains, that stood in its path. The aura was much more distinct this time, allowing Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao to feel it immediately. Kong Dao's breathing stilled momentarily. He couldn't control the trembling inside him. He stared at Wang Bail, emotions surging inside him. He finally knew why he couldn't compete with Wang Bail despite his strong battle lust. He had grown accustomed to hiding in the shadows. He lacked a certain overpowering aura that belonged to a true prodigy. A cultivator is supposed to fight with other cultivators and challenge the heavens. He's supposed to face challenges head-on and go against the flow of nature and the heavenly laws. That's how he can advance fearlessly. If he doesn't fall, he will definitely be able to create new paths to the great Tao. Zhao Yaming stared at Wang Beol in a daze. There was comprehension in her eyes. Just as understanding dawned on both her and Kong Dao, there was a sudden transformation in the aerial map. In the distant northwestern region, far away from them, four keys had gathered together. It might seem as if they were in the possession of 3 to 4 people, but it was more likely that they were in the possession of only one person. The person moved swiftly in a straight line. Where he passed, other keys around him swiftly vanished and clustered around him. The original number of keys kept increasing in number. In a short period of time, it reached more than a dozen keys. It was as if an invisible vortex had formed where the dozen or so keys had been, affecting the surrounding area and triggering a chain reaction, causing more keys to disappear and new keys to reappear and replace their absence. Those who had lost their keys had begun fighting for new keys. The cluster of a dozen keys moved swiftly, charged ahead, seemingly crushing everything in sight. The number of keys grew. If these keys were truly being held by one person, then, at this moment, the impression that he was giving all cultivators looking at the map was that of a forceful entity that was overwhelming and overpowering, advancing fearlessly against all forces of nature. The feeling it gave Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao was even more intense. This was because the aura that this cluster of keys was giving in the northwestern region was exactly the same as that which Wang Beol had exuded earlier. One that disdained hiding and disregarded the rules. If there's only one person in the northwestern region, then it must be one of the prodigies. Zhao Yaming reeled back with shock once again. She turned and stared at Wang Beol, and understanding dawned on her. Wang Beol had noticed what was going on in the aerial map as well. His eyes flashed brightly, like starlight. A smile appeared on his face, and he was bathed in an intense battle lust. That is my true opponent. Just as something drastic was taking place in the northwestern region of the world. Outside, in the public square atop the mountain in the vast expanse Dao Palace, the spectating crowds of cultivators watching the 3 vortexes began to gasp. Many got to their feet and stared unblinkingly at a particular image in the vortex, at a disciple from Mielizi's faction. There were too many images moving in the vortexes. However, the one that currently held everyone's attention was showing something most incredible. On the projection was Mielizi's personal disciple, Dugu Lin, his face expressionless and cold. He was racing in midair presently, so quickly it seemed that he had reached the limits of how fast a core formation realm cultivator could go. In the blink of an eye, he approached a cultivator from Feng Chiron's faction. The other had no chance to speak before Dugu Lin struck. With a single finger, he sent the other cultivator flying backwards, blood spilling from his lips. The latter passed out from what appeared to be serious injuries. His key flew out from his grasp and towards Dugu Lin, who was already racing off. It was clear that Dugu Lin required the key, but he didn't seem particularly concerned about getting it. The crowd watched with their own eyes as the earlier scene repeated itself in all images with Dugu Lin in them. The number of keys he possessed continued to grow. It had exceeded 40. That was the highest number of keys a single participant had in the entire trial. The spectators in the public square started making noises as their breathing quickened. Those from Mielizi's faction, especially, grew extremely excited as they cheered. Eldest senior brother Dugu Lin. He is invincible amongst all core formation realm cultivators. Haha. I bet 500 battle credits on eldest senior brother Dugu Lin. It's a sure win. I've said it before, this trial is essentially a battle amongst the personal disciples. The other personal disciples must be growing nervous. As compared to the cheers from Mielizi's faction, the cultivators from Feng Chiron's faction all had sullen expressions on their faces. They stared at the projections showing Su Ming and Lu Yun and longed to see their incredible performance. While the disciples of the vast expanse Dao Palace got carried away emotionally, the nascent Soul Realm cultivators were relatively calm. They were slightly surprised by what they had seen though, as the battle prowess that Dugu Lin was displaying was clearly extraordinary. Even Feng Chiron was frowning. Next to her, Yuran narrowed his eyes and seemed lost in thought. He turned and saw the faint smile on Mielizi's face. The three elders didn't speak, but the expressions on Feng Choron's and Yuran's faces shifted as they continued to watch the trial, paying special attention to Dugulin. There was a commotion in the outside world. Similarly, all the participants in the trial were shocked by the drastic changes shown on the aerial map. Feng Choron's personal disciple, Lu Yun, was the first to react. After a few moments of silence, his eyes flashed brightly. He unleashed his cultivation and abandoned his original plans for stability. An aura of icy violence oozed from his person, and with a sudden burst of speed, he began to sweep the vicinity for keys. He was doing what Dugulin was doing, relying on his superior strength and striking those he came across, then snatching their keys away. The next to follow suit was Su Ming. He knew that the rules had changed with Dugulin's actions. He's trying to speed up the trial and get most of the participants eliminated by the first teleportation. Seems interesting. Su Ming laughed, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. He chose to go on the offensive as well. There was also Zhou Chudao and his Dao partner. They had stuck together at first, but after discussion, they decided to split up and strike independently. They attacked from two directions with overpowering force and began their hunt for keys. The five of them going on the offensive created a strong chain effect that affected the entire trial. It intensified, and numerous cultivators lost their keys. No one had died yet, but there were cultivators who were maimed as well as those who were seriously injured and lost their ability to fight. There were also some people who lost their keys but retained their ability to fight. Those were often the ones who met the prodigies in their own factions and had surrendered their keys willingly. They had become truly invisible on the map. They were often the ones who posed a threat and danger to others, and the ones who engaged in battle with others as well. The map showed that as all five prodigies went on the offensive, the entire world was affected. Keys disappeared off the map every moment and reappeared again, shining. Exchanges occurred endlessly. It was as Zhao Yaming had predicted. An intense first day with countless casualties. Wang Bao's team was dashing through the air presently as well. What had changed were Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao, who now knew Wang Bao's choice after a comparison and after understanding his views. They followed him like guards flanking his sides, racing through the sky, advancing forward. Their target was the cluster of 7 keys that they were drawing near. From the map, it seemed that the 7 keys weren't being held by a single person but by many people. There were various scenarios they might meet with, but Wang Bao didn't care. No matter how many people their opponents had, he would simply crush them. His aura grew increasingly more powerful as he sped forward. He became a shooting star encircled by lightning bolts, approaching the location of the 7 keys speedily as thunder boomed in the skies. As he approached, Wang Bao's spiritual sense, which far surpassed that of other core formation realm cultivators, allowed him to see an image of his opponent as he came within a certain distance, even before his opponents could sense his presence. Li Bin? A smile appeared on Wang Bao's face. His eyes were icy cold. With another sudden burst of speed, he dashed ahead. Ahead of them, where the 7 keys were clustered, not 1, but 13 people stood. They were all cultivators from Mielizi's faction. Their leader was the one who had clashed with Wang Bao in the cave abode under the Sea of Fire and had been stopped by Qi Lin, the one who had been harboring murderous intentions towards Wang Bao, Li Bin. He still believed that Wang Bao had been lucky that day. If not, he would have definitely been able to kill the latter and seize the opportunity to scavenge the cave abode that had been opened for the first time in many years. This was a regret that he still held on to. Every time he thought about it, his desire to kill Wang Bao intensified. That lowly life form from the Federation, Wang Bao, is here at the trial as well. Hopefully he won't be as lucky this time and we cross paths. At that thought, Li Bin sneered. He eyed his companions proudly. As a late-stage core formation realm cultivator, he could be counted as one of the more powerful cultivators in this trial. As long as he didn't cross paths with the 5 prodigies, those freaks of nature, he believed it would be a piece of cake for him to be placed in the top 10. In addition, besides himself, he had gathered many followers as well. That being said, Li Bin knew that his chances of getting into the top 3 were minuscule. That was why he had thought it through and decided that he would trade his keys with a personal disciple for a personal favor. Because of such a mindset, and because of his extreme arrogance, even though he had noticed the 6 keys racing towards him in the aerial map, he hadn't paid it much mind. He had already concluded that his new opponent wasn't one of the 5 prodigal freaks. The 5 of them had more than 10 keys now. It was clearly shown on the map. The highest level of cultivation that the arrival could have was the late-stage core formation realm, similar to his level of cultivation. Unless the size of the incoming party was almost that of his, they were simply bringing their keys to him. We still have to be careful, though. He might have done what I did and gathered people who have lost their keys. At that thought, Li Bin finally realized that the new arrival was very near his location. He waved his hand immediately, and the cultivators around him scattered. Li Bin raised his hand and unleashed his late-stage core formation realm cultivation. He was about to speak, but Wang Baol had been traveling at extremely high speeds. When he appeared at the distant horizon, Li Bin immediately recognized his face. Wang Baol. Li Bin was overjoyed when he saw that the new arrival was Wang Baol. He lifted his face skyward and laughed out loud. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and spoke with a voice filled with murderous intent. I can't believe I actually managed to come across the lowly life form from the Federation, Wang Baol. Today, I'm going to see if you're really that lucky, and if a nascent soul realm cultivator will enter the trial and save you. Amidst his laughter, Li Bin waved his hand and pointed his finger at Wang Baol. Kill him! His voice rang out. The cultivators around him began to sneer. In their opinion, a mere lowly cultivator from the Federation was never going to be able to compete with a disciple from the vast expanse Dao Palace. Even if they killed him, nothing would happen to them. After all, the trial didn't forbid killing. However, everyone was of the same sect and had friends in the sect. Unless it were the last resort, no one would truly try to kill someone. But if that someone were a cultivator from the Federation, the situation would be different. The dozen cultivators charged at Wang Baol as they sneered cruelly. Wang Baol grinned as they approached him of their own accord. I can't let this great opportunity go to waste. A blood-colored light flickered in his eyes. The diamond-shaped the arch armor seal on his heart erupted and surged outward, emerging from within Wang Baol's body and expanding outwards. It wasn't the arch armor, but a mad dance of meridians. A red glow bathed the skies. They're trying to kill me. If that's the case, I'll fight to kill too. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He knew that the trial didn't forbid killing other participants. But everyone was of the same vast expanse Dao Palace. Even if they belonged to different factions, killings rarely occurred. It was clear that double standards were at play where he was concerned. With that thought in mind, Wang Baol's lips twitched with mockery. His eyes flashed with an icy glint. He didn't hesitate and dashed out so quickly, instantly colliding with the dozen or so cultivators in front of him. Lowly life form from the Federation, die! Kill him! The disciples from the vast expanse Dao Palace all shouted and attacked. All manners of spells and artifacts lit up the air. They erupted with power as soon as Wang Baol approached. However, as soon as they attacked, Wang Baol suddenly shifted. A lightning avatar that looked identical to him split from his person. It was as if he had suddenly replicated himself. The avatar didn't stop moving. It charged at the crowd, drawing their spells and artifacts to him. Wang Baol's true form took another step, and the arch armor appeared outside his body. Tens of red-colored meridians, like sharp blades, extended outward speedily and charged at the crowd. Everything happened too quickly. The crowd spells all landed on Wang Baol's avatar. They were about to modify their attacks, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the red-colored meridians outside Wang Baol's body sliced through all artifacts, disregarded the power of all spells, and pierced the foreheads of 5 people. The 5 cultivators screamed. As they screamed, their bodies shuddered and shriveled right before everyone's eyes. Their bodies were dragged along, without their control, by the red-colored meridians that were Wang Baol's the arch armor. They swayed and circled the surrounding. Everything happened right before everyone's eyes. From the crowd's first attack to the 5 cultivators being pierced in their foreheads and screaming painfully. Everything took but a moment. The remaining cultivators had been stunned. Before they could react, they saw the 5 cultivators, who had been pierced through by the red-colored meridians around Wang Baol, sway in the air as they were drained of all blood, flesh, and will. They were transformed instantly into mummies. With heavy thuds, they were flung onto the ground. What was even more creepy were the red-colored meridians. They kept wriggling their bodies as if they were sending back everything they had absorbed to Wang Baol rapidly. The scene sent alarm flashing across the surviving cultivators' faces. They gasped in shock and terror, then retreated hastily. Li Bin's eyes almost popped out. His breathing quickened, and he could feel a prickling on his scalp. But he was a late-stage core formation realm cultivator and mentally more resilient than the others. He took a deep breath and was about to console the others so that they wouldn't lose their will to fight due to terror. Before he could speak, Wang Baol, with a sudden burst of speed, took a step and appeared in front of an early-stage core formation realm cultivator. Wang Baol was so fast the latter had no time to react. He was still reeling from shock at the earlier creepy sight. It was too late when he finally sensed Wang Baol's approach. Just as he was about to retreat, Wang Baol raised his right hand. Every spell and defensive artifact around this cultivator shriveled up and seemed to be rendered completely useless. A hit landed straight on the cultivator's forehead. There was a loud thud, like the sound of an exploding melon, and the cultivator's head exploded. As his dead body fell to the ground, a blood-colored meridian dashed out. Wang Baol didn't spare the dead body a single glance. He took another step, relying on his lightning-fast speed, and appeared next to a mid-stage core formation realm cultivator. He found this person familiar. He had been there outside the cave abode and had harbored rather strong murderous intent towards him, one of Li Bin's companions. This mid-stage core formation realm cultivator's reaction was significantly quicker than the early-stage core formation realm cultivator. Shocked, he didn't hesitate as he yelled, "Wang!" He only managed to get the first word out. Nothing else followed. He had bitten the tip of his tongue, spilling a mouthful of blood after speaking. It was no ordinary blood but his secret weapon. The blood transformed into a blood mist. It exuded extraordinary energies of a spell and charged straight at Wang Baol. However, before Wang Baol, everything was rendered useless. He sent his fist punching out, striking through the blood mist and landing straight on the mid-stage core formation realm cultivator's chest. With a loud series of cracks, the cultivator's chest collapsed inwards as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. A red-colored meridian pierced through him the moment he died. Everything happened suddenly. Within the blink of an eye, out of the original 13 cultivators, 7 had died. Including Li Bin, there remained 6 cultivators. How is it possible for you to be so powerful? Having seen Wang Baol kill 7 people with such strange methods, Li Bin couldn't control the shudders traveling down his body. His breathing grew uneven, and his scalp felt numb. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Even if he was at the late-stage core formation realm, he immediately realized that he was no match for Wang Baol. Wang Baol's spell was incredibly bizarre and strange. It stank of blood and violence. As he shuddered, he suddenly remembered how Qi Lin had appeared outside the cave abode. It was him that Qi Lin had saved then, not Wang Baol. He could imagine that if Qi Lin hadn't appeared then, he would have died. He suddenly felt so absurd. To think that he had thought Wang Baol was the lucky one then. What irony! The one who had been lucky then was him. However, even though he had seen Wang Baol's power, he still couldn't believe his eyes. He's hidden himself very well. He shuddered again. Li Bin didn't hesitate. He retreated immediately and attempted to escape. He didn't get far before he heard 5 separate cries of terror and pain behind him. The screams struck terror into Li Bin's heart. He was still a late-stage core formation realm cultivator though. At such a critical moment, as he distinctly sensed an immense danger approaching him speedily from behind, Li Bin gritted his teeth and, with a holler, turned and formed a series of hand seals with both his hands. An enormous, illusory seal appeared before him, standing before the approaching single blood-colored meridian. A thunderous boom sounded in the air. The blood-colored meridian shook and was flung away, while blood spilled from Li Bin's lips as he staggered backwards. He didn't feel as if he had just escaped from the jaws of death, though. Instead, he descended into further despair. This was because a single blood-colored meridian had been so powerful that Li Bin had to use his full strength to retaliate against it. He had even sustained injuries from the backlash of their collision. Before him was Wang Baol, who was walking slowly towards him. Around him were blood-colored meridians swaying in the air. They numbered in the dozens. The difference in power between them was so vast, Li Bin's mind broke. He shrieked, his voice shrill in his terror. "I'll hand over all the keys to you. Don't kill me, Wang Baol. This is a trial. The entire sect and all the elders are watching." His reply was the dozens of blood-colored meridians extending from Wang Baol's body. They approached swiftly and pierced through his body. Li Bin screamed, resentment and hate clear in his eyes. His body shriveled up and was drained dry. He died. "I've said it before. You were lucky the last time," Wang Baol said coolly. With a wave of his hand, the partially formed the arch armor vanished. His body resumed its normal appearance, and while he seemed to be in a slight daze, he soon recovered. The flame snatched the arch armor does affect one's mind. However, one will recover after shedding the armor. Wang Baol mused. Then he stared at the dead bodies around him. Wang Baol didn't mind killing others. Firstly, the trial had no requirements and restrictions against killings. Secondly, Wang Baol knew very well that as long as he got first place, Feng Qiran would seize the opportunity. If she didn't, she wouldn't deserve her status as an elder. At that thought, Wang Baol lifted his head and stared at the aerial map. He narrowed his eyes. After some time, Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao finally arrived. They looked at the corpses all around them, then at each other. They walked over silently and retrieved the keys from the dead bodies. There were 7 keys. Added to the 6 they already had, they now had 13 keys. The 13 keys clustered together. Even though the number of keys might not rival that possessed by the 5 personal disciples, it was still a striking cluster on the aerial map. A long moment later, Wang Baol withdrew his gaze from the night sky. He turned towards Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao, nodded at them, then continued advancing. The other 2 took a deep breath and chose to follow him. Presently, in the outside world, amidst the numerous projections, someone finally noticed Wang Baol's earlier massacre. Initially, no one on the public square in the vast expanse Dao Palace would have willingly paid attention to Wang Baol and his team. The most they would do might be to spare a passing glance as their eyes browsed past other projections. That was why, even though the spectators could see the aerial map as well, not many noticed when their 3 keys turned to 6. Only the group of Federation seedlings that had gathered at the periphery of the public square had their eyes fixed constantly on the images showing Wang Baol's team. They had seen with their own eyes when Wang Baol had charged out, how he had struck instantly, broken the legs of 3 disciples from the vast expanse Dao Palace and doubled their number of keys. They had been invigorated by the scene, but they hadn't made a loud fuss. Even Li Yi had been silent. They had already realized the key to this trial from Wang Baol's team. Then, they had seen the battle between Wang Baol and Li Bin's party. They had seen the terrifying blood-colored meridians and Wang Baol's brutal massacre. The sight had made their breathing turn uneven and quick, and they had grown agitated. That had drawn the attention of the surrounding disciples from the vast expanse Dao Palace. Wang Baol's massacre had ended by the time the disciples who had noticed something strange was going on had looked over. However, on the aerial map, Wang Baol's team's keys had increased from 6 to 13 keys. The discovery of that caught many people's attention. They gasped in shock. The keys held by the participants from the Federation. Their numbers have increased. 13 keys. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? I haven't been paying attention. How did they suddenly get so many keys without anyone's notice? Something's not right here. The gasps of shock drew more people's attention. Soon, Increasingly more disciples in the public square had their eyes on the projection showing Wang Bao's team. They were all stunned by the 13 keys. Currently, in the trial, the participant with the greatest number of keys was Dugu Lin. He had more than 40 keys. The next person with the most number of keys was Zhou Chudao and the other prodigies. Each had 24 keys or so. Their presences were extremely visible on the map. Wang Bao's team, with their number of keys, actually placed 6. To possess so many keys in such a chaotic situation was seen as an unwise move by many. It had a great likelihood of drawing too much attention. Despite their shock, most of them shook their heads secretly. Many, who looked down on the Federation, displayed scorn and mockery on their faces openly. That was why no one had really paid attention to Wang Bao's violent murders. Even Mielizi himself was the same. After all, there were 600 projections. It was impossible to pay attention to all of them at the same time. Those who had lost their keys especially had vanished from the map. They typically found a hiding spot and stayed there without moving a single inch. The matter couldn't be hidden for long though, especially with more people paying attention to Wang Bao. They wanted to see how their factions had been robbed of their keys. Wang Bao's strength and power were exposed. The spectators saw with their own eyes as he attacked instantly, injuring 4 participants heavily and snatching another 4 keys. That brought the tally to 17 keys. Many spectators caught those scenes. Soon, a wave of shocked gasps stronger than the previous erupted in the spectating crowd. This Wang Bao is hiding his true strength. He only took 3 seconds to crush 4 other cultivators at the same level as him, at the mid-stage core formation realm. Heavens! With the rising commotion, Feng Qiran, Mielizi, and many other nascent soul realm cultivators began to notice the strange happenings occurring around Wang Bao. They were all taken aback. Feng Qiran especially was stunned. Her eyes widened as she stared at a screen. Wang Bao and his team were racing forward. Wang Bao? That's quite interesting, Mielizi said suddenly. He raised his right hand and pointed. Suddenly, amongst the many screens showing what the disciples from Feng Qiran's faction were doing, the one showing Wang Bao's team expanded in size. It took up half the entirety of the vortex. Mielizi waved his right hand, and the image began to rewind. The events that had taken place since Wang Bao's team had entered the trial, and everything that had happened after were being replayed. Everyone's eyes zoomed onto the enlarged screen. They saw Wang Bao strike and break the legs of those 3 cultivators, and Wang Bao's battle with Li Bin. They saw with their own eyes the blood-colored meridians extending out from Wang Bao's body and his massacre of the other participants. A wave of shock and fury instantly erupted amongst the spectators. Many got to their feet and began shouting. What cultivation technique is that? He killed him. The cultivator from the Federation dares to kill our fellow disciples from the vast expanse Dao Palace. As these cultivators raged, the Federation seedlings clenched their fists and fumed secretly. They could do little to help though. Even a few nascent soul realm cultivators were staring with icy, murderous light in their eyes. A few turned towards Mielizi and the other 2 elders with the intention of saying something. They soon stopped themselves as they saw the myriad of emotions flashing across the elders' faces. Feng Qiran stood up, her breathing clearly agitated and her eyes shining with an intense light. The sight sent the nascent soul realm cultivators who had been planning to say something thinking. They didn't speak but continued to observe closely. The disciples around them also noticed the elders' reactions. The entire public square fell silent. Mielizi's breathing quickened slightly, and his eyes revealed the complicated feelings he was experiencing. He said with a low voice, "Is this the legendary, the arch-armor inheritance? It might look slightly different from what's documented in our records, but there is no doubt that this is the ultimate inheritance that our vast expanse Dao Palace has placed in the eye of infinite techniques, the arch-armor inheritance." Feng Qiran's eyes shone brightly. She seemed overwhelmed with emotions. This kid must have been to the eye of infinite techniques and uncovered a golden opportunity. Not bad at all. To be able to earn the recognition of our sect's sacred land. He is indeed a true disciple of our vast expanse Tao Palace. Feng Chiron burst out into laughter. She took a deep breath and sat down again. Her eyes showed her strong approval as she watched Wang Baol through the projection. She believed that this was the reason why Wang Baol had suddenly become so strong. As for the massacre, after a moment of silence, Mializi decided not to mention it. He knew that to be recognized by the land of inheritance and receive an inheritance was, to a certain degree, to gain the status akin to a core disciple. The sect had collapsed. Else, if they were to follow the traditions of old, one who had his name written on the Tao plate would be promoted to the status of a core disciple after walking out from the land of inheritance. This was a status that was vastly more elevated and esteemed than theirs, which was that of inner sect disciples. Mializi might harbor ill will towards the Federation, but his loyalty to the vast expanse Tao Palace was eternal and unchanging. Even though he held no goodwill towards Wang Baol, in his silence, he couldn't help but observe the latter. He wanted to know what made one who had earned an inheritance in the land of inheritance special. Yuran was silent as well. He narrowed his eyes, and a flicker of cold light flashed in the hidden depths of his eyes, hidden from discovery. It vanished in an instant. The smile on his face remained, and he seemed unfazed by it all. The nascent soul realm cultivators and the other disciples around them watched as the three elders chose not to pursue the matter of the massacre. They stared at one another and kept quiet. The Federation seedlings, after a moment of stunned silence, began to grow hopeful amidst their confusion and doubt. The entire public square descended into silence. All eyes watched the 5 personal disciples as well as the projection showing Wang Baol. Time passed swiftly, and a day soon went by. The first teleportation was going to occur. In 2 hours' time, the aerial map showed the 5 personal disciples each staking their own territory in a corner of the map. Countless keys shone on the map. They looked like stars in the night sky, dazzling beyond measure. Wang Baol had acquired 20 keys by now. He stood out like a dazzling cluster of keys on the aerial map as well. He was the 6th star on the map in the eyes of the spectating cultivators. The world where the trial was taking place began to grow increasingly quiet. There were still plenty of keys scattered across the map, but their exchanges were growing more infrequent. This was like the calm before the storm. The silence seemed to contain a mad violence that could turn the heavens and earth upside down. The spectators could sense the tense atmosphere before the storm. Streaks of tension began to appear amidst the silence. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the screens, waiting for the storm to descend. In the trial, Wang Baol was presently standing atop a mountain peak. He lifted his head and stared at the aerial map, a deep look in his eyes. Behind him were Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao. They were slightly injured. Kong Dao appeared as he had always been. On the other hand, Zhao Yaming's eyes had become fiercer after half a day. They were going to be the main attack force in the coming days. Their targets were the participants who were hidden from the map and planning to ambush them. Wang Baol would only interfere if they came across someone they couldn't handle. Otherwise, the both of them would fight the enemy. This resulted in not only Kong Dao's but also Zhao Yaming's will to fight intensifying rapidly. They were both silent at the moment. Zhao Yaming stared at Wang Baol's back as she recalled everything that had happened in the trial. A strange light began to appear in her eyes. She was about to say something when Wang Baol, with his back facing them and his eyes on the night sky, suddenly said, "Yaming Kong Dao, how about we do a big one? A big one." The expression on Zhao Yaming's face shifted slightly. She was a smart woman skilled at analysis. She was also a numinous being. She was a master at both cultivation and research in array formations. Both came easily to her. If Wang Baol weren't one of the participants in this trial, based on her analytical mind, she stood a good chance of being placed in the top 10. That was why she immediately understood Wang Baol when he said that. She could guess vaguely what he was trying to say. Kong Dao caught on slightly later, but his keen animal instincts allowed him to arrive at a rough guess as well. "Baol, you mean you want to—" Kong Dao started speaking and then stopped. He didn't finish what he had planned to say. His eyes narrowed and shifted from Wang Baol to the aerial map and the 5 clusters of stars representing the 5 prodigies. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and did some calculations. Then, he took a deep breath and suddenly said, "Follow me. Let's go get him." Upon saying that, Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He took a step off the mountain peak and into mid-aid. His cultivation erupted, and he dashed into the distance. Even though Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao had confirmed their guesses were right, they couldn't stop their hearts from racing. They didn't hesitate, however, and followed Wang Baol hurriedly. There were less than 2 hours to the next teleportation. The entire world could be said to be relatively quiet and calm. Wang Baol's team's movements were like a pebble flung into a peaceful lake, stirring ripples across the peaceful surface of the lake and drawing everyone's attention. Wang Baol cared nothing for these hidden, watchful eyes. He advanced with extraordinary speed, racing towards one direction. His speed increased steadily. There seemed to be a fire burning inside him. It was clearly not fury, but battle lust. The big one that he had been talking about was the 5 personal disciples of the vast expanse Dao Palace. After all, they were the only 5 people in the trial who had collected nearly 200 keys. Regardless of who was eliminated, it would be sufficient to increase their opponent's number of keys multiple times, transforming the latter into the focus of the most attention. Wang Baol didn't care for becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. However, he knew something clearly. If his opponent were any of these 5 people, even though he was confident he could take them in a fight, they were different from other disciples. If they lost their keys and became hidden from the map, they would become extremely dangerous threats when they tried to rise to prominence or ambush him later in the trial. The only exception was if he maimed them. However, Wang Baol knew that he might be able to explain away his killing of ordinary disciples, but if he did maim a personal disciple, even Feng Qiran wouldn't be able to contain the murderous intent coming from that personal disciple's master. That is why the timing is critical. As he raced ahead, a faint smile appeared on Wang Baol's face. He had been thinking about this problem earlier. He had an answer now. What he had been waiting for was the present, when the teleportation was about to occur. To be exact, the most ideal time was half an hour before the next teleportation. Half an hour wasn't too long or too short a time. It was just right for an intense fight, and enough for one to become frantic with madness. This was especially so for the half an hour before the next teleportation. Every participant hidden on the map would go mad within this half an hour. That was because they would be eliminated if they didn't get a key within this period. Similarly, during this half an hour prior to teleportation, everyone holding keys would be on high alert. No one wanted to have their keys snatched at the final moment and be teleported away and eliminated in the trial. They wouldn't even have time to save themselves from elimination. As a result, any ordinary person would conclude after analysis that within this half an hour prior to teleportation, those without keys would go mad and seek fights frantically. On the other hand, unless those with keys were indeed crazy, they wouldn't choose to engage in any fighting or snatching of keys during this period. They would wait for the teleportation to take place, then attack after. To attack before teleportation would be risky and dangerous, regardless of whether one ultimately won or not. If one lost, he or she would be eliminated. Even if one won, he or she would have to be wary of participants who were hidden from the map, attacking them with mad frenzy. The risks outweighed the gains. After all, depending on whether one had a key or not, one would be in a completely different mental state when facing the impending teleportation. That was why, be it the cultivators in the trial or the spectating disciples, they all determined that during this period before teleportation, the ones who would seek battle fiercely and frantically would be those hidden on the map. There was a saying in ancient times in the Federation: madness was required for success. To a certain extent, this saying could be used to describe some prodigies as well. Like Wang Baol, he was exactly like that. What he was waiting for was now. He was going to go against the laws of reason. He was going to make use of the approaching teleportation to eliminate the presence that was a threat to his. After some consideration, he decided that his target would be the personal disciple nearest him. He didn't know who that was going to be, and he had no need to know. He only knew that no matter who the other party was and which faction he or she belonged to, he would attack. Just as Wang Bail dashed across the skies and raced towards his target, somewhere else in the sky, there was another personal disciple who had chosen to do exactly what Wang Bail was planning to do. This person was Dugu Lin. He noticed Wang Bail's cluster of keys on the map, situated far from him and moving at high speed. Even though he couldn't tell who it was, he immediately realized Wang Bail's intentions after having noticed the cluster of keys. That's interesting. Who could that be? Is it Zhou Chudao? No matter who it is, to be able to go on the offensive now, he or she must not be a simple character. Dugu Lin narrowed his eyes. Truth be told, he had been surprised to find another cluster of keys besides those belonging to the 5 prodigies on the aerial map. He had believed that only 5 people, including himself, would have been able to achieve this. I hope this person lasts until the end. I want to know who exactly has hidden his or her strength so well. Dugu Lin smiled faintly. He leaped into the sky and, with a sudden burst of speed, rushed towards the personal disciple nearest him. His and Wang Bail's locations were too far apart. That was why they had not chosen the other as their target and had instead chosen a different personal disciple nearest them. As Dugu Lin released a sudden burst of speed, he transformed into a lightning bolt shooting across the aerial map. Both he and Wang Bail did nothing to conceal their intentions. Their actions sent cultivators in the trial reeling back. The disciples outside watching the trial were completely stunned. They saw clearly on what had been a calm and peaceful aerial map, 2 stars suddenly shifting and approaching the star nearest them speedily. It's Wang Bail and Dugu Lin. Heavens, they've chosen to attack now. Wang Bail's target is Zhou Chudao. Dugu Lin's target is Su Ming. The disciples in the public square reeled back with shock. They had predicted that this calm before the storm would persist until the teleportation was over, and that the fight would start again after the teleportation had ended. They hadn't expected Wang Bail and Dugu Lin to choose this moment, the most inappropriate and also the most appropriate moment to strike. It had been a completely unexpected move. After some thought, though, it seemed like a completely reasonable move to make. That being said, it still surprised and shocked many people. This included some nascent soul realm cultivators, whose eyes were shining with a bright, intense light. Feng Churan's, Mielizi's, and Yuran's focus on the trial had also intensified considerably. One not only required sufficient cultivation to make a move now, one had to have the guts to do it. The most excited and nervous of the lot were the Federation seedlings. It had been an emotional roller coaster ride for them. The cause of this was Wang Bail. Presently, some of them were anxious while others were high-spirited. With tens of thousands of eyes watching him, Wang Bail continued to race across the skies. He had noticed Dugu Lin doing the same. What was different was how when Wang Bail saw the other move, an image of Dugu Lin immediately appeared in his mind. This was a result of his instincts and the analysis he had done previously. It had led to his conclusion. It should be him. Wang Bail withdrew his gaze and slowed down. After Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao caught up with him, he began to pick up speed again. They sped across the night sky like fiery shooting stars, approaching ever nearer to where Zhou Chudao was. Time passed speedily as they raced onwards. There was another half an hour to the next teleportation. On the aerial map, the star that represented Dugu Lin finally neared its target. He struck instantly. Even though Wang Bail couldn't hear the sounds of battle, he could guess at the intensity of the fight. Now it's my turn. Wang Bail took a deep breath. His battle lust erupted at that moment, and he charged forward. From a distance, he could see a mountain peak ahead of him. Sat there facing him was Zhou Chudao, his moping face resembling that of an old peasant. When Zhou Chudao saw Wang Bail, he sighed. His low voice echoed in the air. Why are you doing this? As I expected, it's you. Like Dugu Lin, Zhou Chudao was similarly suspicious of the 6th star that appeared on the night sky map. Even though voice transmissions couldn't be sent in the trial grounds, as a personal disciple, especially one from Taoist Yuran's lineage that didn't participate in the battle between Mielizi and Feng Churan, he had many friends. That was especially so as he had a warm personality. Therefore, he came to know about the identity of the sixth star from someone who had lost his key. However, despite knowing that, he still felt that it was unbelievable. It was only after he saw it with his own eyes that he started to believe it. A solemn look appeared in his eyes. When Zhou Chudao looked in the direction of Wang Beol also stopped in midair, cupping his fists and greeting Zhou Chudao. Fellow Taoist Zhou. Fellow Taoist Wang, is there really a need to battle? You might not be my match. With a bitter expression on his face, Zhou Chudao wanted to convince Wang Beol to give up. After thinking about it, Wang Beol nodded his head and spoke. I'm engaging in this battle for more than just myself. Please understand, fellow Taoist Zhou. Please, begin the attack. Why should we do this? While shaking his head, Zhou Chudao stood up from the mountain peak. As he stood up, he straightened his body, and the bitterness on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by an aura that seemed to be able to strike the heavens. Amidst the loud boom, it seemed as though a hurricane was being produced around Zhou Chudao. The hurricane swept in all directions, producing crazy winds in the surroundings. Looking from a distance, as the winds howled, the hurricane seemed to have transformed into a vortex with Zhou Chudao as the center. As the vortex turned, the aura from Zhou Chudao grew increasingly stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread in all directions. Numerous cultivators standing near him appeared in shock and retreated quickly. It was then that the voice of Zhou Chudao, who was in the center of the hurricane on the mountain peak, reverberated. Junior brothers, please do not come within 10,000 feet of this area. If you wish to watch the battle, do it from a distance. At the same time, Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao had arrived in the air. As they neared, they could already hear Wang Beol's chilly and stern voice reverberating. Yaming, lay the array formation. Kong Dao, guard the area. The battle between fellow Taoist Zhou Chudao and I should not be interrupted by busybodies. Zhao Yaming nodded and immediately took out the compass to lay array formations around the mountain peak. There was only one use for the array formations, and that was to block anyone from going near. There may have been people who were hiding within the array formation, and Wang Beol seemed to acknowledge that, but he didn't say anything. Therefore, Zhao Yaming only took a glance and didn't bother with it anymore. Soon, the array formations were completely put in place, and Kong Dao guarded the surroundings vigilantly. Wang Beol didn't attack immediately, and instead waited until the aura from Zhou Chudao had grown increasingly stronger, causing the vortex to be transformed into a typhoon that could tear the space apart. That was when Wang Beol suddenly spoke. Fellow Taoist Zhou, there is no time to lose. Let's begin. Wang Beol looked at Zhou Chudao, and when their eyes met, their gazes seemed to have been transformed into extremely sharp swords that showed their intent to battle. In the next instant, Zhou Chudao moved, descending the mountain peak while bringing the winds that were sweeping in all directions with him. He was like a heavenly venerate as he neared Wang Beol, his aura so strong that it could be felt even before he neared Wang Beol. His strong aura resulted in loud bangs being produced, and carried a force that seemed to be able to wither and decimate everything in his path the moment it was released. Wang Beol, you aren't my opponent. Zhou Chudao's voice was like heavenly thunder. When it was heard, it was as if an invisible hand or a crashing wave was being brought along, pressuring Wang Beol. The scene shook Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao. The spectators in hiding also quickened their breathing. Even the Dao Palace cultivators on the public square outside, who had focused all their attention on the individual battles involving Wang Beol and Dugu Lin, were gripped with shock when they noticed the aura given off by Zhou Chudao. While everyone was immersed in shock, Wang Beol laughed and stepped out. He was someone who had come to battle, not someone who had come to be challenged, and there was no way he could lose out in terms of aura. Therefore, when his foot landed, an extremely strong desire to battle was similarly emanated from Wang Beol. As the desire to battle was unleashed, Wang Beol had already clenched his right fist. The force from his physical body, the lightning core as well as the dark core were all released and combined together. That, integrated with Wang Beol's desire for battle, resonating his will and cultivation at that very moment. What that resonance meant was that, in this state, Wang Baol could exhibit a force that was beyond his capabilities depending on the degree of resonance. If Zhou Chideo's aura were described as crashing waves, then right now, Wang Baol would be like an indestructible reef that remained undamaged in the face of the turbulent waves. It was perhaps still inappropriate to describe Wang Baol as the reef. That was because right now, as Wang Baol unleashed his aura and his foot landed, his right fist punched the powerful Zhou Chudao who was fast approaching in midair. Supernova. 10% boost from the resonance. Everything happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the duo made contact with each other. It was a battle between their auras and a clash of their consciousness. Loud booms reverberated in all directions, and at that moment, the waves produced from the impact exploded between the duo, creating a force that swept in all directions. Noticing it, Wang Baol laughed. Zhou Chudao, I can defeat you with 5 punches. That was the first punch, and now, the second punch. As Wang Baol spoke, the desire to fight in his eyes grew even more frightening. That was especially so as his desire to fight was complemented by his long flowing hair and the viciousness in his eyes. It made someone feel that he was indescribably overbearing and that his aura was extremely overwhelming. That was especially so as he dared to battle Zhou Chudao as if he were an equal, without bowing down to him. The moment Wang Baol's voice was heard, he moved, charging forward at high speed. He was like a shooting star as he dashed towards Zhou Chudao with an extremely strong aura. He grew faster and faster, as if he could pass through the emptiness and set off a series of sonic booms. When he neared in an instant, he punched, and the impact caused the heavens and winds to transform. 30% boost from the resonance. How interesting that you're announcing your battle plans. If you manage to fulfill it, it means that you can showcase how formidable you are, with me as an example. Then, let's see whether you can really make use of me to show how capable you are, or if you will fail. A glow flashed across Zhou Chideo's eyes. At that moment, there was no look of disdain in his eyes at all. Instead, as his aura emanated from his body, an indescribable sense of sharpness could be felt. That was also what made Dugulin value him. As he spoke, Zhou Chudao raised his right hand before sealing it and pointing his finger. Instantly, a purple ball of fire was produced from his finger, transforming immediately from a flame to a sea of fire that enveloped him. As Wang Baol's punch landed, the sea of fire enveloping Zhou Chudao was turned into the skull of a giant fire beast. The fire beast was like a Kirin mentioned in the ancient myths of the Federation. It charged towards Wang Baol at high speed, and amidst the loud boom, it made contact with Wang Baol's second punch. Loud bangs could be heard in all directions. Wang Baol trembled, and the blood qi in his body churned. At the same time, the Kirin skull formed from the sea of fire broke apart, revealing Zhou Chudao, who now had the same desire to fight in his eyes. He had his hands sealed, and his internal blood qi was similarly churning. Void all! A glow flashed across Zhou Chideo's eyes as he waved his hands. Instantly, 9 cracks appeared in Wang Baol's surroundings, transforming into 9 purple-colored alls that piercingly charged towards Wang Baol. Each of those 9 alls released a combat force that was similar to a cultivator who was in late-stage core formation realm. The collective force of the 9 alls was so powerful that it was capable of suppressing any late-stage core formation realm cultivator, and even someone who had perfected the core formation realm would be taken aback. After unleashing the void all, Zhou Chudao didn't stop. Instead, he neared Wang Baol instantly, and with a glow of fire being given off his finger, he pointed at Wang Baol's forehead. Wang Baol felt its force but didn't retreat. He didn't even unleash the arch armor. As like Zhou Chudao had said, not only did he need to eliminate Zhou Chudao, he also needed to use this battle to hone himself. As he waved his right hand, Wang Baol took out a ribbon from his storage bracelet, wrapping it around him to block the 9 alls. Wang Baol's thunderous voice could be heard as he gripped his right fist and moved his body forward. Fellow Taoist Zhou, this is the third punch. 70% boost from the resonance. The moment Wang Baol spoke, the two neared each other, as the fist and the finger landed, and as their cultivation was instantly unleashed, A combined force that was so powerful that it seemed to be able to destroy everything was released from both of them. Amidst the boom, blood flowed out from the corner of Zhou Chideo's mouth as he retreated. Similarly, blood flowed out of the corner of Wang Bao's mouth. However, the glow from Wang Bao's eyes was even brighter right now. He stepped forward while laughing heartily as he attacked Zhou Chudao once again. A loud boom was produced when the duo made contact, and Zhou Chudao retreated from the impact. Wang Bao seemed unrestrained and aloof. As a contender and a challenger, his aura grew even stronger as he unleashed his cultivation once again and neared Zhou Chudao in an instant. Now, this is the fourth punch. Wang Bao's voice was like heavenly thunder. At this moment, complemented by his aura, he seemed unbeatable. Zhou Chideo's breathing uncontrollably quickened, and he had a strong gut feeling that if Wang Bao were allowed to continually boost his aura without restraint, his fifth and last punch would be incredibly astonishing and earth-shaking. This cannot continue. The fighting spirit in Zhou Chideo's eyes didn't diminish, and instead burned even more strongly. As Wang Bao neared him at high speed, he retreated while raising his right hand and sealing it. Instantly, moonlight emerged from his chest. It was extremely brilliant, and as Zhou Chudao sealed his hands, the moonlight was turned into an image of the moon in front of him. Even though the moon was bright, it didn't carry a sense of pureness. Instead, it seemed extremely bizarre, and evil murmurs that could make people and spirits tremble with fear could be heard from it. It made one feel that those murmurs were extremely evil curses. Cursed moon! Zhou Chudao bellowed as he pointed with his sealed right hand at Wang Bao. The moment his finger landed, Wang Bao was shocked, and a strong sense of crisis exploded in his heart. He didn't have time to think too much, and he turned his body at a weird angle while it was still moving at high speed. However, as a personal disciple of the vast expanse Dao Palace who was valued by Dugulin, Zhou Chideo's ferocity had far exceeded that of ordinary core formation realm cultivators. Even the nascent soul realm cultivators would likely not stand a chance against him. As Zhou Chideo's voice reverberated, and as his finger landed, it was evident that it was still too late for Wang Bao to dodge the impact. Instantly, moonlight appeared around Wang Bao's body. With crisis looming, an undetectable flash appeared across Wang Bao's eyes, and overlapping figures of his body also seemed to have appeared. However, everything had happened too quickly. As the moonlight gathered at high speed, the image of the moon, which was just in front of Zhou Chudao the previous moment, enveloped Wang Bao. At that moment, Wang Bao seemed to have transformed into the moon. The moment the moon enveloped Wang Bao, feelings of weakness, sleepiness, and fatigue overwhelmed him. Wang Bao's breathing quickened, and his body trembled. His eyelids grew so heavy that he almost couldn't keep them open, and he was about to fall into a slumber. The fatigue from his body spread from within him like the tides, and the feeling of weakness he felt seemed to have turned him from a cultivator to a commoner. His mood and emotions were also all being affected. Despair, sadness, thoughts of suicide, as well as all the different negative emotions, were being strongly experienced by him at that moment. Even his cultivation seemed to be affected. Put more accurately, it wasn't his cultivation but his ability to control it that was affected. He was previously able to control his cultivation perfectly, but due to all the negative effects that he was experiencing, his power of control was weakened by 50%. That was one of Zhou Chideo's trump cards. The cursed moon. If it were someone else and not Wang Bao, Zhou Chudao would have neared immediately and killed his opponent without wasting too much of his cultivation or his dermic treasures. However, his opponent was Wang Bao. Even though he didn't understand him deeply, having gone through this short battle, Zhou Chudao had already elevated Wang Bao's position. Placing him as an equal opponent like Dugulin was, in the face of such a strong opponent, Zhou Chudao couldn't afford to be careless. Therefore, a chilly flash appeared in Zhou Chideo's eyes. Even though Wang Bao was affected by the cursed moon, Zhou Chudao didn't go near him. Instead, he retrieved a wooden figurine from his storage bag. The wooden figurine was black in color. The moment it was taken out, a chilly aura was released from it. It was the figure of a ferocious hound which carried an evil glow in its eyes. When the wooden figurine was taken out, the ferocious hound bit its own tongue, and a mouthful of blood was spat from the figurine. Instantly, a large amount of black chi was produced from the wooden figurine. A ferocious roar that shook the heavens and earth also reverberated. The wooden figurine seemed to have come to life, transforming into a 100-foot-tall, black-colored ferocious hound. The ferocious hound's teeth were extremely sharp, and its eyes carried a look of madness and greed. As it roared, it charged towards Wang Baol, wanting to swallow him. It was like a hound swallowing the moon during a lunar eclipse. This is the end. It's a pity that you didn't manage to show how formidable you are in the end. Zhou Chudao narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. The ferocious hound had already neared Wang Baol with its mouth opened wide in an exaggerated manner. It was about to swallow both Wang Baol and the image of the moon surrounding him. The onlookers around them, as well as the cultivators outside the trial grounds, were all deeply shaken. That was especially so for the Federation seedlings, who were all extremely anxious. That was when something unexpected occurred. A voice that carried a sense of regret was heard from Wang Baol, who was enveloped by the moon. It's indeed a pity that you didn't come near. When that voice emerged, a hand that was formed from lightning was extended from the cursed moon. It was so fast that it landed on the ferocious hound's teeth in an instant. As it landed, thunder was instantly produced. Explosive waves spread in all directions, and as the noise reverberated, an extremely powerful force emerged from within the cursed moon. Not only did it devastate the cursed moon, but it also landed on the ferocious hound. In the blink of an eye, the cursed moon was destroyed, and the ferocious hound retreated while screaming painfully. Zhou Chudao was gripped with shock, and at that moment, Wang Baol emerged from the devastated cursed moon. His speed had increased significantly from before. He neared Zhou Chudao at the speed of lightning and punched forward. That was the fourth punch. 100% boost from the resonance. The punch clearly harnessed an even stronger force from the resonance. It was like the crashing waves during a hurricane, with each subsequent wave being stronger than the previous. To a certain extent, the lethality of that punch was twice that of Wang Baol's own combat power. That was because the effect of the resonance allowed Wang Baol's cultivation and spirit energy to break through their respective limits. As his fist landed, even Zhou Chudao couldn't avoid it and could only try to resist it with all his might. As the loud boom reverberated, Zhou Chudao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and the protective dermic treasures covering him were destroyed. His chest caved in while blood spurted endlessly from it. As he retreated, a look of indignation could be seen in his eyes. Lightning Avatar. You're right. Wang Baol created a lightning avatar during the crucial juncture previously. Both the cursed moon and the ferocious hound had targeted Wang Baol's avatar, and as his avatar self exploded, which resolved the crisis, Wang Baol's true self emerged and landed the fourth punch. If Zhou Chudao hadn't been vigilant and chose to go near Wang Baol, this battle would perhaps have already ended. Right now, as the duo conversed, Wang Baol turned and charged towards Zhou Chudao. He was so ferocious and formidable that if one were to look at everything from afar, Zhou Chudao seemed to be on the brink of being completely suppressed. Next up, the last punch. Wang Baol's desire for battle was extremely strong at this moment. He was about to go near when, at that moment, Zhou Chudao screamed. His retreating body suddenly stopped moving, and his eyes grew bloodshot. A sense of resonance suddenly emerged from Zhou Chudao's body. You will not be able to unleash your last punch. As Zhou Chudao spoke, he raised his hands and sealed them. Green veins bulged from his forehead, and his cultivation vibrated heavily. 9 generations. False killing. When Zhou Chudao spoke, illusory figures appeared from Zhou Chudao's body. Each of the illusory figures was an image of him. Together with his true body, it looked as if the reincarnations from 9 generations had appeared together. When he sealed his hands, so did the illusory figures. Frightening auras that could freeze the spectators in fear emerged from Zhou Chudao's body at that moment. The reincarnation of the 9 generations clearly shared the same origins as the mystic technique of the Federation's 5-generation Sky Clan. The difference lay in that the 5-generation Sky Clan could only call upon reincarnations from 5 generations, while Zhou Chudao could call upon reincarnations from 9 generations. Right now, as the illusory images appeared behind him as he sealed his hands, 9 alls appeared between him and Wang Baol. At the same time, those illusory figures also sealed their hands, causing the number of alls existing between the duo to grow instantly from 9 to 81. The moment the 81 alls appeared, they caused such a strong wave of impact that it shook the entire area, causing the night sky map over the region to warp. Turbulent winds were also triggered, and even the mountain peak beneath them was vibrating vigorously. Large amounts of rock fragments were tumbling down as if the mountain was about to collapse. The ground seemed to be unable to withstand the impact as well. Cracks were seen in the ground, and, coupled with the turbulence of the mountain, it seemed as if the entire area was crumbling. At this moment, Zhou Chudao's eyes were bloodshot. He roared and raised his hands, and the illusory figures behind him followed suit. They seemed to be moving the 81 alls, pressing on them and directing them towards Wang Baol. "Imprison him!" Zhou Chudao exclaimed loudly. The illusory figures behind him all carried a frightening expression on their faces at the same time. They opened their mouths and screamed in unison, resulting in the formation of a sonic wave that exploded instantly. An astonishing aura was also emanated from the 81 alls as they crisscrossed in midair, forming a giant cage that charged towards Wang Baol while carrying a suppressing force. The killing intent carried by the 81 alls, as well as the imposing threat they had on Wang Baol, were combined together, such that he wasn't able to throw out his 5th punch. It wasn't that he was unable to release the 5th punch. Instead, the shock that he felt from the imposing manner of the alls made him lose confidence in the ability of his punch to lead him to victory. In addition, as the cage formed by the 81 alls neared Wang Baol, an indescribable suppressive force that seemed impossible to fight against exploded like a tsunami. It contained an extremely high pressure as if it could decimate him. With crisis looming, a chilly glow flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. He didn't wish to dodge, nor did he wish to activate the arch armor so soon. He narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand, and 3 one-use 8th-grade dermic armaments flew out from his storage bracelet. Surrounding him, the 3 dermic treasures, which were each in the form of a clock, looked identical. Once they were taken out, they began to grow larger in size, each bigger than the other as if they were building on top of each other. They enveloped Wang Baol. Looking at it from a distance, the 3 dermic treasures seemed to have formed a protective covering so sturdy that they appeared like the mountainous rocks that even a tsunami couldn't destroy. Suppressive forces emanated from the dermic treasures as they took on the impact of the 81 alls head-on. It all took place in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the 81 alls neared and made contact with Wang Baol's one-use 8th-grade dermic armaments. "You can block it," Zhou Chudao bellowed as he stepped forward. However, just as he said that and his foot landed on the ground, Wang Baol's voice reverberated. "It is not part of my Dao to use blocking as a strategy." The desire for combat could be seen in the eyes of Wang Baol, who was within the protection of the clocks. As he spoke, he pushed his hands towards both sides of the protection and roared with a deep voice. "Explode!" The moment his voice was heard, the clock on the outermost layer vibrated and exploded in an instant. A powerful force churned and spread in all directions, forming an invisible hand that charged towards the incoming tsunami-like all. That wasn't the end. The fighting spirit in Wang Baol's eyes grew even stronger. His voice was heard again, and this time he ordered for 2 explosions. The second, as well as the last clock, exploded almost at the same instant, creating an impact that added on to the previous one that was produced. That caused the invisible hand to swell, and it slapped the alls hard. It was as if it wanted to open up a pathway within the cage formed by the alls. In this battle with Zhou Chudao, the spells, as well as the thought and flexibility that both sides adopted in their battle techniques, were on the level of someone who was at the peak of the core formation realm. To a certain extent, the battle between them could be used as a case study. If their opponents weren't each other and were instead any of the bystanders, that opponent would have long been defeated, unless they were as savage of either of them. However, that was still a hypothetical scenario. Wang Beil had a strong desire for combat, and that was the case for Zhou Chudao as well. He seemed to have predicted Wang Beil's tactics, as he sealed his hands and pointed just as the 3 clocks self-exploded and the invisible hand was carrying out the slap. Instantly, the alls gathered together, transforming the cage formed by the 81 alls into an all shield. The shield took on the impact from the self-explosion of the 3 clocks head-on. When contact was made, a force that was several times more powerful instantly reverberated. Zhou Chudao's breathing became disorderly, and his hair was disheveled. Blood spewed out of his mouth as he let out a battle cry. Wang Beil, you've taken the bait. 9 generations. Anti-shock. As Zhou Chudao's voice was heard, an astonishing anti-shock force was released from the all shield. That large force, which resulted from the destruction of half the number of alls, combined with the explosive force of the 3 clocks, and it landed directly to propel Wang Beil away. That was an extremely unexpected turn of events. Wang Beil's body trembled, and blood spewed from his mouth. His body, which was in mid-air, suddenly tumbled backwards, and even though he clenched his right fist, he seemed to have lost the strength to flail it. As blood spurted out of his mouth continuously, a sense of fragility and weakness could be seen from Wang Beil. At the same time, an indescribably powerful impact formed visible waves that spread in all directions. Wherever the waves passed, the mountains crumbled and the ground cracked. Even the array formation set up by Zhao Yaming was destroyed at that instant. It was as if a strong gust of wind had blown off all the fallen leaves. Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao were extremely taken aback. In their anxiety, their bodies were also forced to retreat by the impact without their control. The cultivators who were previously hiding in the area had blood spurting out of their mouths as they escaped to distance themselves from the area. Those people were the participants hidden on the map who had lost their keys. As they escaped with fear, there were 3 of them who looked frightened on the surface but carried a look of greed deep in their eyes. If it were some other time, they might not have harbored such malicious thoughts. However, right now, Wang Beil was visibly and severely injured. The 3 keyless participants didn't think too much as they leaped into the air, activating their cultivation. One of them was in the late-stage core formation realm, while the other 2 were at the peak of the mid-stage core formation realm. They dashed right towards Wang Beil, who was now retreating with blood in his mouth. They wanted to kill Wang Beil and snatch his keys. Zhou Chudao frowned slightly, but as a glow flashed across his eyes, he gave up the thought of going after the 3 keyless participants. If such an elite from the Federation died in his hands, it would be disadvantageous for him in the future. Of course, if the trio hadn't made the ambush, Zhou Chudao would still have attacked Wang Beil one last time. He wouldn't have killed him, but he would definitely have taken away his keys. However, just as Zhou Chudao gave up his intention to pursue, and as the 3 greedy Dao Palace disciples were about to launch their attacks, a chilly voice that carried a sense of regret was heard from Wang Beil, who seemed to have been severely injured and lost all ability for combat. Darn it! The 3 of you really deserve to die. The moment those words were heard, the sense of weakness that was emanating from Wang Beil vanished instantly. Right now, the resonance of the 5th punch spread on Wang Beil's clenched fist. That stunned Zhou Chudao, and his heart was gripped with shock. It was only now that he realized that Wang Beil didn't suffer from injuries as severe as he had thought. Rather, it could also be said that Wang Beil's physique was peculiar and could recover extremely quickly. Regardless, if not for the idiotic trio, had Zhou Chudao neared Wang Beil, he would have come face to face with Wang Beil's 5th punch, which he had secretly been preparing until now. Without a doubt, that would be the case. Therefore, right now, Wang Beil's anger and regret could be clearly felt. The waves of resonance on his fist dissipated, and just as the 3 Dao Palace disciples retreated in shock, Wang Beil, with a chill in his eyes, pointed his right finger at each of the trio's foreheads. Flame snatch! A scream that sounded so painful that it didn't seem human was heard from the trio. Their bodies could be seen withering visibly, while their energy and life seemed to have been stripped at that instant. They were turned into dried corpses that landed heavily on the ground. That was when Wang Baol turned around with a solemn expression on his face to look at the surprised Zhou Chudao. Even though I didn't physically unleash the fifth punch, in my mind, I have already successfully executed it and have already defeated you. Therefore, the teleportation is about to begin, and this battle should end now. As Wang Baol spoke, Zhou Chudao suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He reacted quickly, sealing his hands and controlling the all-shield to move towards Wang Baol. However, Wang Baol suddenly raised his right hand. A blood-colored meridian emerged beneath the skin on Wang Baol's right hand and spread throughout his body. It was extremely sinister and overbearing. The flame snatched the arch armor. The battle between Wang Baol and Zhou Chudao sent shockwaves in all directions. All the spectators were gripped with surprise and shock, especially as they watched Zhou Chudao demonstrate his ability to anticipate Wang Baol's moves, and as they watched Wang Baol using a series of lures as he attacked. That was especially so for the last moment where the three ambushers suffered a pitiful death. Regardless of whether it was the way or the speed of their miserable deaths, it implied that Wang Baol's abilities were at a level similar to the peak of the core formation realm, and was sufficiently powerful to suppress others on the same level as him. What was most important was that Wang Baol was still a mid-stage core formation realm cultivator. What happened scared everyone, preventing them from going near. No one had any intention to attack sneakily, and all the Dao Palace disciples who were watching the battle couldn't help but sweep their gazes at the Federation seedlings in the public square. After this battle, no one would dare to say that there were no elites in the Federation anymore. That made all the Federation seedlings in the public square extremely emotional. After all, since their arrival on the ancient greenish bronze sword and the vast expanse Dao Palace, they had lived like second-class citizens. The Dao Palace disciples' disdain towards them, as well as the scornful and cold attitude that they had experienced throughout the past year, resulted in pent-up frustration in their hearts. They were cautious in whatever they did, and some of them had even wavered and thought about getting into the good books of the Dao Palace disciples. However, at the current moment, all those thoughts had vanished, replaced by a sense of pride and agitation. Through Wang Baol's hard work, all the Federation seedlings had proven their worth. Even though it seemed like Wang Baol was the only elite, at the very least, they were no longer nobodies in the Dao Palace and were able to have a presence. Many people understood that principle. Therefore, the Dao Palace disciples, who were experiencing a myriad of emotions, were much less scornful towards the Federation seedlings. That was seen in both their gazes and attitudes. They had become more solemn, and that was especially so when they watched Wang Baol on the screen. From their eyes, a look of respect and awe towards Wang Baol could be seen. However, in their hearts, they were still somewhat unable to accept the fact that Wang Baol and the Federation were more powerful than they had thought. Thankfully, before the first teleportation, Wang Baol wasn't the only one who had performed spectacularly, as there was also Dugulin who fought well. The battle between Dugulin and Su Ming was similarly earth-shaking, sending shock waves in all directions. That filled all the Dao Palace disciples in the public square with excitement. As the duo were both Dao Palace disciples as well, the exhilaration that the Dao Palace disciples felt was multiplied, and could somewhat alleviate the emotional discomfort that they felt due to Wang Baol. Dugulin was indeed formidable. Even though Su Ming was also a personal disciple and could beat many other core formation realm cultivators, he still lacked compared to Dugulin. Right now, the battle between Dugulin and Su Ming was held on a plain. Numerous cracks had appeared on the ground, and Su Ming's screams had become the theme song of the area. His body was blown into the air before crashing onto the ground again and again, and this would be repeated every time he picked himself up from the ground. Dugulin, who was standing expressionlessly in midair and hadn't spoken much since the beginning, was like an inescapable fate for Su Ming. No matter how hard Su Ming tried, regardless of whether he had self-exploded his dermic treasures, unleashed his trump cards, or even boosted his attacks with mystic techniques, it had all been useless. All those efforts were simply negated by a single punch from Dugulin, and that was the case from start to finish. It was, without a doubt, a complete suppression of Su Ming. From the beginning until the present, Su Ming had bled profusely, and his hair was a mess. The hopelessness and indignation in his heart had been transformed into a form of torture that drove him crazy. Dugu Lin, your opponent, is me. After being thrown towards the ground from midair yet again, Su Ming vomited a clot of blood. When he struggled to stand up, blood flowed from his forehead into his eye, turning his world blood-colored. He looked even more frightening, but his voice didn't carry a sense of madness, only bitterness and struggles. That was because, from the second punch onwards, the quiet Dugu Lin no longer focused his attention on Su Ming. Instead, he had raised his head, focusing on the night sky map, and specifically on the location where the battle between Wang Beol and Zhou Chudao was taking place. Even though Dugu Lin couldn't see the actual battle, a look of desire and anticipation had appeared in his eyes. As such, to him, Su Ming was merely a nobody. Dugu Lin's disregard towards him was what made Su Ming feel most bitter. He was also a personal disciple, and before this, he was filled with confidence about himself. However, it was only after this battle that he realized that compared to Dugu Lin, he was nothing. That sense of powerlessness made Su Ming bitter, but he was still indignant. Therefore, as he quickened his breathing, a burning desire for battle was rekindled in his eyes. He was about to attack once again, as he wanted to battle despite the possibility of failure. However, at that moment, Dugu Lin suddenly spoke. You are too weak. You will definitely die under my next punch, and I am too lazy to kill you. So, hand your keys over. Dugu Lin retracted his gaze from the night sky map and lowered his head to look at Su Ming, speaking calmly. There was no change to his facial expression. It was still cold and distant. However, as that gaze and those words landed in Su Ming's eyes and ears, he suddenly trembled. His intuition told him that what Dugu Lin said was true. If he continued to attack, then the moment he flew into the air beside Dugu Lin would be the moment he would truly be defeated, should he battle or not. Amidst the silence, Su Ming felt increasingly bitter and hopeless. The desire to battle in his eyes slowly dissipated. He realized that if he dashed out and survived, he would definitely be transformed, but ultimately he didn't want to die. As he laughed bitterly, Su Ming tossed out over 20 keys. As that happened, he seemed to have lost all energy and couldn't support his body any longer, and he landed on the ground. He was looking towards the sky, not at Dugu Lin but at the other battleground in the night sky map. Is that Wang Beol? Su Ming murmured. Dugu Lin retracted his gaze. This time, he wasn't looking at the night sky map but in the southeastern direction where Wang Beol and Zhou Chudao were battling. In the southeastern direction, as Su Ming was defeated and lost all his desire to fight, the battle between Wang Beol and Zhou Chudao had also reached its final moments. Zhou Chudao was shocked, but he had been able to swiftly control the all-shield. He also saw that blood-colored meridians had appeared on Wang Beol's raised right hand. As the meridians spread, and as more blood-colored meridians appeared on other parts of Wang Beol's body, a large human-shaped outline appeared around Wang Beol's body in the blink of an eye. The aura was extremely strong and sinister, and it was also presented in an overbearing manner. As Wang Beol's aura was unleashed and complemented with the resonance from his body, he seemed to have become a divine being. This is the end. As he spoke calmly, Wang Beol's emotions were clearly affected. His cold and distant voice carried a hint of ruthlessness. He moved his body, and between steps he unleashed a punch. That punch had exceeded the limits of the core formation realm. It was directed towards the air. Immediately, cracks appeared, and a force that could create chaos in the sky, as well as winds, erupted from it. Looking from a distance, Wang Beol's body seemed like a blood-colored hurricane. As lightning and thunder interlaced, it seemed as if demons were dancing, sweeping across the skies towards Zhou Chudao. That was the real fifth punch. 200% boost from the resonance. The first stage of the flame snatch the arch armor was unleashed at 3 times the force. As the loud boom reverberated, the blood-colored hurricane landed directly on the all-shield, which is controlled by the screaming Zhou Chudao. When contact was made, The all-shield shook violently and began to crack apart loudly. In the blink of an eye, under the force of the blood-colored hurricane, the all-shield was completely devastated. Without stopping, the blood-colored hurricane continued to send shock waves in all directions, and it arrived in front of Zhou Chudao almost immediately. At this critical juncture, blood spewed from Zhou Chudao's mouth as he took out several protective dermic treasures, putting in his utmost effort to resist the force. However, those dermic treasures were extremely weak in the face of the blood-colored hurricane. They were blown apart and turned to ash as the blood-colored hurricane swept through the clouds. Seeing that the hurricane was nearing him, Zhou Chudao was turned into a maniac as he flailed his arms in a final attempt at resistance. He controlled all of his illusory figures to pass through his body in an attempt to block the force. However, it was all futile. As the loud boom was heard, his illusory figures made contact with the blood-colored hurricane and were instantly devastated. It was then that the blood-colored hurricane stopped advancing, arriving an inch from Zhou Chudao, who had lost all hope. The hurricane dissipated and was transformed into Wang Bao's the arch-armor fist. As Zhou Chudao's hair was blown, he looked at the powerful fist in front of him, which carried a sense of madness. He felt bitterness in his heart as Wang Bao's cold and distant voice arrived by his ears. "You have lost." Zhou Chudao shut his eyes, and as the bitterness in his heart grew, he suddenly sighed. When he opened his eyes, he looked extremely indignant. He put on the aura of an old peasant before tossing his keys to the side. He stood up and began staggering into the distance while sighing. "I shouldn't have let the elderly ladies leave. Why did I find trouble?" Without looking at the keys that Zhou Chudao had tossed out, Wang Bao stood there. He seemed to have felt something as he raised his head to look towards the northwest direction. That was where Dugulin was on the night sky map. As Wang Bao looked in that direction, Dugulin was also looking in his direction. As the distance between them was great, they couldn't physically see each other. However, that didn't affect their desire to battle each other and didn't influence their decision to look in each other's direction. All this was seen by the disciples in the public square. In their eyes, the scene of Wang Bao and Dugulin looking in each other's direction on different screens cast such a strong impression that it seemed to have been transformed into a deep memory that couldn't dissipate. The entire public square was silent until someone let out a soft murmur. Elites indeed. They were on the trial grounds. As Wang Bao and Dugulin looked at each other, there were also people around them who had lost. However, compared to Zhou Chudao's carefree back view as he left, Su Ming, who was lying in the basin, was feeling a sense of bitterness and was laughing at himself for not daring to take on another battle. Right now, it was also time for the teleportation to begin. The loud boom arrived from all directions in the trial grounds, initially soft but quickly becoming as deafening as thunder. It was as if a humongous giant was screaming at the trial grounds. The map in the night sky warped for the first time. The ground trembled, and the mountains shook. The booms grew increasingly louder as if the heavens and earth were about to flip. The force of teleportation appeared from nothingness, and it was unleashed fully in the trial grounds in the short time of a few breaths. That was the first teleportation, and it would take away a key from everyone. Those who didn't hold any keys would be eliminated. At that moment, the originally calm trial grounds were thrown into chaos. Numerous keyless participants who had lost their keys suddenly rose up, charging forward with all their effort towards those who possessed keys near them. Even though some of them succeeded, most of them failed. As the glow from the teleportation shimmered between the heavens and earth, keys disappeared one after another, and the elimination took place. It was as if there was a hurricane that only those who possessed keys could stand firmly against. Those without keys would be wiped of all the meaning they ever held in the trial grounds by the hurricane. It was the case for both Su Ming and Zhou Chudao. Wang Bao witnessed one of his keys being taken away in this wave of teleportation. Zhou Chudao, with his back facing Wang Bao a distance away, grew gradually blurry as if he was walking into nothingness. The moment before he completely disappeared, Zhou Chudao raised his right hand with his back facing Wang Bao, as if bidding him farewell. He only managed to wave thrice before he disappeared entirely without a trace. The teleportation came and went quickly. The entire process only took the time of a few breaths. When the heavens and earth returned to a state of calm, the teleportation ended. The warped map in the night sky became clear once again, but the number of keys on it had significantly decreased. Looking at the map in the night sky, Wang Bail took a deep breath, and Zhao Yaming's voice arrived by his ears. Every time the teleportation happens, it will wipe everything out, eliminating those keyless participants. At the same time, new keyless participants will appear. In addition, this is the only time every day where the tracks of the keyless participants would be exposed. This is because at every single location on the map where there is a key, there is bound to be a new keyless participant who appears there. As Zhao Yaming spoke, she raised and waved her right hand. Instantly, the compass in her hand shone with a gentle glow, gathering before her and forming a map. I have indicated all the locations where a key was taken away previously. These positions right here are the locations of the keyless participants. According to this, we can estimate the coordinates of the keyless participant, Zhao Yaming said while pointing her left hand at the compass. Immediately, numerous locations glowed on the map formed by light ray. These glowing spots were the coordinates of the keyless participants present on the trial grounds, according to Zhao Yaming's estimations. Right now, there were 3 such spots around them. How should we handle this? Zhao Yaming looked towards Wang Bail, apparently asking what they should do with the keyless participants located at the 3 points near them. We don't have to care about them. As Wang Bail spoke, he seemed to have noticed something. After taking a look at one of the spots, he raised and waved his right hand. Immediately, the tricolored flying sword emerged, charging towards the other 2 positions. As the tricolored flying sword flew through the nothingness, cultivators leaped up from the 2 locations. The 2 cultivators escaped hurriedly without even turning around. However, their speed was no match for the flying sword. After a brief moment, painful screams emerged as the 2 of them tumbled to the ground one after another. Wang Bail didn't kill them, instead simply making them lose the ability to run far for the coming day, restricting them to this region. The tricolored flying sword returned after that. Wang Bail walked towards the location where the 3rd glowing spot was at. When he neared, something wriggled within it, and a person emerged. The person didn't run away. Instead, he sat there, laughing bitterly and incredulously while looking adrift at Wang Bail. Bail, you? Looking at the familiar face that was similar in size to him, a smile appeared on Wang Bail's face. Senior brother Yun Piaozi. That person was indeed Yun Piaozi. He had seen the battle between Wang Bail and Zhou Chudao. He was immensely shocked even now, as he couldn't reconcile the image of Wang Bail in his mind with that before his eyes. Wang Bail's was so powerful that it completely exceeded his expectations. This made him feel somewhat distant towards Wang Bail. I have cleared all the keyless participants around here. Be careful after you leave this region. Wang Bail had managed to understand what Yun Piaozi was thinking about, and also sensed the unfamiliarity that was revealed instinctively by him. Therefore, he only spoke after a moment of silence, and then he looked at Zhao Yaming. Zhao Yaming understood Wang Bail's intention. She took out a key and placed it before Yun Piaozi. Yun Piaozi, see you back at the sect. Bye. Wang Bail cupped his fists at Yun Piaozi, and then left with Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao, a smile on his face. As they left, Kong Dao looked curiously towards Yun Piaozi before turning back. He naturally understood that Wang Bail didn't have plans to deal with the 2 keyless participants initially, and that he only did so because of Yun Piaozi. It could be said that Wang Bail did so in order to give Yun Piaozi a key to ensure his safety. This made Kong Dao curious. After all, they were Federation disciples, and it was difficult for them to form a deep relationship with the Dao Palace disciples despite having shared some common experiences. In reality, that was the truth. Even though Yun Piaozi was close to Wang Bail, it was mostly due to Wang Bail's generosity, as well as the spirit boat gains. It was a one-sided relationship, and fundamentally, this relationship between them couldn't weather major storms. This made Yun Piaozi fall silent as he looked at the key before him. After a brief moment, he raised his head and looked at Wang Bail and company's back view. He stood up silently and exclaimed loudly, "Bail!" Wang Bail stopped his tracks in midair and turned to look at Yun Piaozi. "Dugu Lin fought with Su Ming previously. You, take care." Hearing that, Wang Bail thought about it briefly before waving his hand with a smile on his face. Then he turned to leave. When he disappeared before Yun Piaozi lowered his head to look at the key, a tinge of respect appearing in his eyes. His respect resulted not from the act of Wang Bail giving him a key. Instead, it was because he dealt with the two keyless participants for him specifically. At the same time, he suddenly realized that the difference between him and Wang Bail wasn't only their combat capabilities, but most importantly, their mindsets. He doesn't even care about the keys or the rules here. To him and the other personal disciples, these aren't important. They didn't need to follow the rules because they have their own rules. That is, to eliminate all competitors other than themselves. It is enough that they are the ones remaining. Yun Piaozi looked at the key and managed to think through everything. When he raised his head, he sighed a long sigh of relief while laughing bitterly. This bitter laugh was quickly replaced by a carefree attitude. He looked up, and instead of picking up the key, he turned and walked in another direction. He knew that it was meaningless to continue persevering in the trial grounds. What he needed was to find a place to meditate and leave when the second teleportation happened. This isn't a trial for ordinary people like us anymore. Yun Piaozi shook his head and walked further and further away. The key remained on the ground, shining brightly, but no one cared about it anymore. In the air a distance away, Zhao Yaming was the first to realize what had happened amongst the trio. She looked at the night sky map, where the key stood unmoving. Even though she didn't witness everything firsthand, she had managed to guess what had happened. After thinking about it, she smiled and looked at Wang Bail. "Bail, that friend of yours isn't simple. He knows the appropriate time to part." As Wang Bail and company left the trial grounds where they battled Zhou Chudao previously, breathing sounds emerged from the momentarily silent Dao Palace public square. Even though discussions could be heard, most of the disciples remained silent. If it were said that the battle they witnessed between Wang Bail and Zhou Chudao had begun on fair terms, then the armor formed by blood-colored meridians that appeared outside Wang Bail's body towards the end was the factor that caused the entire situation to be turned around. To a certain extent, it couldn't be considered a one-dimensional combat force. The result was something that everyone was unable and unwilling to believe. All the Federation seedlings were silent, and torrents of emotions crashed in their hearts. They felt that Wang Bail's powers were unreal. Feng Churan was deeply surprised, and she felt a myriad of emotions in her heart. She stared at Wang Bail through the footage, thinking about how powerful the arch armor was on the one hand, and deeply shocked by Wang Bail's rising on the other. Before this, she didn't have high hopes for Wang Bail and company. She even thought that unless a miracle happened, it was impossible for the trio to emerge in the top 3 with their own abilities. However, right now, Feng Churan had to admit that she made the wrong judgment. She had also belittled her ally, the Federation. They have sent such an elite to the vast expanse Dao Palace. I am nothing compared to the Federation's generosity. Feng Churan was focused. She thought to herself that if there were a talent like Wang Bail under her lead, she would definitely not send him out. After all, if anything untoward happened, the losses would be too great to handle. To her, it wasn't easy that the Federation could do that. Mializi also thought similarly. Right now, Mializi was looking at Wang Bail through the footage silently. Daoist Yuran reacted the same way, but what was different was that in the depths of his eyes, a chilly glow and an intention to kill was hidden. At the same time as the first teleportation ended, there were only slightly over 100 people remaining on the trial grounds. This was due to the intensity of the first day, which had resulted in a large number of keys being collected. Most of those that remained were scattered all over the place. They were cautious and vigilant towards the possibility of being attacked by the keyless participants. Indeed, according to Zhao Yaming's judgment, as the first day was so intense, the second day was comparatively calmer. Even though fights and clashes still occurred occasionally, Everyone knew that there were 4 people on the trial grounds that shouldn't be provoked. Other than the 3 remaining personal disciples. The last one was the personal disciple from the Federation, Wang Baol. Federation personal disciple was the respectful term that people on the trial grounds gave to Wang Baol. To them, only the words personal disciple were a good fit for Wang Baol's identity. Therefore, the locations where Wang Baol and the other 3 people were at were forbidden grounds for the other disciples. They didn't dare go near those areas and would flee if they even saw them from a distance away. After flying in the air for a period of time and noticing the scattered keys on the night sky map swiftly running away, Wang Baol called for Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao to take a rest on one of the mountain peaks. To the others, the keys were of increasing importance. However, to Wang Baol it didn't matter, and no one dared to snatch it from him either. He knew very clearly that right now, he only had 3 opponents remaining. One was Dugu Lin, one was Lu Yun, while the other was Zhou Chideo's Dao partner, Huang Yunshan. Wang Baol didn't belittle any of the 3. That was especially so for Dugu Lin, who had risen to become Wang Baol's greatest competitor. If nothing peculiar happens, the top 3 would definitely be chosen from the 4 of you. As Wang Baol was looking at the night sky map, Zhao Yaming commented softly while sitting beside him. Then, Baol, do you want to stably enter the top 3? Or do you want to try going on the lonely path? A glow flashed across Zhao Yaming's eyes as she looked at Wang Baol. Kong Dao responded similarly as well and was even tempted to try it out. That was because once Wang Baol chose the latter option, he would have great advantages. Wang Baol thought about it and suddenly laughed. I still want to go on the lonely path to eliminate everyone so that there is no number 2 or number 3, but only a number 1. Then, when the trial ends, each one of us shall take a hyacinthus tree leaf. Let's do it. Kong Dao spoke excitedly. Zhao Yaming rubbed her forehead, appearing as if she had long guessed that Wang Baol would take that option. She relaxed, and as she heard Wang Baol's words, she no longer continued to think about the details of the rules here. Since this is the case, then I'll no longer do the analysis. You do it yourself. However, let me remind you that your next opponent might appear even before the second teleportation happens. If I didn't guess incorrectly, it should be Huang Yunshan, Zhou Chideo's Dao partner. Coming for revenge? Kong Dao raised his eyebrows. Coming to give us a key. Kong Dao, I've realized that your intelligence seems to have been lowered recently. Zhao Yaming spoke calmly. Kong Dao twisted his mouth and didn't speak. He thought silently in his heart that whoever followed these 2 weirdos had to bow down to them. One was undefeatable in terms of combat power, the other undefeatable in terms of wit. What could he do other than say something? If it were someone else, they would have long lost their sense of existence. Seeing how awkward Kong Dao looked, Wang Baol cleared his throat and almost instinctively thought to take out his snacks. However, on the one hand, there were only a few pieces left, and on the other hand, he felt that it didn't match the situation. Therefore, he resisted doing so. Instead, he raised his chin and maintained the proud attitude that he had been putting on in the trial grounds. True to Zhao Yaming's judgment, after the trio rested for half a day, a star worth over 30 keys could be seen nearing them quickly on the night sky map. This caught the attention of everyone inside and outside the trial grounds. Naturally, Wang Baol and trio also noticed it, but they simply sat waiting without moving. An hour later, as the star appeared before the trio with astonishing speed, the alluring Huang Yunshan arrived like a ball of fire. She was extremely fast. The previous moment, she was still a distance away, but in the blink of an eye, she was just 1,000 feet from the trio. As she landed on the mountain peak, she didn't look at Wang Baol, instead, throwing a glance at Zhao Yaming first. Zhao Yaming looked back at her with a smile. Huang Yunshan smiled as well, before turning to look at Wang Baol, sizing him up. At the same time, Wang Baol was also looking at that woman. When their eyes met, Huang Yunshan suddenly laughed. Even my man fell in your hands. Seems like I am no match for you either. Since that is the case, I'll give you the keys. Since you've won over my man, you should continue battling and become number 1. With that, Huang Yunshan raised and waved her right hand, and tens of keys landed before Wang Baol. Then, she looked at Wang Baol once again and smiled before turning to leave. From her arrival to her departure, that was the only thing that she said. Kong Dao was deep in thought, looking at Zhao Yaming and back at Wang Baol, who seemed to also be thinking about something, before speaking suddenly. Baol, she must have fallen for you. Otherwise, why would she travel so far to give you those keys? Wang Baol blinked and was about to speak, but Zhao Yaming snorted upon hearing those words. Kong Dao, your intelligence has indeed been lowered. What do you mean by that, Zhao Yaming? Kong Dao was delighted but purposely acted as if he were angry. In reality, he had deliberately said those words to agitate Zhao Yaming. I don't mean much. However, if my man failed, I would hope that the person who beat him would become the mightiest person in this trial. This way, my man would have failed under the hands of the top elite and not under the hands of other failures. This would minimize the damage to my reputation, and he wouldn't be as disheartened. He would have a chance to rise up again and defeat him with his own hands. Zhao Yaming spoke calmly. Kong Dao didn't know how to argue back and simply mumbled. You're a lunatic as well? That's because you don't understand. Zhao Yaming laughed. She looked at Wang Baol with a glow in her eyes and asked, Baol, do you understand? Being looked at by Zhao Yaming in that way made Wang Baol's heart rate quicken. As Zhao Yaming sat down, he couldn't help but sweep his gaze at her. Wang Baol was about to speak. But right then, on the night sky map, the star that represented Dugulin suddenly moved. He was fast, much faster than when he charged towards Su Ming. He was headed towards the last personal disciple of Feng Qiran, Lu Yun. The distance between the two of them wasn't great. Since he moved with such a high speed, even the outsiders were surprised as they watched. The people that Dugulin passed on the way were also shocked, as they heard the sound of thunder arrive by their ears while noticing Dugulin's figure charging ahead. Dugulin is battling once again. Wang Baol raised his head to look at the night sky, and Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao also turned their attention towards it. On the night sky map, they saw that the galaxy that represented Lu Yun, which had been moving slowly initially, suddenly stopped. It appeared that it had reached a decision after pondering over it briefly, and then it changed its direction and charged towards where Dugulin was coming from. He wasn't trying to escape or avoid battle, he was moving to take Dugulin head-on. This could only be sensed by the disciples in the trial grounds through the night sky map, as they couldn't see the details. However, the Dao Palace cultivators outside who could see everything going on were gripped with surprise. They witnessed Dugulin charging forward, and they saw Lu Yun changing direction and charging towards Dugulin, an intention to fight in his eyes. They also noticed the decreasing distance between the both of them. They were like two meteors swiftly approaching each other, about to collide. Huang Yunshan giving away her keys just now must have agitated Dugulin, forcing him to act sooner than he had planned. Lu Yun actually took the initiative to battle. The way things are now is simply good luck on Wang Baol's part. He only needs to continue waiting, and he will enter the top two. As commotion arose amongst the disciples outside, Mielizi looked more comforted, though he was still solemn. However, a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Despite Wang Baol's rising causing changes in how this trial was playing out, he still believed that his disciple, Dugulin, would emerge as number one. Compared to Mielizi, Feng Qiran was now sighing. Su Ming was teleported back previously but didn't stop by the public square. The moment he returned, he immediately left, as if ashamed with himself. Right now, only her personal disciple Lu Yun remained on the trial grounds. With Huang Yunshan's decision to give up, the results of the trial were clear, and there was little possibility of a change happening. If everything happened accordingly, the top three would be Dugulin, Wang Baol, and Lu Yun. However, the fact that Dugulin suddenly charged out with his intention to kill Unleashed showed clearly that his goal wasn't to be in the top three. Instead, he only wanted there to be a number one, with no other positions in the trial. Dugulin. Feng Qiran's facial expression was awful as she threw a glance at Taoist Yuran. However, she realized that Taoist Yuran still had his eyes shut, and he merely sighed without making any moves even when his personal disciple had been defeated. In the silence, Feng Qiran felt a myriad of emotions. She had high hopes of the two of them, but Su Ming had already been eliminated. Lu Yun was impressive, but compared to Dugu Lin, whose ferocity was unleashed, Su Ming still fell behind. Feng Qiran had also realized that Dugu Lin wasn't going at full force and was reserving some of his powers. It was without a doubt that Lu Yun would fail. However, Wang Beol, whom she didn't look upon favorably initially, had suddenly risen up. The arch armor punch that he threw at Zhou Chudao to defeat him made Feng Qiran feel that perhaps the trial was made specifically for Dugu Lin and Wang Beol. If Dugu Lin won, he would lead the Dao Palace disciples in the days to come, rising up completely with Mielizi. Similarly, if Wang Beol won, his status and identity in the Dao Palace would be transformed. Even the others from the Federation could raise their heads, and few if not none of the Dao Palace disciples would dare to provoke them. This was because the Federation wouldn't only have a personal disciple, but they would have the personal disciple that was the strongest below the nascent soul realm, suppressing even the Dao Palace disciples. As everyone felt a torrent of emotions, Dugu Lin and Lu Yun were charging forward at increasing speed. Half an hour later, they neared each other in the central region of the trial grounds, and the battle between the two began as a loud boom was produced. Different from the time he battled Su Ming, and perhaps because Lu Yun came to battle on his own accord, Dugu Lin's attacks were even more decisive. As he sealed his hands, his ferocity intensified, and 9 black dragons appeared behind him, charging towards Lu Yun while screaming. Not many on the trial grounds could see what was happening. Only the disciples near the battle location could see what was going on from a distance. Other than that, only the Dao Palace disciples outside could see what was going on clearly. However, the clearer they could see, the more shocked they were. In reality, personal disciple Lu Yun had already surpassed his peers and was someone who could eliminate those in the core formation realm. However, in front of Dugu Lin, he was completely suppressed. From start to finish, Dugu Lin only attacked with his fists while the 9 black dragons circled around Lu Yun. Like the battle against Su Ming, he didn't use other spells and only threw punches. That was enough to make Lu Yun scream painfully, but he still charged out despite being pelted by the punches and thrown to the ground. The Dao Palace disciples fell silent while watching it. They didn't notice that a distance away, the heavily injured Su Ming had returned, supported by his servant. Looking at the duo in battle, Su Ming was silent, as if he could see himself in their position. When Lu Yun's body was about to crumble to a state similar to that of Su Ming's, Dugu Lin said the same thing he did to Su Ming while flying in midair. Lu Yun laughed bitterly and didn't avoid the battle. Instead, with a hint of madness, he charged out. Looking at Lu Yun, Su Ming trembled. Lu Yun did something that he didn't dare do for fear of death. Su Ming was silent, and he closed his eyes with bitterness in his heart. The battle between Lu Yun and Dugu Lin had ended. Perhaps due to admiration for Lu Yun, Dugu Lin didn't unleash the final punch on Lu Yun. Instead, he slapped Lu Yun out of the sky, knocking him unconscious and no longer attacking. As the battle ended, the public square was filled with momentary silence. Sounds of delight emerged from Mielizi's clan. Compared to them, both Feng Qiran and Daoist Yuran's clans were silent, their hearts filled with shock and a torrent of emotions that couldn't rest like the raging sea. Without a doubt, Dugu Lin was more powerful than anyone could imagine. He didn't use a second skill against both Su Ming and Lu Yun from beginning to end. He could simply defeat them with punches and the 9 circling dragons. Everyone could see that Dugu Lin didn't unleash his full force, but no one could guess how much power he actually used for the 2 battles. 30% at most, Su Ming mumbled before turning to leave. As everyone was filled with shock, the disciples within the trial grounds all fell silent. Even Wang Beol and company, who were resting on the mountain peak, looked solemn. This Dugu Lin is powerful, very powerful. Kong Dao took a deep breath as he spoke. Beol, are you confident? Zhao Yaming looked towards Wang Beol, a look of concern in her eyes. Wang Beol remained silent for a while before his gaze deepened with a strong intention to battle burning in his eyes. His lips slowly curled into a smile as he spoke slowly. We'll find out after the battle. With that, Wang Baol shut his eyes and meditated with his legs crossed. He wanted to remain at the peak of perfection. Even if Dugu Lin didn't come for him, he would look for him himself. The battle between the two wasn't only the end of this trial, it was also the most brilliant highlight. Dugu Lin didn't want there to be anything other than number one, and that was the case for Wang Baol as well. Time passed, and it was no less than 5 hours to the second teleportation. Commotion arose in the trial grounds once again. The one who caused the commotion was still Dugu Lin. After defeating Lu Yun, he had managed to accumulate over 100 keys. However, he didn't stop and instead began to clear the scene. The goal of that was to fight against Feng Qiran's disciples. Soon, Feng Qiran's remaining disciples who were struggling to survive in the trial grounds could only bitterly hand out their keys. They became keyless participants, and looking at it on the night sky map, Dugu Lin gained an increasing number of keys, while the keys that were scattered around dwindled. This was definitely noticed by the cultivators outside. Even though they were shocked, they also understood that it was the survival of the fittest. Watching Dugu Lin wiping out others from the night sky map, Wang Baol thought about it and laughed suddenly. It's good that you're wiping out the rest. The outcome of this battle had already turned into the inevitable battle between him and Dugu Lin. Dugu Lin's act of wiping out the others was clearly to ensure that the battle would not be interrupted. Wang Baol felt that it was a good move made by Dugu Lin, and he stood up on the mountain peak. Let's begin to wipe out the rest as well, targeting those from his clan. With that, Wang Baol stepped into the air and flew out. Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao followed behind, and the trio charged forward towards all the locations on the map that marked the position of the keys. Therefore, the map was gradually cleared with both Wang Baol and Dugu Lin heading in 2 different directions. This was a bitter experience for the disciples of Feng Qiran and Mielizi. Previously, Wang Baol was someone insignificant in their minds. However, with this trial, Wang Baol had risen up like a star, and he had even managed to defeat Zhou Chudao to become one of the 2 elites in the trial ground. The struggling cultivators under Mielizi were all aghast at his arrival. Even though they were indignant, they also knew that it was impossible for them to succeed in this trial, given their capabilities. Initially, they also held onto the hope of reaching the top 3 by chance. Of course, if someone, either Wang Baol or Dugu Lin, were to fail, they felt that second place was possible. However, they had already realized that neither Wang Baol nor Dugu Lin was giving others a chance. Therefore, this so-called wipeout was simply an assembly of keys. It wasn't possible that anyone would foolishly try to fight back, regardless of whether it was people from Feng Qiran or Mielizi's clan. Right now, those who had keys weren't stupid either. Most of the time, after being caught up to by either Wang Baol or Dugu Lin, they would hand over their keys without a fight. However, amongst the 2 clans, there were still a few who weren't smart. Towards people like them, Dugu Lin and Wang Baol acted similarly. They didn't kill them but simply broke their legs to cripple them. Looking at it from the night sky map, one could see that the stars that represented the 2 of them were extremely distinct, sweeping across each other's region. 3 hours later, through beating up or taking away the keys, the disciples from Mielizi and Feng Qiran's clan gradually lost all the keys they had. It was the same for Taoist Yuran's clan as well. Even though they were a neutral party, as the scene was cleared, they also knew that it was meaningless to persevere. In this trial, everyone could be considered a beginner, and the value of their existence lay simply in helping those 2 elite stars rise to the top. Therefore, when they met Wang Baol and Dugu Lin, the disciples of Taoist Yuran didn't bother to resist, and instead courteously handed out their keys. As this went on, before long it was a mere 1 hour until the second teleportation. There were no longer any more scattered keys on the night sky map. There were only 2 stars made from numerous keys assembled together, and the numerous keyless participants who would be eliminated in this round of teleportation. Right now, all these people raised their heads to look at the night sky map as they waited in silence. As they waited, Wang Baol looked away from the night sky, and he looked at Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao. Without hesitation, Zhao Yaming took out all the keys she had. Kong Dao took a deep breath as he similarly passed all his keys to Wang Baol. "Baol, you must win," Kong Dao spoke in a deep voice. A smile appeared on Zhao Yaming's face, and a look of anticipation appeared in her eyes. Looking at both of them, Wang Bail smiled as he kept all the keys, before speaking calmly. "Let's see each other outside in a while." With that, Wang Bail turned around and stepped into midair. With his full speed unleashed, he turned into a shooting star as he charged towards the north, where Dugulin was. At the same time, Dugulin, who was meditating on some rocks, suddenly opened his eyes, which carried an extremely strong desire to battle as he mumbled, "You who defeated Zhou Chudao, I wonder if you have the ability to force me to unleash the second divine power." With that, Dugulin smiled and stood up. He was like a giant as he stepped forward, flying into the air with the speed of lightning, charging towards the approaching Wang Baol. The two of them, one from the north and one from the south, were traveling extremely fast such that the distance between them was shortened instantly. This intense move by both of them made everyone on the trial grounds who had lost their keys extremely taken aback. To them, even if they were destined to fail, the fact that they could witness the battle between the elites of the Dao Palace made their failure worthwhile. That was especially so as the battle to become the first was between a Dao Palace local and a Federation cultivator. From the aspect of emotional ties, they naturally hoped that Dugulin would emerge victorious. However, everyone also recognized Wang Baol's rising. Could be said that, in the hearts of these people, it was difficult to say who would eventually win. However, the majority still hoped that Dugulin would win. Amidst those emotions, and as Wang Baol and Dugulin neared each other, the other cultivators on the trial grounds also advanced at high speed. Their goal was to reach the region between the two of them. With their speed, estimating the region where they would make contact wasn't a difficult task. At the same time, as Wang Baol and Dugulin's battle was about to begin on the trial grounds, and as the others assembled, the public square outside was teeming with sounds of discussion and commotion. Everyone focused their attention as they looked towards the sky, where the eye-catching figures of Wang Baol and Dugulin were on the big screen. The two of them were nearing each other at such high speed that thunder was produced continuously. A tier was formed in the empty space as a result of their speed, such that it appeared as if the sky behind the both of them was being torn open. Their force also grew increasingly stronger as they charged ahead. The both of them are gearing up. Dugulin only used a single spell for both his previous two battles. That shows how formidable he is. As for Wang Baol, the blood-colored armor that he used to defeat Zhou Chudao is astonishing as well. If Wang Baol's blood-colored armor can be sustained for a long period of time, then the outcome of this trial will be uncertain. However, if he is unable to sustain it, then Dugulin will definitely win. As all the disciples on the public square were engaged in heated discussions, the Federation seedlings were also extremely nervous. They were agitated and worried, and with the myriad of emotions that they were feeling, everything turned into anxiety. Even the nascent soul realm cultivators from the Dao Palace looked solemn. It was clear that whether it was Wang Baol or Dugulin, both of them had showcased, to a certain extent, a combat power that was similar to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Naturally, their experience was on a level that those core formation realm disciples couldn't compare to. Therefore, after witnessing the duo engage in their individual battles, they had reached a conclusion in their hearts. Wang Baol will lose. He will lose because he is still in the mid-stage core formation realm, while Dugulin has already reached the perfected core formation realm. In the face of an enemy that isn't on par with you, combat power is important. However, if both sides are equally powerful, then how long they each can last becomes crucial. As the nascent soul realm cultivators made their own judgments, Feng Qiran also took a deep breath as she looked at Mielizi. Mielizi, it's time to end the battle now that we have reached this stage. Even if we go according to the rules, we still need to wait until after the teleportation to make a decision. There is still an hour left. Elder Qiran, you're too anxious. Mielizi spoke calmly as he rejected her proposition. Feng Qiran narrowed her eyes and was about to say something when Taoist Yu Ran suddenly spoke. Elder Qiran, it's just an hour. I am also curious to know who would emerge victorious between the two of them. Furthermore, halting the battle now wouldn't only not be accepted by the both of them, but it is also something that the surrounding disciples would be against. Feng Churan looked at the disciples around her and noticed the anticipation and passion in their eyes. She also looked at Wang Baol and Dugu Lin from the screen in the sky and saw their strong desire to battle. As such, she fell silent. As Feng Churan fell silent, the spectators focused their attention on the trial grounds. 5 minutes later, on the night sky map of the trial grounds, the two stars nearing each other from the north and south finally met each other. Perhaps due to a coincidence, or perhaps it was on purpose, the location where they met was a double-peaked mountain. A mountain with two peaks stood stably on the ground, towering as it pointed towards the skies. Right now, a loud boom was produced as Wang Baol appeared on the right peak, while Dugu Lin arrived on the left peak. As he stood on the peak, he looked like a god at Wang Baol, who was 1,000 feet away from him with bright eyes. Wang Baol! Wang Baol looked at him as well, and their gaze met in midair. Vaguely, a loud boom produced from around both of them and reverberated in all directions. Dugu Lin! As the duo shouted, they fully unleashed their forces. A blood sea containing 9 large carps that were swimming vigorously in it appeared behind Dugu Lin. Every time they leaped out of the water surface, waves of the blood sea rose and crashed. This illusion also brought with it a genuine smell of blood that spread in all directions. This resulted in the peak beneath Dugu Lin's feet being stained blood red. Wang Baol was impressive as well. Large amounts of lightning appeared and spread in all directions, forming a lightning domain that covered a large area. The heaven and earth were discolored as the lightning and thunder arrived in waves, covering the entire mountain peak from his body. Looking at it from a distance, the mountain peaks beneath the feet of the two of them were a blood peak and a lightning peak respectively. They were equally matched and shook the heavens and earth. This scene gripped all the spectators who were watching the events unfold. At the same time, in the area surrounding the twin peaks, numerous trial takers had arrived. They didn't dare to go near, watching from thousands of feet away. It was as if the physical bodies of a cultivator were different from that of ordinary people. As such, as their gaze was focused with their cultivation, they could see everything on the battlegrounds clearly. However, it was also this that caused them to be deeply shaken, feeling extremely pressured. Their breathing grew chaotic as Wang Baol and Dugu Lin unleashed their forces, and as the blood peak and lightning peak stood, the battle is about to begin. This is a battle between the peaks, the battle of the top person below the nascent soul realm in the Tao Palace. Whoever emerges victorious will be the undeniable top person below the nascent soul realm. Numerous disciples, both inside and outside the trial grounds, were focusing their attention on what was happening. That was especially so for the disciples who had bet on Dugu Lin's victory, and they were extremely nervous. That was the case for the Federation disciples as well. With everyone's attention on the Twin Peaks, Wang Baol suddenly laughed. His laughter grew louder, and in the end, he raised his right hand and waved it hard. He wasn't making an attack. Instead, he was throwing all the keys he had into the valley between them. Those keys shimmered brightly, and as they landed in the valley, they were like twinkling stars. That scene surprised all the spectators instantly. They had never thought that Wang Baol would throw out the keys, but after thinking about it, they realized that it was a logical move. The rules of this trial had already been changed. In other words, be it Wang Baol or Dugu Lin, they could simply disregard the rules, as they each had their own rules. That was, only one person shall remain. However, even so, not everyone could throw out the keys without concern like Wang Baol. Such a simple action caused a powerful force to accumulate on Wang Baol. That was an act of no return, an act of leaving no way out. The surrounding spectators all held their breaths, and this was especially so for the disciples outside. At this moment, even though Wang Baol was a Federation cultivator, he had already gained the respect of many people everywhere. Such boldness! I have belittled Wang Baol in the past. If I have a chance, I want to be friends with Wang Baol, regardless of whether he wins or loses. As the perceptions towards Wang Baol changed in the minds of numerous cultivators, Dugu Lin also felt respect towards what Wang Baol had done. Dugu Lin also laughed heartily and raised his right hand. waving it. He threw all the keys that he had obtained into the valley as if they were trash, and he did not even bother looking at them as he did so. A single key was left behind, and as he pointed at it with his right hand, the remaining key flew out and landed on the rocks between the two peaks as it shone brightly. The winner would take the key. As the key was thrown out, the force from Dugulin's body also intensified, shaking the sky. The disciples around them who had lost their keys were completely shocked by what Wang Baol and Dugulin had just done, and they held their breaths. Regardless of whether they admitted it, they felt that they were insignificant compared to the both of them. The both of them are the true elites, someone mumbled, and this comment gained the agreement of others around them. They could feel the mightiness of the both of them and could understand the purpose of why they did what they did. This battle would end with the next round of teleportation. Before the teleportation began, the winner and loser must be determined. If not, everyone, including the both of them, would be eliminated and everyone would fail. No one dared to pick up the keys from the valley between them either, as it was meaningless. Rules may be rules, but with the sect watching everything, if someone really made use of the opportunity to reach the top 3, that person would have a hard life in the future. After all the cultivators in this trial met each other often in the vast expanse Dao Palace. Not many would take the risk, and that was especially so for those who remained, as they were all smart. Therefore, even though some of them were filled with regret, they controlled their greed and tidied up their thoughts. The winner of this trial was to be determined between Wang Baol and Dugulin. The winner between them would be the only one eligible to pick up the shimmering key laying on the rock, and as that person held the key and watched as the others were being teleported away by the teleportation array formation, he would become number 1 in the trial. Wang Baol, don't disappoint me. The moment he threw out the keys, Dugulin bellowed as the desire for combat was unleashed in his eyes. He stepped into the air instantly as he charged towards Wang Baol. He raised his hand and grabbed, and instantly, the 9 carps in the blood sea behind him all screeched and leaped out of the water surface. In midair, in the blood sea, the 9 carps were transformed into 9 black dragons that coiled around Dugulin's right arm, boosting his punch with the force of 9 dragons. Similar to when he was battling Su Ming and Lu Yun, he charged towards Wang Baol. Until now, in the vast expanse Dao Palace, he had never met someone who could force him to unleash the second spell. All his opponents fell and lost against his 9-dragon punch. He had once thought that Zhou Chudao was the only one that could make him unleash the second spell. However, right now this anticipation had turned towards Wang Baol. To a certain extent, Dugulin no longer cared about the hyacinthus tree leaf. He only cared about having a hearty battle and using the victory from this battle to accumulate his power. With that thought, the desire to battle, and the determination to win, Dugulin's force was unleashed as the blood sea behind him churned. He leaped into midair and punched at Wang Baol. That punch made the heavens and earth vibrate, and it even produced a black hole. It produced a force that shook the firmament. The 9 dragons screeched, and a force of unity was contained within everything. Like an indestructible pike, it pierced straight forward. As you wish. Wang Baol's desire to fight was evident in his eyes. All the lightning in his lightning domain danced and was unleashed. His voice carried a level of power that was unlike before. It was decisive, and as it reverberated, Wang Baol stepped out. Using his right hand for support, the force from his hip accumulated in his right hand the moment he neared. His cultivation was completely unleashed. His lightning core, dark core, and heart core all activated, forming a collective force that integrated with his consciousness, causing his power to intensify as he similarly punched his fist. Supernova. The resonance boosted him twofold. With that punch, the heavens and earth were shaken, the wind was disrupted, and the clouds and sky were being torn apart. A black hole-like existence was being forced apart, making him appear like a steady, indestructible pike. His fist was the sharp tip that pierced forcefully towards Dugulin. The distance between the two of them on the peaks was a mere 1,000 feet. As they charged out, it looked like 2 extremely sharp pikes that were never before seen had made contact with each other. The heavens and earth shook, and tremors filled the surroundings. This was the contact between the Blood Sea and the Lightning Domain. This was the collision between the Blood Peak and the Lightning Mountain. This was the ultimate battle to become the first amongst the Tao Palace disciples. Astonishment and amazement like never before. That was the thought that revolved around the minds of the trial takers who were standing around the Twin Peaks. Their emotions were being heavily influenced by the two pikes that Wang Baol and Dugulin had transmogrified. Astonishment, and nothing else, filled their thoughts right now. The next moment, a deafening noise sounded, reverberating in midair as Wang Baol and Dugulin collided, and as the 9 Dragon Punch and Supernova made contact. The 9 dragons were torn apart, and the supernova was devastated. As a result of the both of them completely unleashing their power and cultivation, a black hole-like existence appeared, overlapping and exploding in the opposite direction. An indescribably powerful impact spread swiftly between the two of them. The waves that were produced as the spread happened also harnessed an astonishing force. If other core formation realm cultivators were to go between the two of them, they would definitely be killed by the waves themselves. To Wang Baol, who was equipped with the heart core, the waves may be frightening, but it wasn't sufficient to kill him. That was the case for Dugulin as well. He didn't have a heart core, but his combat body could provide him with a physical protective covering. Amidst the loud boom, the two of them didn't even move a single step back, unlike what the others had expected. That was because at that moment, whoever moved back would lose the lead. Being in the lead was important, perhaps the most crucial in a battle between two equally matched individuals. It could be said that from the beginning, the duo's individual attacks were already extremely intense, and they weren't giving each other any leeway. Amidst the loud boom, Dugulin laughed heartily, with excitement evident in his laughter. His intention to battle far exceeded when he battled Su Ming and Lu Yun. He turned around and bellowed, "Wang Baol, you're qualified." With that, Dugulin sealed his right hand, and with his body against the impact, he charged towards Wang Baol. At that moment, as the blood sea behind him churned, a giant Kuan Peng emerged from under the sea. The appearance of the creature instantly made everyone who was around, as well as those outside, shocked beyond words. The fact that a core formation realm cultivator could create such a powerful scene was incredulous to many. In the minds of most cultivators, only the nascent soul realm cultivators could achieve this feat. However, this phenomenon appeared through Dugulin. In addition, it was extremely powerful. When the Kuan Peng appeared, it was already extremely physically imposing as it was tens of thousands of feet wide. As it screeched, it didn't charge towards Wang Baol. Instead, it turned and raised its tail, sweeping it towards Wang Baol. Looking at everything that was happening, it seemed as if a large fan was creating a churning wind that could destroy everything in its path. It tore apart the space, causing the blood sea to tumble. It appeared like ink was being spilled to stain everything red. It moved extremely fast, at a speed that exceeded even that of Dugulin himself. Instantly, it appeared before Wang Baol, who was similarly going against the impact. A strong sense of crisis arose in Wang Baol's mind. It didn't come from in front of him, but from behind him instead. Behind him, as the tail of the Kuan Peng swept with immense force towards him and blocked the path ahead of him, Dugulin appeared. He somehow appeared behind Wang Baol, and his appearance was extremely bizarre. He seemed to be bloated and covered with large amounts of black hair all over his body. In the blink of an eye, he was transformed into a maniacal ape that was hundreds of feet tall. The ape's eyes were reddened, carrying a maniacal level of desire to battle. It was extremely excited, and as it waved its large arms, its two fists were like giant pails, pounding down on Wang Baol as it laughed. The Kuan Peng was in front of him, while the giant ape was behind him. This was an extremely treacherous situation and didn't give Wang Baol any time to react. If it were someone else, they would be completely flustered. Dugulin was simply too experienced, and every move he made was fatal. However, Wang Baol had been through life-and-death crises numerous times before. Right now, even in the face of danger, he was calm. He suppressed the urge in his mind to unleash the arch armor. It wasn't that it shouldn't be unleashed, but if he were to use it as a form of resistance now, it would definitely not feel as good as using an unexpected move. Therefore, a glow flashed across Wang Bao's eyes as he sealed his hands without hesitation. Instantly, a ribbon appeared, winding around its surroundings while the tricolored flying sword also appeared, shining brightly as it pierced straight ahead at the Kuan Peng. As for Wang Bao, he turned around with a punch to welcome the giant ape that Dugulin had transformed into. Everything, from the beginning of the crisis to tackling the attacks head-on, happened in an extremely short amount of time. Immediately, a loud boom reverberated. The ribbon that was akin to an 8th-grade dermic armament had a unique protective characteristic. At the same time, the tricolored flying sword that was like a 9th-grade dermic armament was extremely powerful. Using the two dermic armaments together boosted their individual powers, such that the Kuan Peng's tail that was fast approaching was staggering. The punch that Wang Baol threw after turning around was also without hesitation. With all his cultivation being activated, he collided with the giant ape with the collective force of his body. A loud boom was produced. Wang Baol's blood qi churned throughout his body. He knew that in this battle he was at a slight disadvantage. As such, a glow flashed across his eyes, and he was about to leverage on the force to retreat and emerge from the situation before entering it again to attack. However, Dugulin didn't give him the chance to do so, as he laughed heartily. It seems like the pressure I've given you is still insufficient for you to unleash your trump card. Fine. I'll add on to the pressure. As he spoke, Dugulin opened his mouth and spat out 3 beads. The 3 beads were green in color, with a blurry figure sealed within them. It looked extremely bizarre, and a vibe that made Wang Baol's heart tremble emanated from the beads. He didn't even have time to fully recognize what they were when Dugulin suddenly shouted, "Shatter!" Instantly, sounds of explosions were produced as the 3 beads broke apart, and 3 identical Dugulins emerged. Every single one of them carried an imposing aura, and when they appeared, they charged towards Wang Baol from 5 different directions together with the Kuan Peng, unleashing a formidable force. The sense of crisis far exceeded what he experienced previously. It was clear through this battle that Dugulin was extremely powerful. Even though Wang Baol was mentally prepared for it, he was still deeply shaken. It could be said that if Zhou Chudao had replaced Wang Baol, he would definitely be defeated under Dugulin's continuous attacks. A worthy opponent. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He realized that if the 3 beads weren't broken apart, they could be reused multiple times. However, their force wouldn't be as powerful as right now, after they had been torn apart. This made him grow vigilant of Dugulin's decisiveness, as he recognized that the person before him only cared about winning and not about the items he possessed. With that thought, a look of ferociousness appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He no longer fret over making a loss. As he sealed his hands, he pointed towards the ribbon and bellowed, "Explode!" Instantly, the ribbon exploded. It wasn't an 8th-grade dermic armament that had a one-time use quality. Instead, it was a treasure from an extraterrestrial civilization. Right now, as it exploded, it immediately formed a hurricane with Wang Baol as the center as it swept its surroundings. The tricolored flying sword also produced a sharp sound as it charged towards Dugulin's 3 avatars. That wasn't the end. Wang Baol quickly took out 5 one-time use 8th-grade dermic armaments and exploded them. The hurricane that resulted instantly rose towards the sky with an even more powerful force that swept the surroundings. As the hurricane swept violently with such an imposing force, the giant ape that Dugulin had transformed into trembled. Even he was surprised at Wang Baol's decisiveness. He could sense the aura from the ribbon, and it wouldn't be a huge matter if only one of his dermic armaments had exploded. Instead, right now, Wang Baol exploded 5 such treasures, and this decisiveness filled Dugulin with surprise for the very first time. He didn't dare to go head-to-head with the force that resulted from the explosion of the 5 dermic armaments, and he could only retreat. His 3 avatars also retreated as the explosion happened and the tricolored flying sword zeroed in on them. A weakness was exposed in Dugulin's attacks. The most obvious weakness was the gap formed by Dugulin and his avatars as they retreated. However, Wang Baol didn't choose to attack that area. Instead, as the hurricane swept, he stepped back and landed on the Kuan Peng's tail. Blood spewed out of his mouth as he passed the Kuan Peng, as well as the gap left as Dugulin and his avatars retreated. Unexpectedly, he tossed a coin into the gap. That made Dugulin narrow his eyes, and a look of excitement could be evidently seen. As he waved his hands, an almost invisible thread emerged from the gap that resulted when he and his avatars retreated. It coiled around the copper coin instantly, and the copper coin couldn't break free no matter how hard it struggled. Wang Baol, you've piqued my interest. As Dugulin laughed, he turned and charged towards Wang Baol. What you just said can lead to a misunderstanding, you know? As Dugulin charged towards him, Wang Baol suddenly laughed. His lips, with fresh blood flowing from them, made his smile seem indescribably evil. He raised his right hand and pointed towards the copper coin that was being restrained by the thread. As he pointed with his finger, the ordinary-looking copper coin suddenly vibrated. Countless runes were produced from it, becoming a fountain of runes. Under this impact, the thread that coiled around it broke apart and charged towards Dugulin as the runes were increasingly unleashed. An aura that belonged to a nascent soul realm cultivator immediately emerged from deep within the copper coin's runes, forming a suppressive force as it landed on Dugulin. From a distance, there were countless runes, and they were so dense that it formed a large copper coin in midair by itself. This scene made everyone surprised, and the spectators outside were shocked. That was especially so for Mielizi, whose eyes widened significantly. A runic soldier. As everyone was immersed in astonishment, a glow flashed across Wang Baol's eyes as he bellowed. Mountain spirits, thunder gods, slay these ghouls, bring these spirits to their knees. Destroy these demons and exorcise all evil. Protect the eternal and divine. The moment he said those words, astonishing flashes of lightning were produced from within the large copper coin formed by the runes. As the lightning crashed down and landed on Dugulin was shocked. He waved his hand and punched, breaking numerous lightning bolts while more of them continued to rain down. The large rune-formed copper coin also began to descend, trapping and pressing Dugulin under it. That wasn't the end. Wang Baol sealed his hands and pointed at the copper coin as he bellowed again. With lightning at the front and the 8 trigrams at the back, seal. As soon as he said that, markings of the 8 trigrams appeared on the rune copper coin. A loud sound was produced as it landed around Dugulin. Right now, the speed of suppressing him increased, and with innumerable lightning bolts raining down, it seemed like Dugulin was about to be completely suppressed. However, right at that time, a peculiar flash appeared in Dugulin's eyes. After looking deeply into Wang Baol's eyes, he raised his hand, and a flower could be seen in it. That was a 5-colored flower with petals of 5 different colors. When the flower appeared, an aura akin to a peak 9th grade dermic armament was unleashed from it. When Wang Baol sensed it, he was gripped with surprise as Dugulin's voice reverberated. You made me reveal this treasure. Wang Baol, if you don't have any other forms of attack in this battle, then this is the end. With that, without even taking a look at the 8 trigrams around him, the copper coin above his head, or the flashes of lightning surrounding him, Dugulin raised his hand and tore off the blue petal of the 5-colored flower. When he released his hand, the blue petal danced in the wind. As it danced in the wind, everything around it seemed to have frozen. Quietly, large quantities of blue-colored bubbles appeared on the 8 trigrams. The large rune-formed copper coin in the sky also rose and was covered by thousands of blue-colored bubbles. That was the same case for the surrounding lightning as well. Visibly, they turned into bubbles. When everything around Dugulin had been transformed into bubbles, he cleared his throat, and that was when all the bubbles burst at the same time. When everything was destroyed, a copper coin that looked as if it had been corroded landed on the ground. Wang Baol retracted his gaze, staring at the flower in Dugulin's hands, which now had 4 petals remaining. Of them, he paid special attention to the black-colored petal. Even though he felt a strong sense of crisis from the flower, he still suppressed the urge to unleash the arch armor. He turned and was about to go near when a chilly glow flashed across Dugu Lin's eyes. He tore off the second petal, which was blood-red in color. Blood-drawled Dugu Lin spoke softly. When he released the petal, Wang Baol was taken aback, and his heart trembled. He had a peculiar feeling that the petal had insidiously formed a strong connection with him. This connection couldn't be controlled and seemed to have been formed automatically after the petal was torn off. When Dugu Lin opened his mouth, the petal transmogrified into a bloody hand that grabbed towards Wang Baol. Immediately, Wang Baol's body trembled, and his face turned pale. Blood fog emerged from all his pores. Blood fog also emerged from all his orifices. He clearly felt that the blood in his body couldn't be controlled and was being drawn out by a bizarre force that couldn't be described. That bizarre force of Adamic treasure was never experienced by Wang Baol previously. Now his breathing was visibly quickened, but Dugu Lin, with his rich combat experience, wasted no time. As soon as the second petal was torn off, he immediately tore off the third petal. The third petal was white in color. Bone cracking. When the petal landed, a white glow was produced as it transmogrified into a small white-colored skeleton that sneered at Wang Baol. Wang Baol snorted in his heart. As the blood in his body was being drawn out in large volumes, the bones in his body were being attacked by an unknown force. Cracks appeared as if his bones were about to break apart. If it were someone else, they would have definitely died from these attacks. However, Wang Baol had a heart core and was physically strong. The green lotus in his body shook quickly, releasing life energy that swiftly recovered the blood and the breaking bones in Wang Baol's body. Even so, only an equilibrium was achieved. If Dugu Lin didn't have any further moves, it would be enough. However, if he were to continue to attack, he might be thrown into a state of disequilibrium, which would cause his body to crumble instantly as all his blood would be lost and all his bones would turn to powder. However, despite all that was happening, Wang Baol didn't unleash the arch armor. Instead, he screamed and charged towards Dugu Lin. That made Dugu Lin feel bored. Do you really think that you will be able to walk in front of me with my heaven-representing flower in hand? He shook his head and tore off the fourth petal, which was the black-colored petal. Soul, come over. When he said that, the black-colored petal instantly dissolved. As a black fog spread, a black ball of fire was produced, which gave out a chill. From within, a palm-sized lone boat appeared. There was a small black-robed man with a lantern in his arms. As he appeared, he raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Baol, but that was when the black-robed man trembled. When the black boat and the tiny black man appeared, Wang Baol raised his head, and a bright glow flashed across his eyes. That was the moment he was waiting for. Without hesitation, the dark core in Wang Baol's body was instantly unleashed. A dark fire emerged from his body. The black boat and tiny man formed from the black-colored petal turned around instantly, screaming at Dugu Lin, who was frozen with surprise. The tiny man waved the lantern in his hands and pointed at Dugu Lin. As he pointed, Dugu Lin's body trembled vigorously and his mind buzzed noisily. In his shock, he wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Wang Baol roared loudly and charged out, his body like a shooting star that seemed capable of destroying the universe. When he emerged, he raised his right hand and formed a fist. Immediately, the blood-colored meridians transmogrified and coiled around him. An overbearing and sinister aura was produced, and the flame snatched the arch armor appeared. When the flame snatched the arch armor appeared, the force from Wang Baol's body was fully unleashed, and its scale exceeded that of previous times significantly. It was doubly boosted by the collective force, and that was a triple boost for the flame snatch the arch armor. When they overlapped, the resulting force was extremely imposing, carrying with it an irreversible and destructive power as it approached Dugu Lin. Everywhere it passed was torn apart, and the heavens and earth shook violently. Dugu Lin was gripped with indescribable shock. He wanted to resist, but right now, his spirit was trembling and on the verge of being drawn out. He slowed down as Wang Baol's lightning avatar appeared, snatching away the flower that only had one petal left, while the actual Wang Baol let out a punch through the flames snatched the arch armor. The disciples who were surrounding them and watching the battle, as well as the Dao Palace cultivators outside, were all shocked. He was so fast and so powerful that it seemed like he had harnessed the heaven and earth powers. Dugulin vomited blood, and his body retreated. Wang Baol chased after him like lightning and punched him again. This punch made a dent in Dugulin's chest, revealing his bones. It was a powerful impact as his body was thrown towards the other mountain peak. When he landed, the mountain peak caved in, and Wang Baol continued chasing after him with his powerful force. The tide had turned. At this moment, both the surrounding spectators and the Dao Palace cultivators outside were watching with their mouths agape. The battle between Wang Baol and Dugulin was full of twists and turns. Initially, it was clear that Dugulin was in the lead and was pressuring Wang Baol strongly. However, to the outer world cultivators, they knew about Wang Baol's blood-colored meridian armor which he used to suppress Zhou Chudao. As they watched, they realized that Wang Baol didn't unleash it even in the face of crisis. Some of them even thought that perhaps there were disadvantages to that move of Wang Baol's, which was why he didn't unleash it. As Dugulin unleashed the 5 colored petals that caused Wang Baol's blood and bones to be destroyed, Wang Baol was about to be defeated. However, all the changes that happened after that shocked everyone. For some unknown reason, the black-colored petals switched alliances. This betrayal was also the factor that turned the situation around. Wang Baol grabbed hold of the opportunity, unleashing all of his power and beginning to destroy everything. The blood-colored armor that wasn't seen previously instantly appeared. In his attack, he snatched away the flower with only 1 petal remaining from Dugulin, inflicting severe injuries on him with 2 shocking punches. The punches made fresh blood spew out of Dugulin's mouth and caused his chest to cave in. His body slammed against the mountains. At that moment, as Wang Baol emerged, he was like a spear, and he was about to attack Dugulin once again. Everything that happened caused everyone's breathing to quicken as they watched on. However, even before they could gasp, Wang Baol's pupils constricted. He felt an astonishing force emanating continuously from Dugulin, who had crashed into the mountain before him. However, Wang Baol didn't stop. A chilly glow flashed across his eyes as he picked up speed and neared Dugulin. He punched ahead, landing his fist on Dugulin's caved chest. However, at that moment, Dugulin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes had turned a pale gold color, and the glow from them wasn't only extremely imposing, but it also carried a sense of excitement. The first seal opened. The moment he spoke, an imposing force was unleashed from Dugulin's body. Dugulin laughed heartily, raising his right hand, where an identical golden glow spread from. He punched the fast-approaching Wang Baol. A loud boom reverberated instantly. Wang Baol snorted and retreated thousands of feet as his body shook. As a brilliant blood-colored glow emerged from the flame snatched the arch armor, he charged out once again towards Dugulin, who had leaped up from the mountains, and attacked him again. At that moment, the duo were attacking each other with punches through the air. They fell from the sky, crashing into the mountain peaks and then leaping up at the same time to continue fighting under the night sky map. In the short span of an hour, the ground was broken, the mountains had crumbled, and only the Twin Peak Mountain stood steadily, as it was deliberately avoided by both of them. In those 5 minutes, both Wang Baol and Dugulin had forgotten how many punches they had thrown out. They had battled to the best of their abilities and were both breathing rapidly. However, the desire for combat continued burning crazily in their eyes. It wouldn't be extinguished if no winner emerged. Again! Amidst the loud boom, Wang Baol laughed again and licked away the blood on the corner of his mouth. He neared Dugulin once again, who then frowned. Even though he had enjoyed the battle so far, he was also being surprised again and again. In reality, having unlocked the first seal, his combat capabilities were significantly boosted. However, after the continuous attacks for the past 5 minutes, he began to feel that his body couldn't keep up with the changes that were happening in the battle. To put it more accurately, his speed of recovery couldn't be compared to Wang Baol's. As such, after the duo continually attacked each other, Wang Baol could continue making his attacks as he recovered quickly. However, for Dugulin, even though he was able to withstand everything at first, if this were to continue, he would eventually be completely exhausted. I shouldn't compete against his physical body. Dugulin narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand to attack at full force. When his fist touched Wang Baol's, he leveraged on the force and retreated. As Wang Baol picked up speed and approached him, he suddenly stopped. A peculiar glow flashed across his eyes as he sealed his hands and bellowed, "Vermilion!" With that word, a purple-colored sea of fire immediately emerged from his body. The purple-colored flames were scorching, and the moment they appeared, the surrounding space was warped by the flames. The ground melted, the mountainous rocks were turned into lava, and everything else was shrouded in an environment of extremely high temperature. As the space warped, the outline of a vermilion bird appeared from it. It was initially colorless and without a physical body, as if it was formed by the waves produced by the warping. Everything was transparent. However, the flame was colored, causing the vermilion bird that was produced from the warped nothingness to turn a purple color. It was 1,000 feet wide, and it enveloped Dugulin within it before it chirped at Wang Baol and dashed towards him. From a distance, it was impossible to see Dugulin anymore. One could only see the purple-colored vermilion bird. Its wings opened as it charged towards the arch armor together with the churning sea of fire. The cultivators outside were all shocked, and the nascent soul realm cultivators looked extremely solemn. They knew very clearly that right now, the combat power unleashed by Dugulin was on the level of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Even if it were them, they would have to put in their utmost effort to resist such a force. Some of them even predicted that Wang Baol would definitely be defeated. However, with everyone focusing their attention on what was happening as the vermilion bird neared, an undetectable glow flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. He knew that there was no way he could avoid it. Therefore, he screamed loudly, clenching his right hand into a fist as he punched. That punch was a culmination of 2 times the collective power and 3 times the force of the flame snatch the arch armor. When it was released, Wang Baol's flame snatch the arch armor seemed to have shrunk by 70%. It was several hundred feet tall previously and was now only 60 feet tall. The power of the arch armor was all accumulated in the punch and released. Looking at everything that was happening, in front of the vermilion bird, as Wang Baol attacked with his punch, a gigantic illusory fist 100 feet wide landed on the vermilion bird. When contact was made, Wang Baol vomited fresh blood, and the arch armor in his body also produced cracking sounds as his body was thrown back. The vermilion bird was extremely beaten. Even though it wasn't devastated, a huge cave had appeared in its chest, and it looked solemnly at Dugulin. "This is the end." Dugulin took a deep breath. To him, Wang Baol was the strongest opponent he had ever met in his life. In the face of such an opponent, he chose not to allow any further attacks to be made by him. As he spoke, he turned and charged towards Wang Baol with the severely injured vermilion bird. However, the moment he neared, a glow flashed across Wang Baol's eyes, and he chanted in his mind, "Enlightened, prisoner of the Tao of Heaven, all sentient beings must endure immeasurable calamities." It was the Tao scripture. He may be heavily injured, but in reality, that was the form of retaliation he had thought of during the crossfire just now. As he chanted the Tao scripture in his mind, a frightening and indescribable force emerged from the depths of the universe, about to be awakened. Instantly, it arrived in the solar system on the ancient greenish-bronze sword, in vast expanse Tao Palace, and in the infinite spells array formation. Boom! The Tao Palace cultivators outside felt their minds buzz noisily with activity. They were all surprised, and the higher their level of cultivation, the more significantly they could feel it. That was especially so for Mielizi and Feng Churan, who were now aghast as they stood up and exclaimed, "What is this aura?" All of them, who were immersed in shock, didn't notice that Taoist Yu ran beside them had blood spewing out of his mouth. Even with his perseverance, he didn't manage to withstand the impact and opened his mouth slightly. Even though his mouth wasn't fully opened, the shape of his mouth had turned into a square, The blood disappeared instantly when he reacted to what was happening. Dugu Lin, who was on the trial grounds, also shook vigorously as his mind buzzed with activity. His cultivation was being messed up, and the vermilion bird could no longer sustain the fight with its injuries as it broke apart. When that happened, and as Dugu Lin shook violently, a chilly glow appeared in Wang Bao's eyes. He charged forward like a ferocious light ray towards Dugu Lin. During the battle, the duo exchanged attacks. On several occasions, Wang Bao was in the lead, and on the other, Dugu Lin was leading. Until now, with this suppressive force that appeared suddenly, Wang Bao leaped into the air and charged towards Dugu Lin, unleashing his force once again. He was so fast that it was as if he was passing through the emptiness. When he emerged, he unleashed his dark core, and instantly, a dark fire emerged from his body, forming a sea of fire outside his body. This sea of fire was black in color. It didn't give off a high temperature but a chill that seemed to be able to seal everything. Crackling sounds were produced continuously, as if the ground, the firmament, and the space between the two of them were instantly frozen. Immediately, Dugu Lin's trembling mind and his messy cultivation were thrown into further chaos by the dark fire. Fresh blood spewed from his mouth once again, and controlling his body, he retreated and widened the distance between him and Wang Bao. However, Wang Bao continued to pick up speed and didn't stop in his tracks. As the dark fire was unleashed, he raised his right hand, and a look of ferocity flashed across his eyes as he chanted two words in his heart. Soul Guidance. Dark Art Soul Guidance. Instantly, a huge blurry hand extended from Wang Bao's chest, as if struggling from hell. When it appeared, the surrounding dark fire was instantly drawn to it. It seemed as if strong winds were blowing, not to extinguish the dark fire but to boost it. The next moment, the dark fire burned with greater intensity, spreading in all directions. As the soul-guiding hand emerged, the dark fire was being drawn in, forming a gigantic hand that was thousands of feet wide. Even though the gigantic hand was somewhat blurry, it carried an aura that made Dugu Lin tremble in shock. Wang Bao's attacks were unanticipated and extremely vicious. From afar, the combination of the dark fire and soul guidance, which formed the gigantic hand, was now carrying an imposing force from Wang Bao's body, grabbing towards Dugu Lin as it neared him. At this crucial juncture, Dugu Lin didn't have time to consider too much. The strong sense of life and death crisis caused the pale golden glow in his eyes to be replaced by a blood-red color. When the soul-guiding hand approached, Dugu Lin exclaimed loudly, "The second seal is to be opened for the time of 10 breaths." When Dugu Lin said those words, a force that seemed to have accumulated in his body for a long time was instantly unleashed. It was a ferocious force, 10 times more powerful than what he had unleashed previously. As he rose up, Dugu Lin seemed to have been transformed into the sea, his force turning into a vortex that then created a hurricane and tornado that swept in all directions. Loud booms reverberated between the heavens and earth. The hurricane grew bigger, spreading a distance of 1,000 feet and was extremely imposing. Wang Bao's soul-guiding hand vibrated, and it couldn't continue grabbing as it began to be destroyed. A strong sense of crisis arose in Wang Bao's mind. He didn't hesitate and retreated immediately. As he retreated, Wang Bao could finally see that in the middle of the 1,000-foot-wide hurricane, while the figure that rose into the sky was still Dugu Lin, something was different. His hair was flying in the wind, and it was no longer a pale gold color in his eyes. Instead, it was a rich gold color that was spreading throughout his body, making his entire body shimmer with a golden glow. A suppressive force that was growing increasingly stronger by the moment was spreading, and he was like a combat god. However, that wasn't what shocked Wang Bao. What really made him gasp in shock was that Dugu Lin, who was glowing with a golden glow, caused the extremely powerful force that was 10 times what he had unleashed previously, as well as the 1,000-foot-wide hurricane, to disappear the moment he raised his right hand. It was completely retracted and vanished entirely. It was as if he were standing in midair but didn't give off an aura. In Wang Bao's spiritual sense, there was no trace of it ever existing. This instantly made Wang Baol hold his breath. A sense of crisis that was several times what he had experienced before exploded in him. Vaguely, it felt like all the cells in his body were trembling, telling him to avoid the person before him. Similarly, the surrounding spectators, including the Dao Palace cultivators outside, were also shocked. However, even before their shock could be translated into sound, Dugu Lin moved. Unlike previously, he didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, he stepped out in silence, and as Wang Baol was gripped with shock and wanted to avoid him, Dugu Lin appeared before Wang Baol. Very simply, a punch landed on him. Visually, this punch seemed like nothing compared to the Nine-Dragon Punch. However, it felt 10 times more dangerous to Wang Baol. He was unable to avoid it. It was as if he had been frozen, and as if this punch was fated to land on him. This was because Dugu Lin, who had unlocked the second seal, had a combat power that completely suppressed Wang Baol's physical body, focus, cultivation, and force. Wang Baol only managed to raise the right hand of the flame snatch the arch armor to resist the attack. Both the collective force and the boost from the arch armor were unleashed at this moment. However, in the next instance, when Dugu Lin's fist landed, Wang Baol trembled vigorously. It was as if a cruiser traveling at high speed had collided with him. Amidst the loud boom, the right hand of the arch armor was destroyed. Fresh blood spewed out of his mouth, and Wang Baol leveraged on the force to retreat. However, even before he could take more steps back, the silent Dugu Lin neared him and landed the second punch. This time, it landed on Wang Baol's the arch armor's chest. Crackling sounds reverberated in all directions as Wang Baol's the arch armor was destroyed and broken into pieces. Dugu Lin's third punch landed on Wang Baol's chest that was exposed by the broken the arch armor without hesitation. It was so powerful that Wang Baol could only see his vision darken. As he vomited blood, his body seemed to have lost all form of control and was forced to retreat by the punch. He was like a kite that had been detached from its string as he landed on the twin peaks, specifically, the peak that represented him. Amidst the loud boom, the mountain began to crack apart and crumble. Numerous broken rocks were formed, and Wang Baol, who was laying there, was in a semi-conscious state as blood continued to flow out continuously from his mouth. Dugu Lin's attack didn't end there. Dugu Lin approached and punched him once again. This punch was not targeted at Wang Baol but on the ground beside him. The rocks were turned into ash, and the ground shook, resulting in a ricochet whose force landed on Wang Baol's body. It caused his body to jump up from the ground towards the night sky. After that, Dugu Lin leaped up and caught up with Wang Baol. His body appeared above Wang Baol. He was expressionless as he lowered his head and looked at Wang Baol with a chill in his eyes, before landing the fifth punch on him. That punch was even more powerful, especially when complemented with his astonishing speed. It formed a suppressive force that harnessed the heaven and earth powers, and when it landed, Wang Baol's the arch armor was entirely destroyed. With an even greater speed, his body landed on the ground, forming a large basin-shaped depression in the ground. Fresh blood no longer spewed out just from Wang Baol's mouth but from everywhere on his body. He was almost unconscious. Dugu Lin, who had unlocked the second seal, was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. Even a nascent soul realm cultivator would be extremely frightened and shocked by it. However, Wang Baol didn't give up. The green lotus turned maniacal as it endlessly repaired his body. Wang Baol opened his eyes while gasping, looking at Dugu Lin, who was in mid-air. Wang Baol! Dugu Lin lowered his head and didn't show a trace of emotion in his eyes as he looked calmly at Wang Baol, who was struggling to stand up on the ground. Next is my sixth punch, which is also the peak of my force. I advise you to concede defeat, as if you choose to persevere, you would die without a doubt. However, it is also possible that between the state of life and death, you would unleash your full potential. I have witnessed a similar scenario previously, and it all depends on your fate. With that, Dugu Lin raised his right hand and grabbed. Instantly, a scream emerged from behind him. A giant ape first transmogrified, followed by a 9-headed black dragon. then the vermilion bird and the Kuan Peng. The figures of the four beasts took up the entire sky, enveloping Dugu Lin before interweaving with each other and transforming into a large illusory fist. They each screamed and intertwined with each other, looking at everything from a distance. The fist was like the firmament, extremely imposing, as if harnessing the heavenly tribulation and charging towards Wang Baol. The 10 breaths ended. Even though the 10 breaths had ended, the punch was still unleashed with a powerful force that seemed like it represented the powers of heaven. Right now, as it arrived, it suppressed everything. It caused the ground to shake as cracks appeared, and that was the case for the surrounding mountains as well. That was especially so for the spectating cultivators who were all shocked as they retreated. Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao, who were watching everything, were both extremely anxious. However, there was no way they could help, and neither could they participate. In reality, the battle between Wang Baol and Dugu Lin, having reached the current stage, was no longer on the level of core formation realm cultivators. It was closer to that of the nascent soul realm, just that they could probably demonstrate more types of spells. He still lost? Outside the training grounds, everyone who was watching the battle was shocked. Wang Baol lay amongst the broken rocks, looking at the giant fist arriving from the skies above him. His lips curled into a bitter smile. However, in the depths of his eyes, a desire to fight was hidden. I still have one move that I haven't used. Wang Baol's breathing quickened. Until now, little Missy didn't say anything throughout the battle. However, Wang Baol knew clearly that little Missy wasn't hibernating. She was watching his battle. Naturally, the move that Wang Baol had never used wasn't little Missy. It was his intrinsic scabbard. It was the first true treasure that Wang Baol had refined. In the words of little Missy, it was an intrinsic treasure that could slay anything. Under the nurturing environment in Wang Baol's body, other than releasing mosquitoes, it didn't seem to have other uses. Wang Baol had never considered using it before, but now, a chilly glow flashed across his eyes. The moment the four-beast punch neared him from the skies, the green lotus in Wang Baol's body shook violently, injecting him with life and allowing him to recover from his severe injuries quickly. Even though he was suppressed by Dugu Lin, which made his recovery slow and incomplete, it was sufficient to give Wang Baol enough energy to unleash his never-before-used move. Instantly, Wang Baol's heart burned with the desire for combat, which was extremely strong. He shouted, and green veins bulged on his forehead. His left hand slammed on the broken rocks and broke them with a bang. He leveraged on the force and leaped into the air. Instead of retreating, he charged forward towards the approaching four-beast punch. That scene immediately gripped all the spectators around him and outside with shock. They watched on, dumbfounded, as Wang Baol charged towards the four-beast punch as if courting death. As Wang Baol caught the attention of everyone, both outside and on the trial grounds, the four-beast punch was a mere 100 feet from him when he raised his head and grabbed his chest. With that, a brilliant glow emerged instantly from Wang Baol's chest, revealing an end of the scabbard. In the blink of an eye, as Wang Baol screamed painfully, a complete scabbard was pulled out from within his body. The scabbard was an antique and had never been seen in civilization. Now that it emerged, the firmament was transformed, and the winds and clouds churned. Even the trial grounds trembled. It was clearly just a 6th-grade dermic treasure and not a dermic armament, but when it appeared, it seemed to be able to influence the entire ancient greenish-bronze sword. This culminated in an indescribable force that concentrated in the trial grounds, from Wang Baol's scabbard. Very vaguely, Wang Baol had a strong feeling that there was an invisible sword in the scabbard that he couldn't see. Even though he wanted to pull it out, something seemed to be lacking. It was just short of something. Wang Baol didn't have time to feel regret and didn't have time to ponder over it. Right now, without hesitation, he gave up the thought of pulling out the sword. Instead, he used the scabbard as a sword, slaying the incoming four-beast punch. Instantly, the brilliance was like an eternity that soon vanished at that moment. Initially, there was still light under the night sky, but right now all the light had disappeared. It was as if the act of flailing the sword caused all light to be sucked away, leaving behind the scabbard that had made contact with the four-beast punch under the sky. Loud booms that sounded like the angry roars of the world filled the training grounds, while a maniacal force spread in all directions like a wave. As it spread, Wang Baol trembled, spewing large volumes of blood from his mouth. His body landed on the ground due to the suppressive force of the four-beast punch, but he still held the scabbard in his hands tightly, a frightening look on his face as he continued to resist. That extremely powerful four-beast punch didn't become devastated with the slaying of the scabbard, but it vibrated strongly, and it could no longer suppress Wang Baol. It was blocked by the scabbard. The scabbard seemed to magnify Wang Baol's power, allowing him to withstand the force of the four-beast punch. Right now, looking from a distance, the entire scene was a frightening image. The large and powerful four-beast punch was only one man's length away from the ground. Under that gigantic fist was Wang Baol, who was gripping onto the scabbard and preventing the fist from landing on him. He was like an extremely hardy stone that was blocking the wheels of fate. As he suppressed it, the wheel couldn't successfully destroy everything. It was already Wang Baol's limit, having achieved all of that. His hand that held onto the scabbard was trembling, and the green lotus in his body was shaking. Life energy was released on a scale that was never seen before as it tried to restore Wang Baol's body. As a result, it couldn't relax one bit, as if he did so, he would be completely crushed. His only choice was to persevere. However, very soon, his body couldn't withstand it any longer. As cracks appeared on his skin and on his bones, the force from the fist caused Wang Baol to be unable to catch his breath. His body was continuously torn apart and continuously repaired, but it was difficult for him to last long. Even his lightning core began to crack at this moment. This was the case for his dark core as well. The cracks grew larger. If it were to continue, his two cores would be destroyed, his cultivation would be wiped out, and his core formation realm would crumble. His consciousness grew increasingly blurry at this moment. He seemed to have heard some voices, some familiar, some foreign, but all anxiously screaming for him to give up and concede defeat. How can I concede defeat? My Tao doesn't allow me to concede defeat. My ambitions don't allow me to concede defeat. Wang Baol would never concede defeat. Ever. As Wang Baol screamed in his heart, the cracks in his dark core and lightning core grew wider. His body showed signs of breaking down. The repair of his body by the green lotus couldn't keep up. However, just as his body was about to break apart, as his will continued to burn, and as he was suppressed to the maximum, the devouring seed in his body was suddenly unleashed with a loud boom. It didn't absorb the force from outside. Instead, in this life and death crisis, the devouring seed swallowed the green lotus, as well as the dark core and lightning core. They didn't vanish and were instead integrated with the devouring seed for the second time. The first integration happened when the green lotus was first planted on the devouring seed, and equilibrium was reached. Right now, at this life and death juncture, the devouring seed was unleashed. After taking everything in, it still felt insufficient, which was why it began absorbing Wang Baol's body. His originally rotund body could be visibly seen slimming down swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the Wang Baol that appeared before others, it was no longer a rotund body, but one that had entirely slimmed down. He had a long body, well-defined eyebrows and sharp eyes. Coupled with the well-chiseled face and loose clothing, Wang Baol appeared extremely handsome right now. Perhaps it was due to the significant contrast with how he looked previously, but everyone who saw him was surprised by the transformation in his physique. The Wang Baol right now was extremely eye-catching. Even Zhuo Yifan, who was considered handsome in the Federation, conceded defeat to Wang Baol's handsomeness. That was because Wang Baol had something he didn't have: defiance, an overbearing attitude, and a power that could destroy everything. All this made the current Wang Baol look handsome, yet a little sinister. His charisma was instantly boosted, and even Li Yi, the Federation seedling outside, was bewildered. At this moment, as the devouring seed was in the process of backlash, the process of reverse nourishment also began. Wang Baol's cultivation was instantly activated, his force growing stronger from an initially weak state. It reached the peak of the mid-stage core formation realm and entered into the late-stage core formation realm. He broke through with a bang. That wasn't the end. After entering the late-stage core formation realm, the devouring seed continued to nourish him, and his cultivation was boosted again. In a short period of time, his cultivation reached the peak late stage and was just a small step away from perfection. This scene shocked Dugulin, as well as everyone inside and outside the trial grounds. Breakthrough in the midst of battle. As the people exclaimed and gasped in shock, Wang Bao's cultivation was activated, and all his injuries were healed instantly. He regained the power that he had lost, and his power was now several times that of what it was previously. Waves of astonishing forces were released from his body, and it was as if it were capable of destroying the heavens. The hand that was gripping the scabbard no longer trembled and was instead extremely steady. Amid Dugulin's disbelief, Wang Bao raised his head, looking past the four-beast punch before him and directly at Dugulin within it. "I do not concede defeat," Wang Bao spoke softly, a frightening desire for combat clearly evident in his eyes. Wang Bao, at the mid-stage core formation realm, was someone who could unleash Dugulin's first-level seal and battle it at an equal level. However, he wasn't someone who could make Dugulin unleash his second-level seal. However, right now everything had changed. As the devouring seed devoured and counternourished, Wang Bao achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the late-stage core formation realm. He was only a small step away from entering the perfected core formation realm. That form of breakthrough was also a leap in terms of physical qualities. Right now, not only did it allow Wang Bao's injuries to fully recover, but it also caused all the cultivation in his body to send shock waves in all directions. The lightning core and dark core could no longer be seen in his body, as everything, including the green lotus, was inside the devouring seed. Wang Bao could feel their presence and that they were undergoing a form of transformation that even he couldn't describe accurately. However, he knew that the transformation wouldn't be disadvantageous for him. Instead, he would stand to gain greatly when the transformation had been completed. However, these issues weren't the ones that Wang Bao had to focus on right now. As he raised his head and the glow of battle flashed across his eyes, his lightning avatar appeared once again, layering on top of his body and causing his combat capabilities to be further boosted. What followed was the flame snatch the arch armor that Dugulin had crushed previously. It reappeared in the next instant, and blood-colored meridians appeared, spreading in all directions and causing Wang Bao's aura to explode with 3 times the force. His will resonated with his cultivation technique, augmenting him by 2 times. In the end, with all the boosts, an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth was formed. That force eventually culminated in his right fist, forming a punch that landed directly on Dugulin's 4-beast punch. Break! The heavens and earth tumbled, and the winds churned, shaking the entire area. Amidst the shock of the surrounding cultivators and those on the outside, that seemingly unbreakable 4-beast punch instantly showed signs of breaking down. The first to be devastated were the 4 beasts inside. The giant ape, the vermilion bird, the 9 dragons, and the Kuan Peng roared pitifully. They couldn't withstand the impact any longer as they were torn apart by the violent winds. It was then that Dugulin, who was pale with shock, was revealed, and he scrambled to retreat with blood spewing out of his mouth. He looked surprised and was filled with indignation in his heart. The combination of shock and indignation didn't evoke a sense of weakness, but a desire to battle. Even though he wasn't able to open his second-level seal for too long without it causing irreversible damage to him, at this moment, Dugulin still chose to lift the seal. The second seal is to be opened for the time of 10 additional breaths. Just as Dugulin sealed his hands and spoke, the aura from his body erupted once again, forming a hurricane that was swiftly controlled. Like previously, it demonstrated a powerful force as it exploded from Dugulin's body. As a chilly glow flashed across his eyes, he turned and charged towards Wang Bao. That punishing aura that seemed to replace that of the firmament was produced again, causing the sky to be transformed into a large vortex. Dugulin, who was charging towards Wang Bao at high speed, was at the center of it, Seeing that Dugulin was about to attack again, the spectators outside the trial grounds watched solemnly with their eyes widened. Wang Baol appeared as calm as he had ever been as he looked at the approaching Dugulin, murmuring softly, "I really want to know if right now I can withdraw. The sword that I feel is hidden in the scabbard." Wang Baol smiled, and without looking at the fast-approaching Dugulin, he held the scabbard in his left hand. After taking a deep breath, he shut his eyes and gripped his right hand on top of the scabbard. He seemed to have gripped onto thin air, but if there were indeed a sword, the area that he grabbed would be the sword handle. The moment Wang Baol's hand gripped onto that area, everything seemed to have vanished in Wang Baol's world. There was no more Dugulin, no more trial grounds, no more vast expanse Dao Palace, and no more Green Lotus. There was only the invisible sword that he vaguely felt was hidden in the scabbard. Sword, rise! In the mind of Wang Baol, who had his eyes shut, a sword had appeared. He imagined himself withdrawing it, and all those thoughts were transformed into a sense of touch in his right hand. He twisted his right hand out, and at that moment, change happened. The entire trial grounds shook. Even the vast expanse Dao Palace outside was shaking vigorously. Mializi, Feng Chiron, and Taoist Yuran all stood up. They were completely filled with shock, and right now even the ancient greenish bronze sword shook slightly. An invisible force seemed to be pulling on the vast ancient greenish bronze sword, pulling it out of the sun. Regrettably, that force was too weak and was unable to accomplish that feat. Could only move it slightly, but even so, even though Wang Baol still couldn't pull out the invisible sword in the scabbard, he maintained his posture, and the effect that he produced still caused the scabbard to shake violently, unleashing an extremely powerful force. The force couldn't be seen or felt, but the moment it emerged, it formed a formidable sword intent that could shock everyone. The sword intent was directed towards the approaching Dugulin. Even though the second-level seal had been opened, Dugulin, who was extremely powerful, still trembled. A strong sense of impending life and death crisis that he hadn't felt for a long time instantly flooded his mind. Amidst his shock, Dugulin had a strong premonition that if he continued to advance, he would die without a doubt. In his fear, Dugulin retreated. However, it was still too late. As Wang Baol opened his eyes, a sword projection flashed across his pupils. An invisible sword projection charged towards Dugulin, its ferocity extreme. Dugulin, with bitterness in his heart, didn't hesitate and unleashed his third-level seal, which he had originally not wished to unleash. As the seal was lifted, Dugulin's hair grew. The golden glow in his eyes was replaced by a black glow. It was as if he had been transformed into a black hole that was releasing a frightening aura. He sealed his hands and put in all his effort to block the incoming sword projection. Images of god-beasts transmogrified behind him. They all roared and maniacally charged towards the incoming sword projection. He opened the first-level seal without much thought. As for the second-level seal, the most he could open it for was the time of 10 breaths. Furthermore, opening it caused severe damage to his body. On the other hand, the third seal could only be opened when his cultivation technique was pushed to the limits. Even though his previous efforts wouldn't be made futile if the third seal was opened before that, it could break the force that he had been accumulating and prevent him from continuing. He could only choose to break through in advance while in seclusion. Dugulin never wanted to open his third-level seal initially. His goal was to surpass the nascent soul realm and enter the soul conduit realm. However, right now, with his life on the line, he was forced to open the third seal with bitterness in his heart. Even though the third-level seal was opened, it could only allow him to survive in the face of the sword projection. Instantly, the sword projection neared. Like an autumn wind that blew off the leaves of a tree, the sword projection destroyed all the illusory images of the god-beasts and landed heavily on Dugulin's body with an extremely strong force. Blood spewed out of Dugulin, and his body tumbled and fell backwards, pushing him back to the second-level seal. The black color in his eyes returned to a gold color. Even then, it didn't end as blood spewed from his body again. The second-level seal was devastated, and his eyes were transformed into a pale gold color. That wasn't the end. At that moment, the first-level seal was broken apart as well. The aura from his body weakened, and his body landed heavily and loudly on the blood peak that represented him, crumbling it. He was thrown to the brink of death before a mouthful of fresh blood spewed from his mouth. That was when the sword projection dissipated. There was silence all around. Both outside and within the trial grounds, everyone stood dumbfounded. Wang Bail sighed softly in his heart. He was still unable to withdraw the sword in the end. No one but him knew that the sword projection that was seen previously was the only one that the scabbard had accumulated so far. If he wanted to unleash it again, he would need to accumulate it for a period of time. As he sighed, Wang Bail raised his head and stepped out. When he appeared, he stood in front of Dugu Lin, lowering his head but not speaking. Dugu Lin laughed pitifully as he struggled to raise his right hand. He grabbed in the direction of a key and mountainous rocks a distance away, and the key flew instantly to Wang Bail. "You win!" After grabbing hold of the key, Wang Bail didn't speak a word. Instead, he stood on the rock beside Dugu Lin and raised his head to look at the night sky, where ripple-like waves were spreading in all directions. That caused the night sky map to be blurred and slightly warped. That wasn't the first time something similar had happened in the night sky. It had happened once 12 hours ago, and that was a sign that the teleportation was about to occur. "This is the end." Wang Bail spoke softly while retracting his gaze from the night sky and lowering his head to calmly look at Dugu Lin, who was lying there. Wang Bail shook his head as he looked at his opponent, who had blood flowing out of his body and who was struggling to even stand up. Wang Bail shook his head, and based simply on his life experiences and not the teachings of the high officials' autobiographies, he naturally extended his hand to Dugu Lin. Dugu Lin, who had lost all his strength and was still struggling to stand up, was momentarily surprised when he saw Wang Bail extending his right hand towards him. He was silent for a while before laughing suddenly. Without even wiping off the blood from the corner of his mouth, he grabbed onto Wang Bail's right hand. Even though his body was still trembling, when he grabbed hold of Wang Bail's hand, Wang Bail pulled, and Dugu Lin managed to sit up. The pulling seemed to have affected Dugu Lin's injuries slightly, and he twisted his mouth. He looked at Wang Bail while panting, his eyes carrying a mix of complexity, emotion, and relatability. "Are there others in your federation who are as capable as you?" Dugu Lin couldn't help but ask. "In terms of looks, if I, Wang Bail, claim to be number 2, no one would dare to claim that they are number 1. However, if it was in terms of combat capabilities, there are many who could defeat me." Wang Bail raised his head and spoke calmly. If those words were said by someone else, they would have felt embarrassed. However, as Wang Bail had hypnotized himself countless times, he truly believed what he said about his own appearance. That was especially so as, right now, he had really lost weight. Dugu Lin hadn't interacted with Wang Bail previously, and now that he heard those words, he was visibly thrown into a blur. With a weird expression on his face, a loud boom was heard, reverberating within the trial grounds. As the power of teleportation grew stronger, and as everyone was still in a state of surprise after having watched the process and ending of the battle, the teleportation began. That was the second teleportation that had happened in the trial grounds. Everyone who didn't possess a key would be eliminated, and right now Wang Bail was the only one there who had a key. Seeing that the teleportation had begun, and as he felt the force of teleportation and rejection from the trial grounds, Dugu Lin took a deep breath. He dazedly looked at Wang Bail, who had obviously slimmed down, before nodding his head at him. "The definition of beauty in your federation. I understand now. There should have been deep hatred between us." Dugu Lin spoke softly before shaking his head. He wasn't someone who didn't dare to concede defeat. Even though there was a huge price to pay for this battle, whatever had happened had happened. Soon, a desire to battle burned in his eyes again, and he looked at Wang Bail and spoke. "Wang Bail, this has been an exhilarating battle. I will go into seclusion after returning. You must work hard too, as I will battle you again once I emerge from seclusion." As Dugu Lin spoke, the intention to battle grew stronger in his eyes. His body began to turn blurry as the teleportation array formation was activated. But the adamant desire for battle was something that the teleportation array formation couldn't remove. "I'll await our next battle," Wang Baol spoke calmly, and Dugu Lin laughed. His body turned into a blur completely and disappeared. At the same time, the surrounding onlookers were also being turned into a blur. However, before they were teleported away, they bowed at Wang Baol with cupped fists, without prior agreement with each other. Their eyes carried a complex look of respect and awe. That was because they understood deeply that, from now on, no one would dare be scornful of the name Wang Baol. Even though there were some who were unwilling to concede, they still had to be courteous to him, at least on the surface. After all, the survival of the fittest was how the Dao Palace worked. People continually disappeared, including Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao, who vanished with happiness and excitement in their eyes, until Wang Baol became the only person left on the trial grounds. There was nothing else remaining between the heavens and earth within the trial grounds. That quietness calmed Wang Baol instantly. He raised his head to look at the night sky, recalling everything that had happened since entering the trial grounds. Gradually, a peculiar glow appeared in his eyes, and he asked silently in his heart, "Little Missy, is it possible that once I become more powerful, my intrinsic scabbard could hold the ancient greenish-bronze sword within it?" Little Missy, who didn't react ever since Wang Baol entered the trial grounds, was silent for a brief moment before she spoke softly into Wang Baol's mind. "Yes." Wang Baol smiled. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. As he was the only person remaining in the trial grounds, the trial had ended with the other people being teleportation away. The teleportation array formation didn't dissipate like the day before and was instead waiting for Wang Baol to step into it. As he stepped forward, he seemed to have crossed into thin air from the mountains. His body turned blurry, starting from his legs. When his limbs and body had vanished completely, the trial that everyone in the Dao Palace had placed great emphasis on was concluded. Wang Baol saw nothing but a blur. When the teleportation ended, and as everything before his eyes regained clarity, he saw the unique appearance of the Dao Palace's skies, the sea of fire in the distance, the great hall at the peak of the mountain, and the gazes that everyone had laid on him as he stood in the public square. Of those people, there was Zhou Chudao, Dugu Lin, and others whom he had defeated, as well as Zhao Yaming, Kong Dao, and the other Federation seedlings. However, regardless of whether Wang Baol knew them or not, at that moment, their eyes were all on him. That was the case for those nascent soul realm cultivators, as well as Mielizi and company. There was silence in the public square. Even though Wang Baol was from the Federation, he had managed to demonstrate a combat power that deeply shocked most Dao Palace disciples, many of whom were elites themselves. However, there were still a few of them who felt jealous of Wang Baol, though they didn't show it on their faces. After all, right now, Wang Baol was different from before. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him the top person after defeating Zhou Chudao and Dugu Lin. Even those nascent soul realm cultivators looked at Wang Baol with a profound look in their eyes. Without a doubt, the wave that had been produced from the battle between Wang Baol and Dugu Lin had surpassed that of the core formation realm and had reached the standards of the nascent soul realm. They respected such an elite. Even Mielizi, who was looking extremely solemn, carried a look of appreciation towards Wang Baol when he looked at him. However, he still felt regret and pity that such a talent didn't belong to his lineage. As for Taoist Yuran, he had his eyes closed while smiling. No one knew what he was thinking about in his mind. Amidst everyone's silence, Wang Baol took a slow, deep breath before bowing deeply with cupped fists at Feng Churan and company, who were in the higher seats. His greeting made Feng Churan feel a torrent of emotions. She stood up immediately, and Mielizi also rose slowly while sighing, followed by Taoist Yuran. With the three of them standing up, the nascent soul realm cultivators also followed suit, and that was the same for all the other disciples who were around. "Ring the bell," Feng Churan spoke without waiting for Mielizi. If it were some other scenario, Mielizi would definitely be displeased. However, right now, the fact that he didn't say anything meant that he silently approved of Feng Churan's action. "Congratulations to my disciple, Wang Baol," for placing first in the trial for the hyacinthus tree leaves. You will be given 3 hyacinthus tree leaves and can distribute them according to your own preferences. Feng Churan smiled warmly as the ringing of the bell reverberated throughout the entire Dao Palace. The sound of the bell was loud and spread in all directions. That caused ripples in Wang Bao's heart, who had become the center of attention of the masses. He looked at Zhao Yaming and company and smiled, before greeting Feng Churan and company with cupped fists again. "Thank you, elders." As Wang Bao spoke, cheers erupted from the Federation seedlings. The cheers reverberated, and the other Dao Palace disciples recovered from the silence as well. They experienced different emotions as they began to talk, and some of them even took the initiative to begin a conversation with the Federation seedlings. Amidst the buzzing activity on the public square, Xianxia, who was within the crowd, also began to reap his gains from the bets that he had made with excitement. Someone also brought up the 3 bowls that Xianxia had turned over back then. Xianxia laughed and flipped the first bowl over. There was a jade slip under the bowl, and the words Wang Bao were written on it. Then, the second and third bowl were also turned over. Similarly, the words Wang Bao were also written on them. Amidst Xianxia's delight, amidst the complex emotions and awe that the people on the public square felt towards Xianxia, amidst the reverberation of the bell ring, and with Feng Churan announcing the results, the trial had finally concluded. What followed would be the trip to the Worship Palace Pavilion. However, the Worship Palace Pavilion was located in the body region of the sword and was extremely far from their current location. Even though there was an array formation in the vast expanse Dao Palace that could teleport them there directly, it required a lot of preparation in order to open it each time. They still needed to wait for a period of time before the array formation was ready for the teleportation process. Regardless of that, Wang Bao, who now held the hyacinthus tree leaves, had a different status and identity in the vast expanse Dao Palace after the trial. However, Wang Bao didn't stay long on the main island of the Dao Palace. Instead, he left after Feng Churan announced the results. Even to Wang Bao, the trial was extremely dangerous. Had he not been able to unleash his potential at the last moment, it would be impossible for him to defeat Dugulin. Furthermore, as he had just achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, he needed to stabilize it. Feng Churan understood that clearly, and therefore, before Wang Bao left, she generously passed Wang Bao a bottle of pills that could consolidate his cultivation. The pills were expensive and were suitable for both cultivation and healing injuries. Wang Bao expressed his gratitude for the pills before leaving with Zhu Yifan, Zhao Yaming, and Kong Dao. Many other agitated Federation seedlings also followed them. After exchanging greetings with the other people outside the Dao Palace doors, Wang Bao turned and stepped into the air, leaving the main island of the Dao Palace and charging towards his Green Fire Island. The Federation seedlings sent him off. Zhao Yaming and company also dispersed to return to their own cave abode after Wang Bao left. Even with their departure, the trial didn't become an event of the past so quickly. It continued to spread between the Dao Palace disciples and became the topic of conversation amongst them. Wang Bao didn't care about those matters. Right now, he unleashed his full speed and returned to Green Fire Island, stepping directly into the cave abode to enter seclusion. He meditated with his legs crossed to cultivate, and also checked on his devouring seed in detail. The green lotus is gone, and so is the lightning core and the dark core. Wang Bao was troubled as he recalled the final transformation of the devouring seed at the last moments of the trial. Even though he vaguely felt that the transformation benefited him, he couldn't help but scratch his head when he thought about it. After pondering for a moment, he tapped into his spiritual sense to find out what exactly was going on inside the devouring seed. As his spiritual sense spread and entered the interior of the devouring seed, he soon saw a pitch-black emptiness before his eyes. He didn't know how big it was, but it was extremely quiet and vast. There was only a green lotus shaking in that emptiness. Looking at the green lotus, as well as the dark core and lightning core on it, Wang Bao heaved a sigh of relief. However, he couldn't figure out how to take them out. Vaguely, he felt that his green lotus, together with the lightning core and dark core, had integrated together with the devouring seed. He felt that everything was culminating in some sort of transformation. Wang Baol didn't manage to figure out anything after thinking about it in detail. He gave up eventually and retracted his spiritual sense. He then sealed his hands, and his lightning avatar stepped out from his body. After taking a look, he realized that there were some subtle differences to his lightning avatar. The transformation was shown on its absorption. It appeared that after the lightning avatar had been released, it could absorb the spirit chi from the heavens and earth for cultivation. Wang Baol's heart trembled. He widened his eyes and observed. After a moment, a peculiar look flashed across his face as he raised his right hand and pointed. Instantly, a flying sword emerged from his storage bracelet, charging directly and ferociously to his lightning avatar. It didn't pierce the avatar but inflicted an abrasion to it. The injury healed in the blink of an eye. That made Wang Baol ponder, and his eyes lit up. The ability to cultivate has something to do with the devouring seed. At the same time, the fact that the avatar is so tough and could recover so quickly means that it has something to do with the green lotus. Wang Baol's heartbeat became even faster. He hypothesized that the avatar harnessed part of the energy of the dark core. There were no spirits that Wang Baol could use to test out the hypothesis, but he was quite certain that was the case. Interesting. This way, the combat power that my lightning avatar can demonstrate will be formidable. Wang Baol seemed to be deep in thought. He then unleashed his physical force, as well as the force of the dark fire. He realized that even though the devouring seed had devoured everything, there seemed to be no negative changes to him. Instead, there seemed to be some improvements. He then put the matter aside and no longer pondered about it. Instead, he took out the cultivation technique jade slip of the lightning immortal transformation to take a look at the third level. The first level of the lightning immortal transformation cultivation technique allowed Wang Baol to carry the power of lightning in all his abilities, with a more obvious effect on his physical body. The second level allowed him to produce an avatar that was extremely helpful to him. However, what he desired most was still the third level. Once the third level of the lightning immortal transformation had been successfully cultivated, he could change positions with his lightning avatar instantly. It wasn't seamless, but it was extremely close to that state. That would allow him to be more flexible in terms of his battle techniques, and it would make him unpredictable. To a certain extent, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his combat capabilities would be significantly boosted. For example, in the battle between Wang Baol and Dugulin, if his lightning avatar had been able to change positions with his physical body, the flexibility would have allowed him to retaliate under Dugulin's second-level seal, even without a breakthrough in his cultivation. With that thought, a fire burned in Wang Baol's heart as he began to research the third level of the lightning immortal transformation, and as he tried to cultivate it. However, the more advanced the level of the lightning immortal transformation, the more challenging it was, and it was difficult to successfully cultivate it in a short period of time. However, Wang Baol was in no rush, and he cultivated it slowly in seclusion as he stabilized his cultivation. At the same time, he didn't forget about his flame snatch the arch armor. He would set aside some time every day to cultivate the second level of the flame snatch the arch armor. The second level the arch armor, after transmogrifying, would have bones, transforming it into a frightening-looking bony the arch armor that looked like a human skeleton. Once it was successfully cultivated, its power would be significantly boosted. However, like the third level of the lightning immortal transformation, the cultivation progress was slow. To Wang Baol, the latter felt more challenging than the former. Other than the need for intelligence and understanding, a large amount of resources were also needed. Even though Feng Qiran had given Wang Baol an expensive bottle of pills, it was still insufficient. After thinking about it, Wang Baol could only set his goals on the Worship Palace Pavilion. He thought about how he was in no rush to return after putting his name on the Dao Palace and how he should stay in the body of the sword to reap some gains. The higher my status, the more places I can go, and the more restrictions I can disregard. With that thought, Wang Baol was filled with anticipation, and at the same time he began to observe his intrinsic scabbard. He now believed what little Missy had once said about the power of the scabbard. As for withdrawing the sword again, it was an unlikely feat right now, and it would likely only be accomplished after a long period of nurturing. However, the great power of the sword, as well as the meaning represented by the intrinsic 7th-grade dermic armament, made Wang Bail more determined to turn it into a 7th-grade dermic armament. I must go on a journey to the body of the sword. Wang Bail had a look of determination in his eyes, but he also knew that it was a matter that he shouldn't rush into. Therefore, after being in seclusion for half a month and finishing his pills, he decided to make a trip to the Dao Palace to use his battle credits and exchange for other pills that could facilitate his cultivation. Before leaving, Wang Bail took out a mirror from his storage bracelet to look at the well-chiseled, yet somewhat foreign face in it. He couldn't help but feel emotional. I have become handsome so suddenly that even I am lured by myself. As he whispered, he patted his tummy instinctively, but his hands landed on nothingness instead. He lowered his head to take a look and realized that his belly was no longer as big. Wang Bail, you could obviously get by with your looks, but you still chose to depend on your capabilities and hard work. Wang Bail gloated and sighed and then posed and took a selfie. He sent it to the Federation seedlings on the regional group chat before leaving Greenfire Island with satisfaction. Stepping into the Dao Palace this time, Wang Bail was treated differently from before. He was noticed by others the instant he appeared on the main island of the Dao Palace, and they neared him immediately, greeting him. They didn't merely greet him, but they followed him as he moved. That was the case for all the cultivators who noticed him. The awe and respect they had towards him made Wang Bail somewhat dazed. It was as if he had returned to ethereal Dao College. That was especially so when he arrived near the Mission Stone Steels, where there were many cultivators. He caused a commotion the moment he appeared, and the cultivators immediately greeted him and opened up a path for him as if they had met with a personal disciple. That treatment made Wang Bail delighted, and what made him most proud was that along the way, when several female Dao Palace disciples noticed him, they looked at him with dewy eyes. That was a very comfortable feeling. I wonder if the female cultivators on this ancient greenish bronze sword have the same body structure as those in Earth's Federation. Wang Bail blinked as he began to ponder seriously about this technical question. While thinking about this serious technical problem, Wang Bail exchanged his battle credits for many pills. He still didn't have an answer to that technical problem when he prepared to leave. Therefore, Wang Bail felt that having been bestowed with the great responsibility of firming up the union between the Dao Palace and the Federation, he could sacrifice himself. I am the future Federation president after all. If I don't sacrifice, who would? Wang Bail let out a long sigh and passed his contact details to several rosy-cheeked female disciples who had approached him to ask about some problems they had faced in their own cultivation process. The issue of achieving a breakthrough at the early-stage core formation realm is a very complex and profound problem. How about this? Come find me on Greenfire Island at night, and I will give all of you some pointers. Wang Bail cleared his throat and spoke seriously before leaving the Dao Palace main island. Along the way, he felt emotional about the changes in people's attitude towards him. He even saw some Federation seedlings chatting heartily with the Dao Palace cultivators. During this period of time, Wang Bail also read the discussions between the Federation seedlings on the regional chat group. He came to know that with the conclusion of the trial, some, but not all, of the Dao Palace disciples had a change in attitude towards the Federation cultivators. They even took the initiative to befriend each other, and this allowed the Dao Palace and Federation to begin the process of union. This wasn't only noticed by Wang Bail, but also Feng Churan, who monitored the situation closely. After seeing what had resulted from the trial, she was extremely heartened. At the same time, she began raising the issue of the arrival of the second batch of Federation seedlings to Mielizi, who had previously been vehemently against it. This time, Mielizi remained silent. Both the agreement that he had made previously, as well as Wang Bail's performance, caused him to be in no position to say anything. He could only agree. Could be said that this was the first victory that Feng Churan had gained in recent years. She successfully accomplished it without having to pay a price. Even the disciples under her wing, who didn't look upon the Federation favorably previously, had a change in attitude. Of them, Lu Yun and Su Ming were the most affected. As personal disciples, the shock that they had experienced from the trial was extremely great and indescribable. Even though they didn't cross hands with Wang Baol. As such, they held Wang Baol in high regard. It was also because of this that many people under Feng Qiran's lead who initially disliked the Federation had a change in attitude. It could be said that Wang Baol's rise in status benefited Feng Qiran greatly, boosting her authority in the Dao Palace to the top. Therefore, half a month later, the teleportation of the second batch of Federation seedlings began successfully. This was a significant matter to the Federation as well, especially as they had already shortlisted the people to be teleported but didn't receive a reply from the Dao Palace previously. The Federation had even guessed that a problem had occurred and made preparations to handle it. Now, with the turn of events for the better, the Federation heaved a sigh of relief. After all, unless they were left without a choice, the Federation didn't wish to start a war. It was also because of this reason that the people who made up the second batch of Federation seedlings were changed slightly after discussions held between Duanmyuk, Li Xingwen, and the upper echelons of the Federation. Furthermore, there was another goal, as they no longer simply wanted to assist Feng Qiran. In this manner, after the teleportation array formation had been prepared for several days, Wang Baol ended his period of seclusion and left for the Dao Palace after receiving notice from the Dao Palace that the second batch of Federation seedlings was about to arrive. All the Federation seedlings gathered outside the Dao Palace's teleportation array formation. They all stood beside Wang Baol, putting him as a leader. Numerous Dao Palace disciples also joined in. After Feng Qiran, Mializi, and Taoist Yuran had arrived on scene, the teleportation array formation was activated slowly. As a loud boom reverberated, and as the array formation outside the ancient greenish-bronze sword on Mercury was similarly and simultaneously activated, blurry figures began to appear within the vast expanse Dao Palace's teleportation array formation. The waves reverberated, and winds swept violently, sweeping up everyone's hair and robes. At that moment, the figures within the teleportation array formation gradually became clearer. Wang Baol then constricted his eyes, as the first person he saw was a middle-aged cultivator who was standing at the front of the second batch of Federation seedlings. That person, who was about 40 years old, looked handsome, though somewhat weathered. There was also an aura of someone from the upper seat that was given off from him. He felt imposing to others, and even though he was clearly someone who had a mere perfected core formation realm cultivation, he gave others a sense that he was extraordinary. He was Su Yunkuan, the sect lord of the Galactic Dusk sect who had been punished to stay in prison for his entire life due to the incident on the moon. The failure of securing an opportunity, coupled with the punishment placed on him, probably made the then youthful sect lord look like a middle-aged man, though his appearance hadn't changed much. He was an elite of the older generation of the Federation, someone whose seniority had surpassed that of Duanmyuk and was on par with Li Xingwen and the head senator. He was also amongst the first batch of cultivators that had arrived on the ancient sword together with Li Xingwen and company years before. The moment he appeared, Wang Baol was shocked, and several vast expanse Dao Palace nascent soul realm cultivators were surprised. Only Feng Qiran remained calm. Apparently, she had known that Su Yunkuan would arrive. At the same time, as the figures in the teleportation array formation grew increasingly clearer, Wang Baol soon noticed many familiar faces, with Zhuo Yixian and Jin Duoming amongst them. Other than that, Wang Baol realized that of the remaining people, there were more strangers than people he knew. There were over half of the new batch of people sent by the Federation that Wang Baol didn't know. However, there was something in common about the group of people, and that was, most of the people in the second batch were handsome and beautiful, astonishing in terms of looks. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes in thought. At the same time, after Jin Duoming managed to gain a stable footing within the array formation, he directed his gaze downwards, as if searching for someone. He looked past Wang Baol and searched, and with a look of suspicion on his face, his gaze landed on Wang Baol again. After analyzing Wang Baol for a long time, Jin Duoming widened his eyes and mouth in shock. Zhuo Yixian clearly didn't recognize Wang Baol either. However, he noticed Zhuo Yifan and snorted under his breath with a cold expression on his face. Ignoring the shocked expression on Jin Duoming's face, after he had seen the most handsome person in the universe, Wang Baol cleared his throat and raised his chin arrogantly. However, he still continued to ponder about the Federation's intentions this time. Disregarding the handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies, the appearance of the Galactic Dusk Sect Lord made Wang Baol feel that the Federation had sent a sly old fox to guard the ford. I remember that he was to be imprisoned for a whole lifetime, Wang Baol murmured and suddenly laughed. He felt that regardless of whether Sect Lord Su had managed to come after doing a good deed, or had used other methods, he was a vicious person with many formidable tricks up his sleeves. His arrival would be very helpful for the Federation in their current interaction with the Dao Palace. That sly old fox has undergone many trials in the Federation and would probably survive better than me here. As Wang Baol thought about it, the teleportation was completed. The Galactic Dusk Sect Lord was ahead of everyone else, and with a look of sincerity and a warm smile, he greeted Feng Qiuran and the others with cupped fists. I have not seen Elder Feng for years, but you still look as youthful. Instead, I'm the one who is aged. Sect Lord Su spoke emotionally. Before greeting Mielizi and Taoist Yuran again. Even though he was respectful, he didn't bow down to them. Furthermore, as he was part of the first batch of people to arrive on the ancient sword back then, and wasn't the sect lord of one of the Federation sects, even Mielizi and Taoist Yuran smiled towards him. They conversed amiably. After meeting and greeting each other, the second batch of Federation seedlings was being allocated to the various islands like the first batch of Federation seedlings. However, right now, Feng Qiuran held greater authority and could make the decision to put most of the Federation seedlings in the second batch with those of the first batch. This way, it would allow them to familiarize with each other and speed up the formation of relationships between them. At the same time, it would also increase the factions that the Federation had in the Dao Palace. Su Yunquin was left behind on the main island as his status allowed him to enjoy more privileges. He couldn't compare to Wang Baol, but he was close. In addition, his request to allow several Federation seedlings to stay with him on the main island was approved by Feng Qiuran as well. As the first batch of Federation seedlings excitedly brought their new companions who hadn't adjusted to the new environment away, Jin Duoming stepped towards Wang Baol. He had a look of disbelief on his face and was about to speak when Su Yunquin from the Galactic Dusk sect walked forward and spoke to Jin Duoming calmly. Jin Duoming, you can catch up with City Lord Wang another time. I have some matters to discuss with City Lord Wang. Jin Duoming blinked before nodding and taking his leave. Before he left, he threw a glance at Wang Baol. Based on Wang Baol's understanding of Jin Duoming, the meaning of that glance was clearly telling him that the old chap was someone he could trust. As Jin Duoming left, Wang Baol looked lazily at Su Yunquin. What is the matter, Sect Lord Su? Wang Baol spoke calmly. Su Yunquin looked at Wang Baol with a complex look on his face. He couldn't help but recall that back then on the moon, it was this person who was now in front of him that had ruined his opportunity and gained the most out of everything. However, having not met for many years, it seemed like many changes had occurred. When they met, the suppressive force from Wang Baol surprised Su Yunquin, who had perfected core formation realm cultivation himself. That was especially so when he thought about Duanmyuk notifying him that he was released and showed him the information that Feng Qiuran had sent the Federation regarding the trial. All that forced Su Yunquin to admit that a new generation elite had emerged. Therefore, he took a deep breath and smiled at Wang Baol. City Lord Wang, can we talk in your cave abode? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and sized up Sect Lord Su. What happened those years ago surfaced in his mind as well. That was the closest Wang Baol had ever been to the brink of death. The digging out of his foundation establishment and his survival from the ordeal were the catalysts for the massacre he carried out on the moon. Memories flooded his mind. As he thought about the person who was standing in front of him, who back then seemed to be like a formidable god, but had now turned into someone he could easily suppress even without using the arch armor, Wang Baol chuckled in his heart. Wang Baol, someone who had a high status within the Federation and understood the high officials' autobiographies deeply, wouldn't reveal his arrogance easily. Despite being displeased with Sect Lord Su, he smiled and nodded his head. The duo flew into the air and left the main island of the Dao Palace. They were silent all the way and didn't head towards Greenfire Island. Instead, they landed on a secluded, deserted island. It was then that a look of admiration was seen in Su Yunquin's eyes as he thought about how cautious Wang Baol was in handling matters. It was clear that Wang Baol was worried that there were some hidden mechanisms on his island that would allow others to eavesdrop on their conversation. And that was why Wang Baol brought him to that secluded area. When he landed, Su Yunquin immediately sealed his hands and pointed to his surroundings. At the same time, he took out a compass from his storage bracelet and put it under his feet. The compass glowed and formed a protective covering that enveloped the duo. Wang Baol also sealed his hands, taking out numerous items and even scattered his second level. It was only after both of them put in place measures to ensure that the area they were in was secure that Su Yunquin took a deep breath. We should be fine. This compass was made in secret by the Federation. According to analysis, it can dodge the detection of someone at the Soul Conduit realm for 5 minutes. Wang Baol nodded his head and sat at a corner, looking at Su Yunquin while waiting for him to speak. City Lord Wang, in the incident back then, the elder who attacked is still being suppressed on Venus, and I have also been punished. Please don't hold it against us. This time, I have come here after doing a good deed and don't have the power to boss you around. Instead, I would need your help in many different scenarios. As Su Yunquin spoke, he bowed deeply towards Wang Baol. He knew very well that right now, in the vast expanse Dao Palace, Wang Baol was leading the Federation's faction. That was especially so after the trial, which made Wang Baol's status surpass many others from the Federation. He was worried that his arrival would cause Wang Baol to misunderstand. Therefore, that was the first thing he addressed. I have 2 tasks to fulfill here. The first task is to build a secret mini-teleportation array formation, and that is because we need to play safe. If there is ever a day where we need to break out, it would be the escape route for everyone. Listening to those words, Wang Baol felt calmer and nodded his head after thinking about it. I would definitely help you with this matter. However, you must work cautiously and be especially vigilant of Taoist Yuran. Wang Baol thought about it before speaking softly. Taoist Yuran? A flash appeared across Su Yunquin's eyes. I don't have evidence, but I have a hunch that this person has a threat level that surpasses that of Mielizi. Wang Baol spoke with a deep voice. Su Yunquin seemed to be deep in thought. If someone else had said the same thing, he would have taken it with a pinch of salt. However, since it was Wang Baol who said it, he took it extremely seriously. After setting the matter aside, Su Yunquin and Wang Baol began to converse on a deeper level. They mainly talked about what had happened to the Federation seedlings in the past year. Su Yunquin needed to have a full understanding of the situation in order to carry out his second task. When he heard about the deaths that had occurred, the ordeals that the Federation seedlings had faced, as well as Feng Churon's soft personality, Su Yunquin hesitated. He then laughed bitterly while looking at Wang Baol. City Lord Wang, there are some things that I don't know whether it's appropriate to say. However, if I say it, I hope that you don't misunderstand. Listening to those words, Wang Baol looked at Su Yunquin seriously before nodding and speaking. Please say it. After thinking about it, a profound look flashed across Su Yunquin's eyes. He looked increasingly like a sly old fox, and he spoke softly. City Lord Wang, I know that the first batch of Federation seedlings faced many ordeals and were ostracized everywhere they went. However, do you know where all of you went wrong? Perhaps your cultivation wasn't wrong. Instead, your mindset was wrong. It was never a thought of yours to integrate with the vast expanse Dao Palace from the beginning. Even if that thought was present, it was a weak thought. This subconsciousness distanced all of you from the vast expanse Dao Palace like a tumor on one's skin. My example may not be appropriate, but the meaning isn't far from it. This skin tumor could be eliminated by the vast expanse Dao Palace without much thought and without much loss. Su Yunquin sighed as he spoke after interpreting the situation based on his own experiences. Wang Baol was shocked listening to those words. Closing his eyes in silence and thinking about it, he realized that Su Yunquin made a lot of sense. Wang Baol wasn't a stubborn person, and when he opened his eyes, he bowed at Su Yunquin with cupped fists. Please share your insights, Sect Lord Su. You are too courteous, City Lord Wang. It is natural that the people who are involved typically don't have an objective judgment of the entire situation. That would be the case for me as well. Su Yunquan smiled humbly and returned the greeting to Wang Beol. From beginning to end, he didn't act like someone who was superior to Wang Beol. Instead, he appeared as if he was slightly lower in status compared to Wang Beol. That is also the second task that I have to accomplish here. A truly formidable plan of action that would make the vast expanse Dao Palace suffer is to achieve complete union with the Federation. If the Federation is integrated into every part of the vast expanse Dao Palace, there is no way they can get rid of us. Even if they tried to, they would suffer severe consequences as well. Therefore, unless they have been pushed to the brink, they wouldn't act rashly. While Su Yunquan spoke, he carried a sharp look in his eyes. An indescribable aura emanated from his body. When Wang Beol heard those words, he was impressed by their profound meaning. He thought silently in his mind that the old fellow was indeed experienced. In reality, his analysis also made a lot of sense. It was true that when Wang Beol and the other people in the first batch of Federation seedlings had first arrived in the vast expanse Dao Palace, they had instinctively not harbored the intention to form a union with the vast expanse Dao Palace. Since the vast expanse Dao Palace treated them as outsiders, they viewed the Dao Palace cultivators as outsiders as well. I already have some ideas as to how to execute this. When the time comes, I would need your help, City Lord Wang. Su Yunquan then carried on the conversation with Wang Beol to gain a more complete understanding of the whole situation, before bidding farewell with cupped fists. Before he left, Su Yunquan laughed bitterly and spoke. City Lord Wang, please let what happened in the past become history. It has already gone like the wind. Wang Beol looked at Su Yunquan with respect. He had already realized that compared to a sly old fox like Su Yunquan, he was still inexperienced. There were many things he could learn from Su Yunquan. Listening to Wang Beol's reply, Su Yunquan looked deeply at Wang Beol and laughed heartily. He greeted him again before taking his leave. When Wang Beol could no longer see Su Yunquan, he closed his eyes and thought silently in his mind. This sly old fox isn't a simple person. However, anyone who could establish a sect in those years is not simple as well. Wang Beol didn't wish to bear grudges with someone like that. At the same time, no one wanted to bear grudges with Wang Beol either. Wang Beol was fine with letting the incident on the moon pass. After all, the Dao Palace would be the one who should fret over the sly old fox's arrival. To the other disciples of the Federation who were here, having a person like Su Yunquan around made them feel safer. With that thought, Wang Beol laughed and retracted all the protective measures that he had put in place previously. He charged back to Greenfire Island. Not long after returning to his cave abode, Jin Duoming, who had somehow managed to find out his whereabouts, arrived. The moment he arrived, Jin Duoming stepped directly into the cave abode. A look of disbelief and shock on his face as he exclaimed in an exaggerated manner, "Darn! Are you the real Wang Beol? You, why are you so thin now? I observed you for such a long time just now, but I still didn't dare to confirm that it was you. How did you do it?" Wang Beol was secretly enjoying the moment as he looked at Jin Duoming's surprised facial expressions. However, on the surface, he began reprimanding Jin Duoming. "Little Ming, how could you judge others by their appearance? Do you know why I was fat previously? It was because when I was a young boy, I grew sick of people like you who specially came to look at my handsome face. Therefore, I fattened myself up so that I would no longer be disturbed and could live my life as an Adonis peacefully. It's a pity that I achieved a breakthrough in my cultivation this time and regained my original looks. Ah, how unfortunate." Jin Duoming was a little taken aback by what Wang Beol had said. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but noticed that Wang Beol had cast a glance at him. That glance was somewhat threatening, and that made Jin Duoming laugh bitterly. He swallowed the words that he had wanted to say, but he was still unable to sing unwilling praises to Wang Beol. Therefore, he cleared his throat and took out a jade slip from his storage bracelet before passing it to Wang Beol. "This is the Federation Seedlings contributions ranking announced by the Federation. I have brought it specifically for you. Wang Bao's eyes lit up with satisfaction upon hearing Jin Duoming's words, and he hurriedly looked into the jade slip upon receiving it. When Wang Bao saw that his name was ranked highly as first on the list and that his contributions had exceeded that of Li Yi's by tens of cultivation techniques, he felt extremely good about himself. To him, the only thing that was separating him from becoming the president of the Federation was his return. As Wang Bao thought about how little Duanmu had to relinquish his position and make way for him once he returned, he was filled with anticipation and patted his tummy with satisfaction. Even though touching his tummy didn't feel as good as before now that it was smaller, it was still a habit that he was unable to get rid of. Wang Bao didn't care much about it either, and he raised his chin and cleared his throat. Little Ming, other than the contributions ranking, did you bring anything else? Jin Duoming, as the successor of the Trillionaires Corporation, was an extremely smart person. He laughed upon hearing those words, then tossed out a storage bag. Wang Bao opened it to take a look, and his eyes instantly lit up. He looked at Jin Duoming with appreciation. The storage bag was bursting with snacks of various flavors, and there were over 100 boxes of ice spirit water as well. To Wang Bao, someone who had licked his last 3 pieces of snacks over and over again in the past year, he had spent in the Dao Palace until they had lost all flavor, that was a huge gift. Therefore, Wang Bao couldn't control himself and tore open a bag of snacks. He took a bite out of it and his body trembled. He closed his eyes and began murmuring to himself softly after a brief moment. Ah, this is the taste of home. I, Wang Bao, am not someone who is greedy about food. This is homesickness. Jin Duoming blinked several times. He thought about how his act of bringing the contributions ranking and snacks to Wang Bao, as well as not arguing against Wang Bao's narcissistic exclamations, were perhaps enough to make Wang Bao satisfied by now. Therefore, he cleared his throat before speaking with an embarrassed expression on his face. Bao, there is something that I need to tell you about. Wang Bao took out a bottle of ice spirit water and drank a large mouthful of it. That made him feel extremely comfortable and elevated his mood greatly. He also looked at Jin Duoming with greater satisfaction, and he waved his hand and spoke with generosity. Say it. What's the matter? Having heard Wang Bao's words, Jin Duoming sighed with an awkward expression on his face. Bao, I've been leading a tough life for the past year. We are brothers, and this is a fact known by everyone on Mars, and even within the Federation. However, this matter is beyond my control. I am here this time with a mission to fulfill. With that, Jin Duoming observed Wang Bao's facial expression carefully. After noticing that Wang Bao had stopped moving his hand, which was holding the bag of snacks, Jin Duoming hurriedly spoke again. Ah, it's all because you are too capable and superior. That made that evil Federation President Duanmyuk extremely cautious of you, such that he had despicably threatened me to shoulder the burden with you. Baol, this is not a rebellion from me. I don't have a choice either. Even though my Trillionaires Corporation is formidable, we still pale in comparison to that shameless Duanmyuk. That fella has gone overboard in forcing me to compete with my brother. Baol, after I thought about this matter in detail, I feel that the best way out of this is that I become the Federation President, while you can be the Deputy Federation President. You can have the final say in everything then. Jin Duoming looked extremely indignant, appearing as if this were something that he didn't want either. However, at this point, Wang Baol suddenly laughed as he set aside both his snacks and the ice spirit water, raising his head to look at Jin Duoming. Little Ming, this isn't a major issue. I, Wang Baol, am not a petty person. We will compete fairly and squarely, and all of this is for the benefit of the Federation. However, the vast expanse Dao Palace is a dangerous place, and everyone here is ruthless. Ah, it's hard to say, but if there were ever a day when someone finds you an eyesore. Wang Baol shook his head with emotion. He didn't finish his sentence, but the ferocity in his eyes was already so strong that it couldn't be hidden. Wang Baol snorted in his heart. As to him, anyone who dared to compete against him would be his enemy. At the same time, he felt that what Jin Duoming had mentioned at the end sounded familiar. That was how Wang Baol had hoodwinked Li Waner back then as well. Looking at the ferocity in Wang Baol's eyes, Jin Duoming felt troubled, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to speak again. Baol, I'm unwilling to do this as well, but Duanmyuk is pressuring me with his authority. Furthermore, I remember that the Federation president must be someone from the 4 great Tao colleges, but does that include the Trillionaires Corporation as well? With that thought, Wang Baol looked at Jin Duoming. Jin Duoming blinked several times. It was incorrect to say that he wasn't interested in becoming Federation president. However, after weighing everything, Jin Duoming still decided to speak the truth. In the second half of last year, Duanmyuk sent me to White Deer Tao College to study. I didn't do it out of my own will, as that was an order by that evil Duanmyuk. When he heard those words, Wang Baol put on a fake smile. Based on his understanding of Jin Duoming, Duanmyuk's initiative was just one of the driving factors. Jin Duoming himself must also have been very tempted to take on the opportunity handed to him. In addition, even though both of them had worked on Mars for a period of time, Jin Duoming wasn't like Kong Dao. Kong Dao had conceded to him, while Jin Duoming was still extremely arrogant. Therefore, it might be true that Jin Duoming didn't take the initiative in this matter, but it was also very possible that he wanted to leverage on the opportunity he was given. However, it was without a doubt that all this fundamentally happened as Duanmyuk had been too full of himself back then. Now that he felt that Wang Baol's contributions had far exceeded what was expected, he was afraid that Wang Baol would really replace him when he returned. Little Duanmu, you have gone overboard. Wang Baol snorted in his heart, but he didn't bother himself too much about it. After all, he held an advantage after what he had been through the past year. He was in the lead and had quite a high status in the Tao Palace as well. It was also much easier for him to earn battle credits now. It seems that it is pertinent for me to obtain 100 cultivation techniques in total, so that little Duanmu would give up all hope and relinquish his position without any qualms. With that thought, Wang Baol felt a little proud. After all, he was perhaps the only person in the entire Federation who could make the Federation president stressed about his position. With that, Wang Baol waved his hand and didn't continue talking about the matter. Noticing that, Jin Duoming heaved a sigh of relief as well. Even though he had wild ambitions himself, he also didn't want to offend Wang Baol. Most of what he said previously was sincere as well, and he had mentioned that beforehand to prevent the possibility of turning into Wang Baol's enemy in the future. After all, he knew that even though Wang Baol may appear to be amicable on the surface, he could also be extremely ruthless if he wanted to. Right now, Jin Duoming was really troubled, and therefore instinctively sang some praises to Wang Baol. They then chatted for a long while before Jin Duoming took his leave late in the evening. Wang Baol pondered about the matter in detail after Jin Duoming had left. He felt that even with Duanmyuk's support, it was still extremely difficult for Jin Duoming to surpass himself. As such, he didn't think too much of the matter and continued meditating and learning his cultivation techniques when he returned to the cave abode. Days passed. Other than the Galactic Dusk Sect Lord and Jin Duoming, there were also a few people amongst the second batch of Federation cultivators whom Wang Baol was acquainted with who paid him a visit. However, Xianxia didn't show up at all, and Wang Baol wasn't the least bit surprised about that. He still communicated with Yun Piaozi, in order for Yun Piaozi to send someone to keep an eye on Xianxia. He wanted to find a chance for him to solve the dilemma between him and Zhuo Yifan. However, Xianxia went missing on the 5th day after arriving in the Tao Palace. No one knew where he was, including Yun Piaozi. That shocked Wang Baol as he thought about what the Galactic Dusk Sect Lord had mentioned back then. As he was pondering about the matter, a major matter that had spread throughout the entire sect happened in the vast expanse Tao Palace, which diverted Wang Baol's attention. The Galactic Dusk Sect Lord was the one who started it. It sent shock waves everywhere, and everyone who heard it widened their eyes in extreme shock. Even Mia Lizi gasped and was in disbelief upon hearing it. That matter was, Sect Lord Su of the Galactic Dusk Sect was asking Feng Qiran for her hand in marriage. However, it wasn't for himself. He was asking for Feng Qiran's hand in marriage in place of Li Xingwen. The moment this matter was made known, all the cultivators of the vast expanse Tao Palace were shocked and in disbelief. What followed was discussion and commotion that was akin to a hurricane. Even the two batches of cultivators from the Federation felt that it was extremely incredulous. After hearing about it, Wang Baol was similarly astounded as well. When he imagined Li Xingwen and Feng Qiran standing together in his mind, he suddenly realized that both of them were actually quite compatible with each other. Elder Feng Qiran is so supportive of the Federation. Could it be that this has something to do with Li Xingwen? Wang Baol blinked his eyes. He became gossipy, especially when he thought of that Li Wuqian. Wang Baol had knowledge of many secrets before he embarked on the journey to the ancient greenish bronze sword, as he was a secondary rank too noble. Of those secrets, there were some which were regarding Li Wuqian. Wang Baol knew that Li Wuqian was the baby that the Grand Supreme Elder had brought away from the vast expanse Dao Palace many years back. Could it be that Li Wuqian is not Li Xingwen's disciple, but his son? When Wang Baol thought about this possibility, he opened his eyes wide. He felt that his conjecture wasn't far from the truth. However, back then, the Grand Supreme Elder and the rest of the group didn't seem to have stayed long enough to give birth to a child. Wang Baol scratched his head but immediately thought that there might be some mystic techniques that could shorten the time needed for pregnancy and childbirth. Regardless of the reason, Wang Baol was almost certain that Li Wuqian was Li Xingwen's son. Who would have thought that the Grand Supreme Elder was so capable? He was just a true breath realm cultivator or a foundation establishment realm cultivator then, but he could bear a child with a soul conduit realm mighty figure. Wang Baol murmured. A sense of respect rose in his heart. At the same time, he quickly opened up the Federation's regional chat group to take a look. It was furious with activity, and all the discussions were about the marriage. After looking through many of the discussions, Wang Baol posted on the chat group with emotion. The Grand Supreme Elder is awesome. That quickly set in place a momentum. Gradually, everyone began to post similar comments, differing just in terms of how they addressed him. When he set aside the regional spirit internet jade slip, Wang Baol sat inside his cave abode and pondered about the matter, concluding that it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Sect Lord Su mentioned previously that his second task was to integrate completely within the vast expanse Dao Palace. Could this be his first move? The more Wang Baol pondered it, the more he felt that was the case. If Li Xingwen and Feng Qiran were to really get married, then to a certain degree it would have fulfilled what Sect Lord Su had wanted. The adult's world is too complicated. A beautiful youth like me wouldn't understand it well. Wang Baol sighed and shook his head. He gulped down a mouthful of ice spirit water and patted his slightly bloated tummy. During this period of time, Wang Baol was undergoing cultivation. Coupled with the fact that he had an abundance of snacks and had eaten them heartily, spirit fat had insidiously accumulated on his tummy. Wang Baol wasn't overly concerned about that bit of spirit fat. He felt that if he could slim down so quickly previously, then that meager amount of spirit fat was nothing. He only needed to put in a little effort to remove it. Maybe when I lose weight after becoming fat again, I could achieve a breakthrough and reach the nascent soul realm. With that thought, Wang Baol let loose even more. He took out a bag of snacks and opened it. He took several mouthfuls of it, and the more he ate, the more he enjoyed it. It's a pity that there's no chicken drumsticks, no braised eggs, and no pig's trotters. Everything is great in this vast expanse Dao Palace. But there isn't anything delicious here. Wang Baol shook his head and continued to meditate to study the third level of the lightning immortal transformation, as well as the second level of the flame snatch the arch armor. In addition, he also focused on how to refine his intrinsic scabbard so that it could become a dermic armament. He spent some time thinking and researching it every day. Time passed slowly in this manner. Typically, gossip would fade from people's minds with time. However, that wasn't the case for the matter regarding Li Xingwen asking Feng Qiran for her hand in marriage. Not only did it not fade from people's minds, but it grew increasingly prominent instead. That was especially so as the protagonist involved, Feng Qiran, didn't clarify the situation herself after her initial shock. Even though she didn't agree to it, she didn't reject it either. That made everyone who had their attention on it even more gossipy. At the same time, while heated discussions about Li Xingwen and Feng Qiran were taking place in the vast expanse Dao Palace, Jean Duoming and Sect Lord Su of the Galactic Dusk Sect began to share a close relationship. Sect Lord Su brought Jean Duoming along to pay a visit to almost all the nascent Soul Realm cultivators, as well as Mielizi. Sect Lord Su didn't forget about Taoist Yuran either. Through some means, Sect Lord Su had managed to establish an extremely friendly relationship with many of the upper echelons of the Taoist. There were numerous female nascent Soul Realm cultivators who seemed to share a good relationship with him. That wasn't the most surprising. After such relationships had been maintained for half a month, another matter that shook the Tao Palace happened. The person who started it wasn't Sect Lord Su, but Jean Duoming. Jean Duoming set up a spirit internet system in the vast expanse Tao Palace. 30% of the cultivators of the second batch of Federation cultivators were experts in the area. With their assistance and cooperation, the Federation's technology was brought to the vast expanse Tao Palace, and the spirit internet was established. It must be mentioned that in the Federation, the spirit internet was a product that was created and disseminated by the Trillionaires Corporation, and it was eventually approved and adopted by the entire Federation. Therefore, to Jean Duoming, the spirit internet was the Jean family's trade. The biggest hurdle to the establishment of the spirit internet should have been the interruption by the upper echelons of the vast expanse Tao Palace. But somehow, with Sect Lord Su's persuasion, it was approved by the Tao Palace. It seemed that the visits he made and relationships he established in the past month were all to pave the way for the introduction of the spirit internet. At the same time, there was definitely some sort of transaction that had taken place. Whatever the situation, Jean Duoming's spirit internet was successfully established, and even though it didn't have very wide coverage, it still encompassed the main island of the vast expanse Tao Palace, as well as other nearby islands. The tool needed to log onto the spirit internet was given for free to people by Jean Duoming. He didn't care much about the cost involved and gave the tool to almost all the Tao Palace disciples. Initially, some of them didn't value it, while some of them were scornful towards it. There were also some people who tossed it aside and didn't care about it after receiving it. Only a small proportion of people were curious and logged on to take a look at the spirit internet. Those Tao Palace disciples were instantly attracted to the spirit internet the moment they logged on. They felt that it was extremely novel. The main web page of the spirit internet was very simple and was separated into several panels by Jean Duoming. Even though only one of the panels was opened, with the rest being closed, the panel that was opened was mainly used for news and gossip. On it, there were matters, both huge and trivial, that were being collected by the Federation cultivators. It was incomplete, but it could still allow one to know the happenings of the sect without stepping out of their houses. At the same time, Jean Duoming also invested heavily in mining the news. He didn't have battle credits, but he had a lot of refinement resources. It caught the attention of many people who tried trading valuable information for refinement resources from him. That made the news and gossips panel grow increasingly richer. Jean Duoming didn't disregard gossip either. He focused mainly on 2 points. One was the ambiguous relationship between Li Xingwen and Feng Qiuran, and the other was to spread Wang Bao's life story to attract the attention of the Tao Palace disciples now that he was so famous. If that were simply the case, people would lose interest in the spirit internet after a while. However, as the successor of the Trillionaires Corporation, Jean Duoming knew how to capture the market. After noticing that the number of people who were logging onto the spirit internet was dwindling by the day, he immediately opened up the second panel. That panel was named Panel for Blind Dates, Friendship, and Entertainment. The moment the panel was opened up, it lit up the eyes of the Tao Palace disciples who had logged onto the spirit internet. They explored the panel curiously, and somehow, perhaps through the hefty sum that Jean Duoming had paid, he managed to invite Huang Yunshan, one of the personal disciples of the Tao Palace and Zhou Chideo's Tao partner. He invited Huang Yunshan to be an ambassador and advertiser for the panel for blind dates, friendship, and entertainment. Every disciple who logged on to the spirit internet and that particular panel would immediately see Huang Yunshan's provocative figure. That garnered everyone's attention. As word spread, the number of people who logged in swelled, and the additional number of users were all new users. That made Wang Bao feel extremely threatened. At the same time, there were numerous cultivators, both male and female, from the second batch of Federation seedlings who became members of the panel for blind dates, friendship, and entertainment. Their outstanding looks created a hype within the panel. After that, Jean Duoming invited some Dao Palace disciples to become members as well. This way, in half a month, coupled with the boost from the activity in the panel for gossip, the Spirit Internet became all the rage. More and more disciples came to know about the Spirit Internet, and many of them had logged onto it and browsed through it. That was especially so as Jean Duoming had even organized a massive blind date session. In less than 2 months, while Wang Beol was still stabilizing his cultivation, Jean Duoming had already created a whirlwind amongst the Dao Palace disciples. He also rose to fame, and at the same time, the Spirit Internet had been accepted into the Dao Palace disciples' lives to a certain extent. However, most of them only felt that it was for fun, not something they couldn't do without. That was until Sect Lord Su communicated with Feng Churan. After Feng Churan thought about it and approved it, Jean Duoming opened up the third and most important panel of the Spirit Internet. That was the panel for services and transactions. Numerous Federation-made products and dermic treasures appeared instantly on the panel. At the same time, there were also countless daily essentials and a variety of snacks. Jean Duoming focused heavily on daily essentials. He seemed to have done some research and found that the Federation's immortal cultivation wasn't looked upon fondly by the Dao Palace. The Federation disciples lacked in the quality of refinement materials, but not in terms of daily essentials. Those items immediately caught the attention of the Dao Palace disciples. Many of them were surprised after buying and trying out those items. That was especially so for some products targeted to the females, like fashionable clothes and hygiene products, which became such hot sellers that even Jean Duoming couldn't believe it. At the same time, Jean Duoming also laid his eyes on the Dao Palace's mission stone steel. With Sect Lord Su's support and Feng Churan's silent approval, Jean Duoming copied the stone steel onto the Spirit Internet, such that all the disciples could take on missions through the Spirit Internet. If that were all, it wouldn't be considered significant. After all, in every cave abode, there was a small mission stone steel. Even though it couldn't be used to complete a mission and record it, it could still be used to check on and take on missions. Therefore, what Jean Duoming did was to bring a little more convenience for everyone. However, to Jean Duoming, he knew that the Spirit Internet that he had created had the fundamental goal of bringing convenience to people. It may just be a little bit more convenient, but that would mean victory for Jean Duoming as well. That was because, to him, convenience was the most powerful weapon in the universe. Once everyone grew used to the convenience, it would be difficult for them to change or kick the habit, as they wouldn't be used to it and would even find the change hard to accept. That was indeed his plan as well. For example, the purpose of including news and gossip was to allow people to know everything that was going on without even stepping out or asking others. The blind dates and friendship panel achieved this goal as well. It integrated into the disciples' lives, such that they were no longer individuals but a community. That was especially so for the panel for services and transactions, which brought convenience to everyone in the most direct manner. Therefore, the emergence and operation of the Spirit Internet had an extremely strong impact on the Dao Palace, who were merely superior to the Federation in terms of immortal cultivation but not quality of life. The impact was so strong that, to a certain extent, it exceeded that of the anti-spirit bomb. This way, the Spirit Internet became all the rage in the Dao Palace. Needless to say, if even a few nascent soul realm cultivators curiously checked it out, those disciples were naturally attracted to it as well. To a certain degree, the novelty and convenience brought to everyone by the Spirit Internet had already accomplished the first steps to integration. It could be imagined that once the Dao Palace disciples had formed a habit, the Spirit Internet would basically become a permanent part of their lives. Now that everything was on track, the payment system for the use of the Spirit Internet was also launched. Different panels had different usage costs, and even though it wasn't expensive to use it, Jean Duoming had managed to earn an astonishing amount of battle credits within a short period of time. Wang Beol watched as the Spirit Internet grew from nothing into prominence. The threat that he felt also increased significantly, and the Spirit Internet and Jean Duoming became one of his most threatening opponents. However, Jean Duoming was someone who knew how to handle such matters well, and he sent Wang Beol some shares for the Spirit Internet. At the same time, Sect Lord Su from the Galactic Dusk Sect also played a significant role. He sent shares of the Spirit Internet to both Mializi and Taoist Yuran, and especially to his backing Feng Churon. Even those nascent Soul Realm cultivators received some shares as well. In this way, 70% of the shares were given away. The remaining 30% belonged to Jin Duoming, but it was also temporary. According to Sect Lord Su's plans, if new nascent Soul Realm cultivators appeared in the future, they would automatically be given some of the shares and profits. This wouldn't have succeeded if someone else had executed it. However, the sly old fox, Sect Lord Su of the Galactic Dusk Sect, had handled the matter very smoothly. After all, he was one of the founding members of the Federation's Spirit Inception era, as well as the leader of one of the sections. He was sly and very capable. Even though he had some biases, he didn't have any intention to rebel against the Federation. Therefore, this time in the vast expanse Dao Palace, he handled every matter while upholding the benefit of the Federation. Even Wang Baol conceded to the way he did things after he found out more about it through his channels. It would be scary if someone like him were my enemy, and I would need to kill him as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I would have to guard against him all day and night. However, now that he is one of our own, it brings relief. Holding on to the shares of the Spirit Internet, Wang Baol knew that even though it seemed as if Jin Duoming was in charge of the Spirit Internet on the surface, the real person in control was Sect Lord Su. It was clear that the Spirit Internet was a powerful weapon prepared by the Federation this time around. Therefore, regardless of their goal, Wang Baol wouldn't sabotage it. However, he was anxious seeing that Jin Duoming's battle credits were growing by the day. Even though Wang Baol held 10% of it, it was still insufficient, especially as Jin Duoming had started to send cultivation techniques back to the Federation. In the span of a few short months, that fella had actually sent back 20 cultivation techniques. This fella really wants to compete with me for the position of Federation President. Huh? Little Duanmu, is this the radical solution you have thought about? You have made me anxious. I will bash you up the moment I return. Wang Baol was anxious, and when he thought about how he could really bash Duan Muk up with his combat capabilities now, he was suddenly very tempted by the idea. Speaking of which, I should be the most powerful person in the Federation right now, right? Wang Baol blinked his eyes and grew excited. As Wang Baol was tempted by the idea of returning to the Federation to carry out his plans, there was someone else in the vast expanse Dao Palace who was even more anxious than Wang Baol. That person was Xia Haiyang. The emergence of the Spirit Internet made Xia Haiyang the biggest loser. The intelligence he held previously was replaced by the panel for gossip, while the business stream he owned was replaced by the panel for services and transactions. That was especially so as on the panel for services and transactions, there were already some Dao Palace disciples who were posting information about buying and selling services, and that was akin to destroying Xia Haiyang's lifeline. Cutting off my wealth stream is like killing my parents. Xia Haiyang's eyes were reddened. In the past few months, he had led a difficult life and could only earn some income through a few of his connections. He could no longer lead a carefree lifestyle like he did previously. Therefore, under this intense state of anxiety, he found Wang Baol. Baol, this Sect Lord Su from the Federation is too capable. If this were to carry on, my business would fold. The position of Federation President would be handed to Jin Duoming as well. We need to join forces. Based on Xia Haiyang's interpretation, whatever the Federation was doing had made Wang Baol an ally. Unsurprisingly, Wang Baol agreed with Xia Haiyang's words immediately. However, regrettably, as Wang Baol was someone from the Federation, he couldn't destroy the Spirit Internet, as that would drive him to the limits. Xia Haiyang seemed to be well prepared to handle the helplessness that Wang Baol felt, and he spoke immediately. Baol, I don't want you to ruin the Spirit Internet's business. Rather, we should form an alliance to create a better business so that we can earn some money together with the Federation. I, Xia Haiyang, am a businessman, and no one is my enemy. My only goal is for everyone to earn money together. What business? Wang Baol was tempted, and he turned to look at Xia Haiyang. It is, of course, the most lucrative business in the new civilization generation now. Xia Haiyang cleared his throat after hearing Wang Baol's question. He took a look at his surroundings, and after making sure that no one was eavesdropping, he spoke with a low and proud tone. That is, Games. Games. Wang Baol was confused. He didn't seem to really understand what Xia Haiyang meant. He was about to speak again when Xia Haiyang raised his right hand and took out a jade slip. He pressed the jade slip in front of Wang Baol, and instantly, the jade slip glowed, 2 shining runes appearing on it. Wang Baol had clearly never seen the runes before, but when he took a look at it, an authoritative voice reverberated in his mind. Descend. As that word created a wave of shock in Wang Baol's mind, Xia Haiyang laughed and began explaining. Did you hear that? This is a game created using a special technique. It solves the problem of language and anyone can get the hang of it easily. It is known as Descend, and the business that we will establish would involve managing this game. Let me tell you, this game is impressive. I only managed to obtain it after spending a hefty amount and activating some of my channels. It can allow the gamer to immerse themselves in a virtual reality within it, and it would feel extremely real. Do you want to strike it rich? Begin the game. Do you want to pick up babes? Begin the game. Do you want to become the top leader? Begin the game. Whatever the case, as long as you have paid for the game, you will be the most formidable. Xia Haiyang grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. In the end, he even clapped and chuckled heartily. These novice gamers of the vast expanse Dao Palace have probably never come across a game of this type and level of technology. Therefore, once they get the hang of it, they would definitely become addicted to it, and once that happens, haha, they would start paying for it. Then, us brothers would strike it rich. Xia Haiyang was excited, and even his eyes were glowing brightly. However, Wang Baol was still confused. He looked at the jade slip and then back at Xia Haiyang but still couldn't reconcile the game with the current Spirit Inception era. Therefore, he couldn't help but question. Xia Haiyang, is the game reliable? Who would play it? If they had time, they would either carry out their missions or cultivate. Noticing that Wang Baol was becoming doubtful, Xia Haiyang panicked and hurriedly spoke. It's definitely reliable. My nickname is Reliable. This game would definitely be a hit. This is the asset that was specifically made by my family clan to reign over the entire never-ending Dao College. With that, Xia Haiyang hurriedly shut his mouth. It seemed that he had said something that he shouldn't have said. Therefore, he quickly swept his gaze at Wang Baol, and after realizing that Wang Baol didn't notice anything, Xia Haiyang hesitated and continued to speak. Whatever the case, this is something that I have secretly gotten. If you help me to promote it, I will give you 10% of the profits. Wang Baol appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually experiencing shock internally. In reality, what Xia Haiyang had said just now had revealed his background, which made one think hard about it. However, Wang Baol also felt that Xia Haiyang could probably have done it on purpose as well. After all, Wang Baol, as someone who was very familiar with the teachings in the high officials' autobiographies, had done something similar to his schoolmates when he was younger. He would pretend to have let the cat out of the bag to brag about an illustrious background that didn't exist, in order to achieve his goal. Is what Xia Haiyang said the truth or not? After thinking about it, Wang Baol still couldn't determine if it was the truth. Therefore, he looked at Xia Haiyang, and then at the jade slip in his hands. I'll decide after trying the game out. No problem. I will give you a unique privilege so that you can experience it for yourself. Xia Haiyang felt at peace instantly, thinking silently in his heart that once someone started playing the game, it was very unlikely that they would dislike it. Therefore, in his excitement, he sealed his hands on the jade slip before passing it to Wang Baol. After telling Wang Baol about the method for playing the game, Xia Haiyang bid farewell and left. When Xia Haiyang left, Wang Baol took a look at the jade slip and tossed it aside. He didn't plan to look at the game immediately and wanted to continue meditating and cultivating instead. Wang Baol had more or less gained a complete understanding of the third level of the Lightning Immortal transformation. He estimated that he would be able to successfully cultivate the third level of the Lightning Immortal transformation in half a month at most. However, the progress for the cultivation of the second level Flame Snatch the Arch Armor was lagging behind significantly. Despite that, Wang Baol knew that he shouldn't rush into the matter. As long as he continued to cultivate, it wouldn't be long before he succeeded. Just like that, after meditating for several days, Wang Bail thought about Xiaoyang's game during a period of free time. Therefore, he took out the jade slip again, and after thinking about it, he felt that there was no major danger involved. However, he wanted to remain on the side of caution and called the donkey out. The donkey looked extremely confused as it was held by Wang Bail by its hooves and pressed onto the jade slip. "Son!" The donkey was instantly dumbfounded. Even before it could scream fully, with its head turned to look at Wang Bail, its body shuddered and disappeared. It was as if the donkey had been sucked away by the jade slip. Even its aura was gone without a trace. That surprised Wang Bail, who immediately picked up the jade slip to take a look. Wang Bail felt that the donkey's aura had disappeared, but he could still connect with him vaguely due to the presence of the jade slip. He heaved a sigh of relief since it appeared that there was no danger. This game is a little bizarre. Where did the donkey go? After thinking about it, Wang Bail tried to end the game and call the donkey out. However, at that moment, the donkey seemed to have signaled its excitement and agitation and didn't want to return. Wang Bail stared and didn't want to grant the donkey its wishes. He twisted the jade slip, and the donkey appeared in front of him as if it were teleported back. When the donkey appeared, Wang Bail was taken aback. Even though no change seemed to have occurred to the donkey, a look of disappointment was clear in its eyes. It even raised its hooves by itself to touch the jade slip, as if it wanted to return. That made Wang Bail curious. He pushed the donkey aside, not caring about how dejected and wronged it was as it lay there. Wang Bail held the jade slip and pressed it after a brief moment. Instantly, everything was a blur in Wang Bail's eyes, as if a large suction force had sent him into a vortex. There was no discomfort, and the next moment, when he opened his eyes, there was emptiness before him. That emptiness was boundless and unimaginably vast. In front of him, there were hundreds of light clusters that were gray in color. They all seemed to have been sealed closed, with only one of them shining brilliantly. Wang Bail looked at everything in front of him, suspiciously. After thinking about it, he looked intently at the brilliant light cluster. The moment he looked at it, countless illusory figures appeared from the brilliant light cluster. There were humans, beasts, as well as vegetation amongst the illusory figures. The illusory figures of humans were similar to that of the Federation cultivators. However, there were also some differences. For example, their ears were smaller, their noses were longer, and they had a third eye on their glabella. They were also slightly shorter. However, without exception, even though they looked slightly different from the Federation cultivators, they were all extremely handsome and beautiful. Wang Bail was momentarily dazed. After taking a detailed look, numerous messages appeared before his eyes. 6th grade Spirit Cultivator Toonseeker from the Herodium Civilization. 3rd grade Spirit Cultivator Rhoda from the Herodium Civilization. 1st grade Spirit Cultivator Palace Protector from the Herodium Civilization. The messages that appeared before his eyes were runes, but Wang Bail could understand them clearly when he read them. That created ripples in Wang Bail's heart, and the more he looked, the more the messages appeared. Wang Bail gasped as he began to understand that each of those countless figures, when he looked at them, they would reveal their identity and background. He could descend and replace them if he had the intention to. So, this is descend? After a brief moment of silence, Wang Bail chose a message to read in detail. It was about a 9th grade spirit cultivator named Uya. Instantly, when the image before Wang Bail's eyes cleared up, he had reappeared in a noisy public square buzzing with people. There were also spirit cultivators dashing about in the skies. He even noticed some combat vehicles rushing by. The surrounding buildings were also different from that of the Federation, and they were mostly mushroom-shaped. Without waiting for Wang Bail to get used to everything, a pleasant yet fearful voice arrived by his ears. "Great Spirit Cultivator, please buy me. All you require is 1 spirit crystal." This evil game of descend. Wang Bail turned his head and looked at a fair-skinned, beautiful young lady who was probably 18 to 19 years old. She wasn't tall and was dressed thinly with her cheeks reddened, and she was looking at Wang Bail with anticipation. "Great Spirit Cultivator, buy me." The young lady bit her lip and looked at Wang Baol with pleading eyes. What use do I have in buying you? Wang Baol was a little confused. You can do anything to me, the young lady said with her voice lowered. Wang Baol blinked and found a card made from a crystal on his body. He took a look at it and was dumbfounded. There was a number on the card, and he took a long time to figure out exactly how many nines were on it. The young lady shuddered visibly when she saw Wang Baol's crystal card. When she looked at Wang Baol, there was a look of fear in her eyes. Noticing the young lady's gaze, Wang Baol made the decision to buy the young lady. He began exploring the world known as the Herodium civilization. Over the course of the day, when he gradually grew familiar with his status and gained a better understanding of that civilization, Wang Baol couldn't help but be shocked. Everything here could be bought using the so-called crystal points. Anything, from the highest position of the Senate in the world to the lowest position of a commoner, could be bought as long as one had enough crystal points. It appeared that it was a rule that everything in the civilization was related to the crystal points, which made the crystal points symbolize everything. Could also be said that, in this civilization, one could do whatever he desired. It was also possible to switch identities. With just a thought, one could return to the emptiness and select a different medium, just that it would require some crystal points as well. If it were just virtual reality, people would get sick of it even though it was interesting. However, after Wang Baol observed and studied everything in that civilization, he realized that everything felt extremely real. Even the passage of time was much slower than in the Federation. The spirit cultivators were also all from the same cultivation system. Even though the system differed from that of the Federation, the spirit cultivators also seemed to be extremely capable. However, none of this was what made Wang Baol most shocked. What created the greatest shockwave in his heart was what the young lady he had purchased said to answer his question. 1,000 years ago, the Herodium civilization failed to advance and was also punished heavily by the heavens. In the end, it was bought over by the ancient trade civilization and was transformed into a tour star. The so-called tour star is a land provided to superior civilizations for games and entertainment. According to the rules, the Herodium civilization can only redeem itself when it has accumulated enough crystal points. Only then can it rekindle the hope of advancing into a stronger civilization. Sir, since you possess the crystal card, you must have descended from a superior civilization. According to the rules, as long as you have enough crystal points, all your needs must be satisfied. A descender like you has not appeared in a very long time. The young lady spoke softly. When she looked at Wang Baol, anticipation had replaced fear in her eyes. Sir, I have acceptable qualities. Please purchase me. I can go anywhere and do anything that you want me to do. Wang Baol was dumbfounded with shock. After trying to understand everything in the civilization, he shook his head and chose to leave. When he returned to his cave abode in the vast expanse Dao Palace, Wang Baol recalled everything that had happened in the game. He felt that everything seemed unreal. It should be a fictitious game, but everything in it, from its history to the logic that governed it, felt very real. The ancient trade civilization, the tour star, are they real or fake? It doesn't matter if it's fake, but if it is real. Wang Baol didn't pity the foreign Herodium civilization, and instead, he thought of the Federation. In the end, Wang Baol shook his head and contacted Xianxia using the jade slip. After the call went through, the first thing Wang Baol did was to raise his doubts. Of course, this Herodium civilization is fake. Haha, how can it be real? It's just a game. However, to make it feel real for everyone, the content and storyline of the game were made to be as lifelike as possible. Xianxia laughed heartily, with a delightful tone in his voice. He seemed to be enjoying the fact that the game he had managed to obtain was able to confuse Wang Baol. What do you think? Will the game become popular in the Dao Palace? Xianxia asked again after clarifying Wang Baol's doubts. What if the player dies in the game? Wang Baol thought about it and questioned again. Relax, they wouldn't really die. They enter the game through a medium, and it is a game after all. Xianxia answered with a smile. Is that so? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and he hurriedly asked again. I don't understand much about the game, but I know that, in principle, the game requires one to use a medium in order to play it. Then, could there be a day that the medium collapses? We need to make some preparations to prevent such scenarios, which would make the players unhappy, from happening. How is that possible? Bail, rest assured. Unless you're in a dream, this game would never collapse. Xianxia joked, and his laughter was heard. Wang Bail seemed to be in thought. He repeated the word medium in his heart. After a moment, he shook his head, and a glow flashed across his eyes. I want 50% of the profits. That's not possible. Xianxia rejected him immediately. After the two of them haggled with each other and reached a consensus that Wang Bail was to get 30% of the profits instead, the duo continued to talk about how they should go about promoting the game. It was only then that they ended the conversation. After putting the jade slip down, Wang Bail stepped outside the cave abode and looked at the sea of fire and the skies. He erased the doubts he had towards the game in his heart. He wasn't a saint and didn't have an abundant sense of empathy. He couldn't and wouldn't care about other civilizations. The one who dies isn't the descender, but the medium. Let's just treat the game like a game, Wang Bail murmured softly. He only cared about his hometown and the Federation. Xianxia, I hope that your arrival won't threaten the Federation. Otherwise, Wang Bail narrowed his eyes. The dark artifact from Mars was his greatest asset. He was very confident that once he achieved a breakthrough and became a nascent soul realm cultivator, he could move the dark artifact and kill Xianxia. He may be mysterious and unpredictable, but Wang Bail was confident. Once Wang Bail had arrived at a decision, he no longer pondered over matters of the game. Instead, he promoted it with all his efforts. Therefore, the first person he contacted was Jin Duoming. With his status and his ownership over 10% of the Spirit Internet's shares, he paid a very small price in terms of profits to open up the fourth panel on the Spirit Internet. The Descend panel. After he thought about it, he immediately sent a voice transmission to the 5 personal disciples, Dugu Lin, Zhou Chudao, Su Ming, Lu Yun, and Huang Yunshan. They were all people of high status in the sect. Back then, Jin Duoming had paid a huge price but only managed to invite Huang Yunshan. Furthermore, Jin Duoming had succeeded in getting Huang Yunshan to agree back then, as Huang Yunshan happened to need some battle credits to prepare for Zhou Chudao's advancement. However, this matter, which seemed impossible to accomplish to others, wasn't a problem for Wang Bail. That was also the reason why Xianxia chose to collaborate with Wang Bail. Even though Zhou Chudao had been defeated by Wang Bail, he still conceded to Wang Bail. Therefore, the couple immediately agreed to Wang Bail's request. As for Su Ming and Lu Yun, as the duo wanted to befriend Wang Bail as well, they didn't reject him either. Persuading Dugu Lin went smoothly as well. He acknowledged Wang Bail's capabilities and therefore, even though he was in seclusion, he still set aside some time to advertise for Wang Bail's game. Wang Bail also advertised the game himself. With the 5 personal disciples of the vast expanse Dao Palace and Wang Bail being ambassadors of the game, it was similar to firing an anti-spirit bomb towards the Dao Palace disciples. It sent shock waves all over, and everyone instantly came to know about the game. In addition, this game had a unique charm of its own as well. As such, in the short span of a few days, Descend had become the hot item throughout the Dao Palace. There was an endless stream of people logging onto the game, and even though not everyone was surprised by the game, most of them were. Even a few nascent soul realm cultivators were shocked by it. In order to gain enjoyment in the game, crystal points were needed. Therefore, when a system to exchange battle credits for crystal points was set up, the amount of battle credits gained on the first day astounded Wang Bail. That was needless to say for Jin Duoming, who had his eyes on the game as well. The shock that he experienced had been turned into crashing waves. At the same time, amongst the countless descenders, no one knew that there was also a donkey who hugged the gaming jade slip that Wang Bail had prepared for it like it was a gem. Even though Wang Bail wasn't addicted himself, he would also take a look at the game from time to time. He wanted to find out more about the Herodium civilization's history, the system shared by the spirit cultivators, as well as items like cultivation techniques. However, nothing in the game could be brought out physically. It seemed as if this function had been blocked. Even though Wang Baol had unlimited crystal points, he couldn't do it. As the game became all the rage, the spirit internet gained popularity as well. It could be said that in these short few months, the Federation had transformed the Dao Palace significantly and had indeed achieved integration with the Dao Palace, which was the goal mentioned by the Galactic Dusk Sect Lord to Wang Baol when he first arrived. He wanted to leave the mark of the Federation everywhere within the Dao Palace so that it would be difficult for the Dao Palace to get rid of the Federation. It was also because of this plan and the success of the Spirit Internet that created a huge change in the lives of the Dao Palace disciples. Right now, they didn't leave their houses to get in touch with the news and gossip of the entire Dao Palace. There was also entertainment, friendship, and service transactions between them. The emergence of the game had changed the quality of their leisure lives. All this was nothing to the Federation cultivators. Even though there was temptation, it wasn't strong enough to be earth-shaking. After all, even though the Federation's immortal cultivation paled in comparison to the Dao Palace, their daily lives were rich and fulfilling, as they were supported by the operations of the entire civilization. On the other hand, there weren't many Dao Palace disciples, and their civilization was lacking. That was perhaps not the case in the past, but they were clearly in a deficit these tens of years. Therefore, the clash of civilizations from both sides was extremely impactful to the Dao Palace disciples. While it enriched the lives of the Dao Palace disciples, it also allowed the Federation to set its roots within the Dao Palace. The next mission that Sect Lord Su of the Galactic Dusk Sect had to accomplish was to carry out the construction of the teleportation array formation in secret. At the same time, he had to be a guardian of the union between the Federation and the Dao Palace. While spending time with the upper echelons of the Dao Palace, he didn't neglect his own cultivation. He was inching closer to advancing to the nascent soul realm. In addition, as the game continued to grow in popularity, and as the amount of battle credits he earned swelled, Wang Baol began to live an increasingly comfortable life. However, he didn't teleport cultivation techniques back immediately. Instead, he exchanged his battle credits for large amounts of refinement materials. A significant portion of the resources were supposed to be used to advance his intrinsic scabbard. However, even so, Wang Baol didn't dare attempt it, as he wasn't completely confident. Furthermore, according to his analysis, if he failed, he would damage the intrinsic scabbard greatly. If not for the previous battle with Dugulin, Wang Baol wouldn't have realized that fact. However, after the battle, the ferocity of the intrinsic scabbard made Wang Baol realize how important it was. The more he focused on its importance, the more he was unwilling to try it haphazardly. Therefore, Wang Baol planned to refine an 8th-grade dermic armament first and advance the scabbard once he succeeded in doing that and became more confident. In the meantime, Wang Baol's gaming business boomed. Jin Duoming, after noticing the astonishing earnings from the game, couldn't sit still any longer. He didn't know Xianxia and only came to know about such a formidable character through the game. Therefore, he naturally didn't know that Xianxia had once been in the Ethereal Dao College. After all, only people from the Ethereal Dao College would know about it. In addition, Xianxia was also secretive, with Wang Baol apparently being the only one amongst the Federation seedlings who knew him well. Even Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming could only make some guesses, but they didn't verify it out of caution. As such, Jin Duoming was unable to know much about Xianxia. Even though he tried to find out, he didn't manage to obtain much information. He then decided to ask Wang Baol directly about Xianxia's background. He didn't have eyes on the profits that Wang Baol had gained from his game. He didn't dare to. However, he still had some intentions with regards to Xianxia. He thought that everything would be perfect if he could gain some profits from him. Xianxia. Wang Baol raised his head to look at Jin Duoming, who was sitting with a smile on his face in front of him. Wang Baol put aside the bottle of ice spirit water in his hands. Wang Baol didn't dislike Jin Duoming, as even though he was his competitor and had some intentions against him, Wang Baol felt that all this was the result of Duan Muk's manipulation. At the same time, Wang Baol was confident in emerging victorious with the revenue from the game. In addition, Wang Baol's cultivation was also formidable, which made him feel that he had the right to turn the tables on Jin Duoming anytime he wanted. On the other hand, Jean Duoming also knew how to handle relationships well. Wang Bail smiled at Jean Duoming as well, as he had learned from reading the high official's autobiographies since he was a boy. He understood that the world didn't revolve around one person, and it was important that one didn't think of himself as the center of the universe. Setting aside all those thoughts in his mind, Wang Bail thought about Xianxia's background, as well as his suspicions before enlightening Jean Duoming. Little Ming, Xianxia isn't a simple person. I don't understand him fully either. I only know that he seems to have a strong backing in the Dao Palace. I encourage you to not have any intentions towards him. Wang Bail looked deeply at Jean Duoming. That gaze sent ripples through Jean Duoming's heart. Even though he wanted to become Federation president, he didn't want to offend Wang Bail. According to his plans, even if he were to really become Federation president, he could still give up the position. Therefore, he didn't bring the matter up and simply thought about what a big favor Wang Bail would owe him if he were to give up his position as Federation president. That would be sufficient for him to lead an extremely comfortable life in the Federation in the future. Therefore, he believed whatever Wang Bail said. Amidst the silence, he immediately aborted his original intentions and decided not to investigate Xianxia's background anymore. If Xianxia were to find out about it, misunderstandings might happen. With that, Jean Duoming took a deep breath and bowed at Wang Bail with cupped fists. He then chatted with Wang Bail briefly before taking out some refinement materials from his storage bag and passing them to Wang Bail. Bail, I heard that you've been buying materials recently. I have some materials as well, and you can use them first. Wang Bail took a look and was moved slightly. That was because those refinement materials weren't from the Dao Palace but the Federation. They were also extremely expensive materials that were needed for the refinement of 9th-grade dermic armaments. Therefore, Wang Bail laughed and didn't act as if he didn't need them. He took the materials and sent Jean Duoming away before going into seclusion to cultivate. A week passed, and as the cultivation in Wang Bail's body increased to a high level, Wang Bail opened his eyes while still meditating. He felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction coming from within his body. That feeling made Wang Bail realize that he had truly stabilized the cultivation that was elevated through the devouring seed when he was in the trial grounds back then. He was now at the peak of the late-stage core formation realm, and he was only a step away from perfection. At this time, he was also extremely clear with his understanding of the lightning immortal transformation. As such, with continued cultivation over the next few days, he finally succeeded in cultivating the 3rd level of the lightning immortal transformation. When he sealed his hands, an overlapping figure emerged immediately from his physical body. When the lightning avatar stepped out, it was extremely difficult to distinguish it from Wang Bail, and it was basically an identical replica of him, down to his flesh and bones. That was especially so as the lightning avatar also possessed a devouring seed. To a certain degree, it was almost a true avatar. Looking at his lightning avatar, Wang Bail was filled with anticipation. He controlled his avatar and flew it out of the cave abode and into the distance. When it was several thousand feet away, Wang Bail began to feel that he had reached a limit. He stopped and murmured in his heart, "Lightning escape." Almost the instant those 2 words reverberated in Wang Bail's heart, his avatar became blurry instantly. In the blink of an eye, his physical self in the cave abode interchanged with the lightning avatar, and he appeared above the sea of fire. In his exhilaration, Wang Bail tried several more times. When he returned to his cave abode, he couldn't help but chuckle heartily. With the lightning escape allowing me to change positions with the avatar instantly, my combat power has been boosted. Numerous unexpected techniques that could be used for battle surfaced in Wang Bail's mind instantly. In his excitement, he sat down to meditate and attempt the 2nd level of the Flame Snatch the Arch Armor. Despite the 2nd level of Flame Snatch the Arch Armor being challenging, Wang Bail had managed to gain an understanding of it over time. Right now, as he cultivated, the outline formed from the blood-colored meridians emerging from his body began to be covered with white threads. The white threads weren't numerous, but Wang Bail knew very well that it was a sign of bone formation. What was needed next was a long period of unrelenting persistence to form the complete bone structure. Only then could the second level of the arch armor be considered to have been cultivated successfully. I shouldn't rush into this matter, unless there are some shortcuts similar to back then when I used the flame snatch technique to cultivate the first level the arch armor. With that thought, Wang Baol checked on the arch armor. He had many ideas but eliminated most of them. Forget it. Whatever the case, I am currently much more powerful than I was when I went into the battle on the trial grounds previously. Wang Baol smiled and took out a petal from his storage bag. It was the petal that Wang Baol took away from Dugu Lin's 5-colored flower. After the battle, Dugu Lin didn't ask for it, and Wang Baol didn't return it. After examining the petal, Wang Baol took out a copper coin. Looking at the copper coin, a peculiar glow flashed across his eyes. I should never stop trying to decipher this object. At the same time, I also need to repair that black pike. As Wang Baol murmured, he took a deep breath and made preparations to put in more effort and thought into refining his treasures before the Worship Palace Pavilion opened. Previously, Wang Baol could already refine a one-use 8th-grade dermic armament, and he had also occasionally succeeded in refining 8th-grade dermic armaments that could be used several times. The greatest obstacle preventing Wang Baol from refining a true 8th-grade dermic armament was his lack of spiritual sense. Even though it was boosted slightly by the shriveled fruit that he possessed, the growth of his spiritual sense was still slow and was only a little better than no growth. However, it was different now. Having achieved a breakthrough at the trial grounds which allowed him to advance from mid to late-stage core formation realm, and even approach the peak, he was now just a step away from perfection. Because of the increase in his cultivation, Wang Baol's spiritual sense was significantly advanced. That made it easier for him to refine the artifacts compared to the past. Right now, equipped with sufficient materials, Wang Baol tested it out briefly and could already feel that it was different from previously. He then decided to focus on refining the artifacts after stabilizing his cultivation and after successfully mastering the cultivation technique. 7 days passed. In those 7 days, Wang Baol tried to refine 8th-grade dermic armaments many times, ranging from those that were one-use to those that could be used multiple times. When he finally managed to refine a true 8th-grade dermic armament, Wang Baol was extremely excited and exhilarated. Finally, I can refine an 8th-grade dermic armament. Wang Baol felt a torrent of emotions in his heart. Looking at the bell that he had refined in front of him, he couldn't help but sound it a few times. Listening to the reverberating and loud ring, and imagining the scenario when someone was trapped within it, Wang Baol was delighted. I still have many fake 8th-grade dermic armaments. When the time comes, I will first toss out a fake one, have them break it, then toss the real one out. With that thought, Wang Baol was filled with glee. He wanted to celebrate and patted his tummy, which now already had a little bit of spirit fat on it. When he thought about how slim he was now, he immediately took out several bags of snacks and began munching on them delightfully. He also took out 5 bottles of ice spirit water and chugged them down. With that, he finally felt satiated, and he began the process of refining artifacts again. The next item he refined was the 7th-grade dermic armament megaphone. As the grade of the megaphone was too low, it hadn't been used by Wang Baol for a long time. However, he still liked it very much. Now that his knowledge of refining artifacts had risen, he immediately made plans to advance its grade. Other than the megaphone, there was also the scandalous rope and the large seal. Those 2 dermic armaments had personalities of their own, which made them different from the rest. They were also 2 of the few dermic armaments that Wang Baol could continually upgrade until now. After spending 4 days and successfully upgrading the 3 dermic armaments to the 8th grade, Wang Baol took a look at his storage bag and thought of the self-exploding ribbon that he had used in the battle against Dugu Lin. His heart ached. What a pity! Wang Baol sighed. He thought about his arsenal of weapons, which included the tricolored flying sword and a few 8th-grade dermic armaments. While it seemed a little inadequate, he had a plan. However, in terms of protection, he felt that he still faced a significant deficit. Even though the bell could be considered a protective item, Wang Baol felt that it was more suitable to trap his enemies. Therefore, after thinking about it, a look of determination appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He felt that there was a great need for him to refine an 8th-grade dermic armament for the sole purpose of protection. As for its appearance, after thinking about it, Wang Bail decided that if it were to be used to protect his life, it was best that it was armor. Furthermore, it couldn't be too thick and should be fitting. At the same time, it shouldn't restrict him from unleashing the arch armor. That way, even if he were to be in a similar battle like the one against Dugulin, he would still have protection from the armor even if the arch armor breaks apart. That, coupled with his physical body, could make him more resistant to attacks than he was previously. If Wang Bail were now in the Federation, he wouldn't have suitable materials even if he had the idea. However, that wasn't an issue in the vast expanse Dao Palace. After all, there was an abundance of materials there. After browsing through the items on the Spirit Internet, he immediately noticed a refinement material known as dark scarcity. Other than a memory storage function, its protective qualities also satisfied Wang Bail. It also had an anti-shock quality. After Wang Bail had chosen it, another round of artifact refinement began. This time, Wang Bail put in a lot of effort and used half a month before successfully refining the dark scarcity armor. When he realized that he still had a substantial amount of refinement materials left, the idea of repairing the 9th grade black pike surfaced in his mind. That was especially so as Wang Bail had already thought in detail about how to repair it. After he considered it for a moment, he immediately got to work, putting in his best effort to repair the pike that he had found in the body of the sword. However, as Wang Bail was unable to refine a 9th grade dermic armament, the repair process was imperfect as well. However, since he had enough materials and was willing to invest the materials in the repair process, he had managed to repair most of it, even if it was incomplete. Right now, as he waved his hand, the pike floated in the air in front of him loudly, releasing a ferocious aura. The aura was surrounded by black smoke. A black snake with fleshy wings could vaguely be seen within the smoke, and it was staring coldly at Wang Bail. When they locked eyes, a chill was immediately felt in Wang Bail's heart. That made Wang Bail shudder, and he realized that the pike was perhaps no different from the tricolored flying sword. It may not be a strong 9th grade dermic armament, it can still be considered a weak one. Wang Bail was satisfied. He was about to raise his hand and put away the pike, but the moment his hand neared the pike, the black snake emerged out of it. It charged towards Wang Bail's hand and bit onto it. Wang Bail was unaffected. He didn't stop moving his right hand, and the instant the black snake neared, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, a ball of dark fire began burning. Amidst the crackling, the black snake trembled vigorously, screaming shrilly as it retreated quickly. Its body was also surrounded by dark fire, and it was only when it had retreated completely into the black smoke that the dark fire let go of it and returned to Wang Bail's palm. "You're not to do it again." Wang Bail spoke calmly without even looking at the black snake. He then placed the pike into his storage bracelet, and his gaze fell on the small mountain of refinement materials in his storage bracelet. "I have bought too much." Looking at those materials, Wang Bail felt that it would be a waste if he didn't use them. That was especially so because, while over half of it was prepared for his intrinsic scabbard, the other half was of lower quality. Even though the materials could be used to refine an 8th grade dermic armament, they didn't fulfill the high requirements that Wang Bail had set for refining the scabbard. Therefore, after thinking about it, Wang Bail went into action immediately and began refining puppets. He began to try out the idea of refining dermic armament puppets. At the same time, since it was rare that he had so many materials, Wang Bail also made plans to make some miniature armor for his mosquitoes. It was challenging, but with Wang Bail's current level of refinement knowledge, he would still be able to refine 6th grade numinous treasures if he put in the effort, even if he wasn't able to refine dermic armaments. Eventually, when Wang Bail emerged out of seclusion after refining the items, 7 of the 8 puppets that followed after him as he stepped out of the cave abode were already extremely close to the level of a 7th grade dermic armament. As for the last puppet, when Wang Bail turned to look at it, joy and satisfaction filled his eyes. That puppet was his old buddy who had followed him for many years, Zhu Gongxiang. Perhaps it was because of Zhu Gongxiang's uniqueness that Wang Bail had unexpectedly managed to refine it to become a 7th grade dermic armament. That was especially so with the integration of spirits, which gave Zhu Gongxiang a soul and made others feel that it had intelligence. In terms of combat power, Zhu Gongqiang was also on the level of early-stage core formation realm. Apart from that, Wang Baol also upgraded all the other dermic treasures that he could upgrade. Even the fireworks canister from before was modified. Wang Baol also managed to refine the armor for the mosquitoes. However, as the mosquitoes' form was only seen when they flew out, Wang Baol kept the miniature armors after testing their strength. Right now, basking in delight, Wang Baol waved his hand and put away all the puppets. Afterward, he charged towards the main island of the Dao Palace. He was making the journey to the main island because he had received notification that the vast expanse Dao Palace had finally managed to complete the preparations for the teleportation process that was needed for the trip to the Worship Palace Pavilion. The time to make the journey was set to evening on that very day. Feng Qiran also gave an explanation to why it was to happen in the evening. That was because the teleportation to the body of the sword had the highest accuracy during the evening. Therefore, after notifying Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao, Wang Baol charged directly to the Dao Palace. He was slightly early, as before being teleported, he had something big that he wanted to do. That was to scare little Duanmu. Little Duanmu, this time, I will let you know that I, Wang Baol, will be Federation President. Wang Baol had the overbearing and respectful air of a tycoon, as he used the battle credits that he had gained from the game's earnings to purchase numerous cultivation techniques from the vast expanse techniques chamber. People crowded around him as he began to send each cultivation technique back to the Federation through the teleportation array formation. The Federation was shocked. Outside the Mercury array formation, Li Xingwen's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets as he stared dazedly at the cultivation techniques, appearing one by one from within the brilliantly glowing array formation. On the other hand, Duanmyuk had begun to feel extremely uneasy ever since the 18th cultivation technique was sent back by Wang Baol. As such, he paid close attention to the matter using the projected image of himself that was formed using technology from the Federation. Right now, Duanmyuk quickly turned upon noticing the glow from the teleportation array formation. Initially, he was delighted, but this delight only lasted the time of 20 breaths. When he noticed that one cultivation technique was being sent back every second, his heart trembled. 21, 22, 37, 38, 42, 43. Those who were similarly shocked were the Federation cultivators who were on guard. Everyone was bewildered by the constant glow from the teleportation array formation and by the number of cultivation techniques that were being sent back. Even though they had seen numerous cultivation techniques being teleported back the past year, it was unbelievable this time, as it had far exceeded the total number that had been teleported back previously. Amidst the silence, and while Duanmyuk sank in astonishment, the process of teleportation continued for the time of 120 breaths. The number of cultivation techniques that were teleported back stood at 140. For the last 20 cultivation techniques, they were all tossed in at one go. Apparently, the person teleporting them back had grown irritated by the slow process. That scene instantly gripped all the people from the Federation who were viewing the process with shock. They couldn't help but begin to exclaim, 140. Are those cultivation techniques? Why do I feel like they are cabbages that can be bought for cheap instead? As the exclamations reverberated, Li Xingwen willed himself to remain calm while quickly grabbing the 140 cultivation techniques with his hands. After taking a look at each of them, he carried a peculiar look on his face, one that conveyed that he was unsurprised, before looking towards the bewildered Duanmyuk. Myuk, you should make some preparations. It is very likely that you will have to relinquish your position when Wang Baol returns. They're all from Wang Baol. Duanmyuk trembled. He didn't believe it, and he hurriedly took a look at the cultivation techniques himself. The more he checked, the more awkward he became. He felt a complicated mix of hopelessness and happiness in his heart. In the end, Duanmyuk let out a long sigh. He felt that he had really shot himself in the foot. Even after sending Jin Duoming over, Wang Baol still held a huge advantage over him. This is something to celebrate. Haha. I look forward to Wang Baol returning and becoming Federation President. Duanmyuk cleared his throat, and a smile appeared on his face. He was extremely heartened, and one wouldn't be able to notice if he were feeling other emotions. At this time, Li Xingwen cleared his throat and reminded Duan Myuk. In addition to the 18 cultivation techniques that he sent back previously, this fella had already accumulated 158 cultivation techniques. When Duan Myuk heard Li Xingwen's words, he shuddered. Darn it, I have been president for less than 10 years. It wouldn't matter as much if I stepped down after accomplishing something significant. But now, it seems like I have been forced to step down. What is this? I will lose face. Duan Myuk was anxious. He thought that it was a blessing that he was now a nascent soul realm cultivator. Even if he didn't step down, Wang Baol wouldn't be able to eliminate him through battle. However, when he thought about the updates on Wang Baol's combat capabilities sent by the vast expanse Dao Palace, Duan Myuk lost confidence. Should I change the system within the Federation before Wang Baol returns? For example, by increasing the number of noble positions above secondary rank 2 by 10? Duan Myuk sighed. He knew that it wasn't possible to do that, and he began to feel frustrated. While Duan Myuk was sunken deep in frustration, Wang Baol, who was in the public square of the Dao Palace on the ancient greenish-bronze sword, patted his tummy in delight. Even though he couldn't see Duan Myuk, he could guess that a dark cloud must be hanging above his head now. You want to compete against me, little Duanmu? Do you think over 100 cultivation techniques marks the end of everything? I am going to do something major. The game of noble advancement between us hasn't ended. Wang Baol was energized as he arrogantly raised his chin. With the Federation cultivators and Dao Palace disciples around him looking at him in shock, he left the public square and proceeded towards Feng Churan's cave abode. Wang Baol didn't bring the donkey along with him. Other than heading out occasionally to feed, the donkey was now completely immersed in the game. That saved Wang Baol a lot of trouble as well. As time was tight, it was already almost evening when Wang Baol arrived at Feng Churan's cave abode. Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao also rushed to the cave abode after receiving the notification from Wang Baol. Soon, the trio met outside Feng Churan's cave abode. After the trio had greeted Feng Churan in unison, Feng Churan handed the 3 hyacinthus tree leaves to Wang Baol with a spirited look in her eyes. Feng Churan agreed to Wang Baol's previous proposition of distributing the hyacinthus tree leaves to Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao. That was because, according to Feng Churan's understanding, Zhao Yaming had the heritage of the Eye of Infinite techniques, allowing her to survive and be considered an inner sect disciple even if she failed in the trial. Feng Churan looked highly upon such a status. As for Kong Dao, even though he didn't have the heritage of the Eye of Infinite techniques like Zhui Yifan, it was awkward for Wang Baol to hand the leaf to Zhui Yifan instead. Thankfully, Zhui Yifan was understanding of the matter. In addition, Feng Churan didn't wish to interfere with the choices made by Wang Baol and company. Therefore, after handing the hyacinthus tree leaves over, she brought the trio towards the mountains on the Dao Palace main island. The teleportation array formation on the mountain had already been prepared. Mielizi and Taoist Yuran didn't show up, as the matter was completely handled by people from Feng Churan's lineage. However, Sect Lord Su was invited to witness the process. After ensuring that everything was safe, Sect Lord Su greeted the trio with cupped fists and a smile on his face. Here's wishing the 3 of you have a smooth journey, emerge at the top, and are awarded the status of a vast expanse Dao Palace disciple. Wang Baol's impression of Sect Lord Su had already changed, and he cupped his fists towards him as he heard those words. Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao also returned the greeting. After that, the trio looked at each other before stepping into the array formation in unison. As the cultivators from Feng Churan's lineage sealed their hands, the array formation began operating. Feng Churan had a serious expression on her face as she looked at the trio and gave them a final reminder. She reminded them to remain vigilant, and she also informed them of what she understood about the process of entering the Worship Palace Pavilion. The Worship Palace Pavilion is divided into 2 parts. One is the Road of Brilliance, and the other is the 7 Worships Palace. There is no danger in the former, as it merely tests whether one has the caliber to enter the 7 Worships Palace. On the other hand, a certain level of danger exists for the latter. Therefore, all of you must remain vigilant. failure to pass the trial is better than risking your life there. In addition, based on my understanding, Baol and Yamming, both of you have received the inheritance of the Eye of Infinite techniques. As such, after entering the Worship Palace Pavilion, both of you should be able to skip the first few trials and enter the trial to become a core disciple directly. Once you succeed, you will become a core disciple. Lastly, I wish all of you success. With that, Feng Chiron produced a seal with her hands and pointed. Instantly, a loud boom was heard from the teleportation array formation. Wang Baol and company, who were in the array formation, saw nothing but a blur. They felt a force that could contort their bodies at that instant. The trio was immediately being teleported away, but it took a long while after they had disappeared for the array formation to return to normalcy. I hope they will have a smooth journey. After seeing that the trio had been teleported away, Sect Lord Su from the Galactic Dusk sect murmured before looking at Feng Chiron and clearing his throat. Elder Chiron, have you made a decision? That brother Xingwen of mine has true feelings towards you. Upon hearing that, Feng Chiron instantly experienced a headache, and she stared at Sect Lord Su. Let Li Xingwen tell me about it himself. With that, Feng Chiron left hurriedly. The other cultivators from Feng Chiron's lineage looked at each other before leaving. Some within them couldn't keep the matter under wraps and began to spread information about the incident on the Spirit Internet's panel for news and gossip. Instantly, the matter involving Li Xingwen and Feng Chiron created waves on the Spirit Internet once again. At the same time, in the depths of the sword body, an unusual-looking mountain stood within a heavily restricted region. There was only one mountainous path on the mountain, but there were 7 peaks. The peaks were arranged like a flight of stairs, with one taller than the previous. There was no sea of fire surrounding it, but there were countless bolts of black lightning that were striking across the sky continuously. It made the 7 peaks appear extremely imposing. 7 majestic palaces were clearly visible on the 7 mountainous peaks. At that moment, something was glowing on the mountainous path. In the next moment, Wang Baol and the others appeared. When they emerged, the thunder roared noisily, and the lightning flashed more intensely, lighting up the signage that indicated that the mountainous path was under repair. The trio also noticed 3 words written clearly on the signage at that moment. Worship Palace Pavilion. After briefly acclimating to the aftershock from the teleportation, as well as the surrounding environment, Kong Dao suddenly spoke. Baol Yamming, I paid Yifan a visit a few days ago to transfer the eligibility to him, but he didn't want it. Kong Dao, you're overthinking. Wang Baol patted Kong Dao's shoulder as he shook his head and smiled. Wang Baol had also approached Zhou Yifan regarding this matter, but Zhou Yifan had rejected him as well. After all, he didn't take part in the trial, and even though Wang Baol had the right to decide who was eligible, it was an opportunity that was to be given to Kong Dao without a doubt. Upon hearing Wang Baol's words, Kong Dao heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He then held his chin up high as he looked at the mountainous path in front of him together with Wang Baol and Zhao Yeming. This should be the road of brilliance mentioned by Elder Chiron. I sense the aura of an array formation from it. It's very strong, but there is no danger. Zhao Yeming looked intently at the path for a moment. Then she spoke softly. I'll go first. As soon as Zhao Yeming finished her sentence, a look of determination appeared in Kong Dao's eyes. He was thankful that Wang Baol had given him the opportunity and wanted to be the first to take on the unknown road of brilliance. This way, Wang Baol and Zhao Yeming could make preparations if there was any danger. Therefore, as Kong Dao spoke, he went straight ahead and stepped onto the first step of the stairway even before Wang Baol and Zhao Yeming could stop him. When Kong Dao's foot landed, he trembled. Wang Baol and Zhao Yeming went forward immediately and observed the situation intently. After waiting for 15 minutes, just as both of them began to grow anxious and wanted to pull Kong Dao back, Kong Dao suddenly exhaled deeply. I saw imagery. It should be safe here. As Kong Dao spoke, he continued walking forward. After taking 100 steps, he trembled and stood where he was motionless again. Upon noticing that, Wang Baol and Zhao Yeming looked at each other and nodded. They then stepped onto the first step of the stairway together. Instantly, both of them trembled, It was at that moment that Wang Baol finally found out what Kong Dao had seen. He only felt that it was all a blur before him. It was as if an earth-shaking transformation was happening in front of his eyes. The black lightning in the firmament had disappeared and was replaced by the blue skies. The surrounding restrictions also vanished, and peaceful plains took their place. There were also birds flying in the air, and even the seven-peaked mountain looked less imposing. The mountain seemed to have shrunk and became a tiny hill. A calm and peaceful feeling filled the air, making one feel relaxed. Wang Baol blinked several times and noticed a courtyard on the peak of the mountain he was at. There was a well in the courtyard, and a large dog was lying lazily beside the well. A middle-aged man with an unusual air was sitting with his legs crossed as he caressed the dog's head. He was smiling at the two children who were hanging a plaque outside the gate of the courtyard. The two children were very young but extremely agile. They didn't take long to hang the plaque on the door. Wang Baol immediately noticed the two words written on the plaque. Vast Expanse Courtyard. The imagery paused at that moment and faded away. Everything began to return to normal. The black lightning, the surrounding restrictions, and the imposing seven-peak palaces returned. Wang Baol was silent for a moment. When he turned, he noticed that Zhao Yaming had opened her eyes as well. Is the road of brilliance showing us the history leading towards the vast expanse Dao palaces rising? Zhao Yaming murmured softly, but she spoke the words that Wang Baol was thinking about as well. After that, the duo continued to advance forward. Looking from a distance, one could see Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming standing in line, with Kong Dao 100 steps in front of them. The trio looked like they were on an expedition to the top of the mountain, amidst the black lightning flashes and the surrounding restrictions. 100 steps later, the second imagery appeared in front of Wang Baol's eyes. There were clouds in the skies, and townships had been built on the vast plains. The hill had been transformed into a mountain that was standing tall, and the courtyard had turned into hundreds of buildings. Greenery complemented the appearance of the entire mountain, filling the entire place with a mystical aura. The disciples there no longer consisted of the two children from the first imagery. They had swelled to tens of thousands of people who busied themselves, filling the entire place with bustling activity. The rays of the sun landed on the plaque hung on the entrance of the mountain. It was no longer Vast Expanse Courtyard that was written on it. Instead, it was replaced by another two words, Vast Expanse Clan. With every 100 steps forward, new imagery would appear. The more the trio advanced, the stronger the suppressive force that landed on them was. It was as if it were challenging the limits of their physical bodies. Kong Dao and Zhao Yaming could withstand the suppressive force initially, but as the trio continued to advance, only Wang Baol could maintain his initial speed. He didn't assist Kong Dao and Zhao Yaming, as he knew that there was no danger present on the road of brilliance. Instead, to a certain extent, the suppressive force that they experienced could be taken as a form of physical training. Wang Baol didn't need the physical training, but to Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao, it was a valuable opportunity to strengthen themselves. Therefore, after checking up on the duo, Wang Baol watched the third, fourth, and fifth imagery, as if he was playing a game. The three imageries were similar to one another. They depicted that, several years later, there were several cultivation sects in the Vast Expanse clan that performed well and took the lead. Those sects eventually ruled over the planets they were in, and that marked the start of the galactic era, which expanded from a star to the entire galactic system. Even though the tribulations involved weren't being shown, Wang Baol could imagine and understand that the entire process involved the efforts of many generations of people. That allowed the expansion of control over to numerous galactic systems, then to the entire galactic domain, until they became the dominant force. Throughout the entire process, 3 changes were made to the name of the sect. From the third imagery of a sect which became a sect school of thought in the fourth imagery, all the way to the fifth imagery, where the sect school of thought was transformed to that of a palace. That was where the name Vast Expanse Dao Palace was finally adopted. Even though only snippets of the Vast Expanse Dao Palace's history were seen, one could already feel a sense of glory and brilliance. After all, that small courtyard had slowly advanced to become the ruler of the entire galactic domain. Despite not being from the Dao Palace, Wang Baol still cheered for its rising. It was imaginable that before crisis struck the vast expanse Tao Palace, the Tao Palace disciples were definitely filled with hope and anticipation for its future. Completing the journey on this mountainous path would be akin to witnessing the history of the Tao Palace. It creates a natural sense of belonging and pride to the Tao Palace. Wang Baol took a deep breath and experienced a wave of respect for the Tao Palace. However, Wang Baol still felt torn between the contrasting image of the Tao Palace's glorious uprising scene from the imagery, with the wastelands, lightning, surrounding restrictions, and the sea of fire that was presented before him in reality. It was difficult to reconcile history with the present reality. After a moment, Wang Baol shook his head as he reached the top of the mountain and took his final step on the road of brilliance. When his foot landed, the sixth imagery appeared before his eyes. Wang Baol had thought that he would see the fall of the vast expanse Tao Palace. But what was presented before him was a familiar image. It was a silver-haired middle-aged man who brought a cheeky little girl along with him to the vast expanse Tao Palace. The vast expanse Tao Palace put great emphasis on his arrival, and even the patriarch greeted him personally. In that imagery, the little girl looked curiously at her surroundings, and the image faded to become an eternity. "Little Missy?" Wang Baol stopped in his tracks and murmured in silence. As the imagery disappeared slowly, Wang Baol stepped off the road of brilliance. He stood on the mountain peak, with the palace in front of him and the road behind him. Time passed slowly as Wang Baol stood where he was and waited for Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao. He managed to return to a state of peace as he looked at the palace in front of him. The palace looked vast and majestic, with large pillars that supported the firmament like walls. The sculpture erected in front of the temple gave off an air of authority as well. However, the entire palace still looked visibly aged. Wang Baol recognized the sculpture. It was of the middle-aged man who was meditating with his legs crossed in the first imagery. Perhaps that person was the patriarch of the vast expanse Tao Palace. Even though the palace stood amidst the destruction of the body of the sword, it was still well preserved. Standing in front of it was like standing at the foot of a giant. Wang Baol was observing it when he began to hear panting sounds behind him. Kong Dao arrived with a glow in his eyes despite still trembling. The physical training he had experienced along the road of brilliance had strengthened his body significantly. After another 5 minutes had passed, Zhao Yaming finally reached the end of the road of brilliance. She had the weakest physique amongst the trio. As such, she also benefited the most along the road of brilliance. Next is the journey to the Seven Worships Palace. After Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao had taken their rest, Wang Baol suddenly spoke with energy and anticipation in his eyes. According to the information given by Feng Qiran to the trio before the teleportation, a trial would take place in each of the 7 palaces in the Seven Worships Palace of Worship Palace Pavilion. Passing each trial would mean that they had successfully conquered one of the 7 palaces, and that would eventually allow them to earn the title of a Tao Palace disciple. The different ranks of disciples that could be attained, in ascending order from the 1st to the 6th palace, were in-name disciple, outer sect disciple, inner sect disciple, core disciple, personal disciple, and adopted disciple. As for the highest rank that one could attain in the 7th and the last palace, it would be vast expanse Tao disciple. Feng Qiran didn't reveal the details of the trial. Right now, standing in front of the first palace, Wang Baol was filled with energy. He turned to look at Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao and noticed that they were fueled with anticipation as well. Without speaking excessively, the trio looked at each other before moving in unison towards the first palace in front of them. The trio reached the main gate of the first palace instantly. When they stepped in, Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming suddenly trembled. An illusory image of a giant tree appeared on Zhao Yaming's glabella. It was a representation of the Akang ancient array formation heritage that she had attained. At the same time, the arch armor marking on Wang Baol's heart also glowed, as if being inspected in detail by a mysterious force. The bodies of both of them then blurred out, before disappearing entirely as if they had been teleported away. They didn't appear on a trial ground but in the great hall of the 4th palace on the 4th peak. Only Kong Dao stepped into the first palace to begin the trial to become an in-name disciple. Due to the heritage that Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming had attained at the Eye of Infinite techniques that was sensed by the Worship Palace Pavilion, they were both allowed to skip the first 3 palaces. They didn't have to begin at the stage of an in-name disciple and could instead enter the trial to become a core disciple directly. If they could pass the trial, they would become a core disciple. Even if they didn't, as long as they survived, they would be an inner sect disciple. That was the advantage of the powerful heritage of the Eye of Infinite techniques. Right now, the moment the 2 of them appeared in front of the Great Hall of the 4th Palace, an extremely strong suction force immediately sucked the both of them in. When Zhao Yaming and Wang Baol appeared inside, they saw nothing but a blur. They couldn't even see each other, and it was as if they had been separated. They felt as if they were alone in the surrounding nothingness. Wang Baol immediately grew vigilant as he inspected his surroundings. Suddenly, in the emptiness, a cold and emotionless voice arrived by his ears. The trial to become a core disciple in the 4th palace will begin after the time of 100 breaths. Trial taker, please prepare. You will be sent to the Black Spirit dwarf planet of the Scorpion's pupil star system. You are to kill an alien cultivator formed from the accumulation of a cloud of black wind who has usurped the microstar. Complete the kill to accomplish the mission. The alien cultivator has the cultivation level of a nascent soul realm cultivator. If the trial taker doesn't voice his rejection within the time of 100 breaths, it will be taken that he accepts and is willing to take on the trial. Please note that this is not an illusion but reality. If the trial taker dies, he will be deemed to have fallen. If he gives up during the trial, he will still have to persevere for a month. As the chilly voice stopped speaking, Wang Baol was thrown into a daze. He had heard and understood every word loud and clear. However, the message that was being revealed to him made him feel incredulous. Scorpion's pupil star system? Black Spirit dwarf planet? An alien cultivator formed from the accumulation of black winds? What on earth is all that? Wang Baol blinked in disbelief. However, despite those doubts, he still made preparations and ensured that he was at optimal physical condition. He counted down the time of 100 breaths in his heart, and at the end of that period, a force of teleportation stronger than what he had ever felt before exploded in the emptiness he was in. As the force exploded, an invisible hurricane swept towards him from all corners, circling Wang Baol as it spun at high speed. It was pitch black in front of Wang Baol's eyes. It felt as if a century had passed, yet it also seemed as quick as the blink of an eye. When Wang Baol regained clarity of vision, he was no longer in the 4th palace. A heat wave enveloped him. The heated air was dry and carried an unusual scent which made one feel extremely uncomfortable breathing it in. Even though Wang Baol was physically tough, he also became queasy upon the first whiff, retching while hugging his stomach. However, he didn't vomit anything out. With his head lowered, he could only see the ground, which was composed of black-colored sand. After a while, when Wang Baol had slightly gotten used to the new environment, he raised his head with his face still pale and noticed the boundless desert surrounding him. The entire desert was made up of the black sand and made one feel indescribably constrained. The sky was green in color, completely different from the one that existed in Wang Baol's memories. There was also no moon and no sun where he was. There was only an uneven and oddly shaped source of light that hung high up in the sky to light up the land. At the same time, it also made the entire place feel eerie and bizarre. Wang Baol was somewhat confused. He had already inspected the area when he had first arrived by teleportation, and he understood that it was not a threatening place. Despite that, he still stood frozen for a long while. Is this an extraterrestrial civilization? Wang Baol mumbled after a moment. He was curious about the fact that he could breathe in the air in the area, and he was also curious about whether the extraterrestrial civilization really existed. He had an explanation for the former. After all, he had the physique of a cultivator and not a commoner. If he could traverse the cosmos, there was no doubt that he could withstand the poor weather conditions on some of the stars. Wang Baol was more troubled over the latter issue. He wouldn't be fretting so much if he hadn't experienced the fame of Descend. However, having played the game, Wang Baol took a look at his surroundings and touched his own body. He even took a look at his storage bracelet. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that he was indeed not in an illusory world. Everything present was real. This place should be the Scorpion System Black Spirit Place, or something like that. However, if there is really a Black Wind alien cultivator, then how could the Worship Palace Pavilion be so sure that he is still at the nascent Soul Realm? After all, the vast expanse Tao Palace has already fallen due to the crisis. At the same time, how did this trial come about? Is it the same trial for both Zhao Yaming and me? A glow flashed across Wang Bao's eyes. He had too many doubts, and he couldn't help but ask little Missy about them. After all, little Missy had once told him that when his name appeared on the Tao plate, she would assist him so that he could advance. Wang Bao's doubts were extremely simple to little Missy. Therefore, she didn't feign ignorance this time. Instead, she carried the tone of a know-it-all and spoke nonchalantly. This question, I know. Little Missy knew the answer since you were 3 years old. Wang Bao cleared his throat and replied to little Missy in his head, while he glanced at his surroundings. Wrong. I knew the answer since I was 1. Little Missy seemed somewhat displeased as she snorted. Then, she continued with her reply. The Worship Palace Pavilion is similar to the lands of 5 senses. They didn't belong to Vast Expanse Tao Palace initially, and were both alien items that were found in the universe by the Vast Expanse Tao Palace. They were then modified to become areas where trials for the disciples took place. All the trial grounds were once colonies of the Vast Expanse Tao Palace. Furthermore, even if the Tao Palace has fallen now, these colonies still continue to exist. Despite them being transformed significantly, they are still under constant surveillance. Now go on and complete your mission. After attaining the status of a core disciple, go take on the trial to become a personal disciple in the next palace. When the next mission is announced, activate the scabbard in your body. That way, there is a high chance that you will be sent to a place where it is suitable for me to give you a hand. With my assistance, becoming a personal disciple would be a piece of cake, little Missy announced proudly. Wang Bao blinked several times before singing some praises to little Missy. Then he turned and charged forward. The mission is to kill the Black Wind alien cultivator. However, how am I to find him on such a vast star? I only have a month's time. Wang Bao had no plan of action. In his silence, he continued to pick up speed and was so fast that he created a sonic boom. After 15 minutes of charging forward at high speed, Wang Bao suddenly stopped in midair. He turned and looked to his right for several seconds as if noticing something. He then turned and charged towards the left. Before long, in the area a distance away, a village-like gathering area appeared. The gathering area wasn't large, and the buildings were shabby and had the appearance of mud huts. There were about 100 of them, and it was there that Wang Bao noticed the indigenous people of Black Spirit Dwarf Planet. Unlike the Federation, the Vast Expanse Tao Palace, and Herodium, the indigenous people on Black Spirit Dwarf Planet were all skinny and had small heads. However, their legs were very well developed. The length of their legs made up half their body lengths. Therefore, at a glance, they looked somewhat like ducks. They also had black skin. Even though they had a pair of eyes, there was only the sclera and not the pupils. Right now, hundreds of them were gathered at the center of the village as they prayed towards a sculpture. The sculpture looked even more unusual, with a skull that looked like an elderly human whose face was covered with wrinkles. However, it had the black-colored body of a bird that gave out a red glow. Wang Bao was surprised and couldn't help but inch closer. However, the moment he stepped forward, all the indigenous people in the village turned their heads to look at Wang Bao, who was in midair. When they noticed Wang Bao's appearance, their facial expressions changed. They screamed in a language that Wang Bao didn't understand and appeared to have been frightened by Wang Bao's appearance as they scrambled to retreat. If Wang Bao could understand their language, he would definitely be surprised. That was because the indigenous people were all exclaiming that a monster had arrived. It seemed that, in their eyes, Wang Bao, who had an entirely different appearance from them, was an extremely frightening monster. Looking at those trembling indigenous people who were scrambling to escape, a glow flashed across the depths of Wang Bao's eyes. However, on the surface, He appeared helpless as he turned and landed beside the statue in the village, sweeping his gaze at the frightened indigenous people. Does anyone know the language of the Baal Federation, the top immortal civilization? Wang Baal cleared his throat and spoke calmly in the language of the Federation. However, the fearful indigenous people looked at each other with confusion evident from their faces. They clearly didn't understand what Wang Baal said. That made Wang Baal sigh and repeat his words using the language used in the vast expanse Dao Palace. When Wang Baal spoke this time, the indigenous people turned their heads immediately to look at an elderly man amongst them. The elderly man, with his body covered with wrinkles, looked bitter as he emerged from the crowd while trembling with fear. He cupped his fists, which were clearly smaller than his feet, and greeted Wang Baal. "Greetings, sir. I am the only person in the entire village who understands the language of the superior sect. Please direct any questions you have to me." The elderly indigenous man spoke in parts with a weird intonation and a heavy slang. Thankfully, Wang Baal could understand him. "Oh, what planet is this? In addition, why are all of you praying to this statue? Who is this statue of?" Wang Baal thought about it as he expressed his doubts and looked at the elderly indigenous man. The elderly indigenous man blinked. With a cautious expression on his face, he sized Wang Baal up before speaking softly. "Sir, we are on the Black Wind planet. The statue is the altar of the patriarch. Altars similar to it are present in every village on the Black Wind planet. We have to pray to it every day, and if we don't, the glow from the statue will dampen and eventually extinguish. Patriarch Black Wind inspects the villages frequently and will deem villages with statues that no longer glowed as disrespectful to him. He would then eat everyone in that village. So that is how it is." Wang Baal seemed to be in deep thought and didn't bother himself with the other indigenous people around him anymore. Instead, he turned his head to analyze the sculpture in detail. However, as he was analyzing the sculpture, the elderly indigenous man who was answering Wang Baal's questions suddenly made small movements to his toes. Instantly, a blood-like reddish glow emerged from the sculpture's eyes. The glow appeared extremely suddenly and enveloped Wang Baal in the blink of an eye. It seemed to have been turned into a seal that froze Wang Baal where he stood. It appeared as if his body and soul had been frozen, and they were both unable to move at that moment. At the same time, the initially frightened indigenous people revealed eerie smiles on their faces. Regardless of whether they were men or women, young or old, they no longer trembled in fear, and instead had a peculiar glow in their eyes. At that moment, their glabella split apart, and a black fog emerged from the crack, forming spirit-like existences in mid-air. As they smiled eerily, they charged directly towards Wang Baal. "It's been a long while since someone with flesh and blood has arrived. What good luck we have this time. This fella is destined for death, having been frozen by the patriarch's gaze now. How dare he come to this ghost planet of ours? Ha! I like his eyes. Don't any of you try to snatch them from me." As the ghost spirits shrilled with high-pitched voices, they excitedly charged towards Wang Baal. The one who moved the fastest amongst them was the elderly indigenous man who had spoken with Wang Baal previously. The ghost spirit that emerged from his glabella was of the biggest size and had the most concentrated aura. Right now, as his ghost spirit charged forward, the ghost spirit arrived right beside Wang Baal. It opened its large mouth and was about to swallow Wang Baal's head whole. Its large mouth seemed like it could be opened infinitely without tearing apart. It was expanded to a size that could swallow Wang Baal's head in its entirety, but when it was about to swallow, an annoyed voice reverberated in the surroundings. "All of you are irritating." As the voice was heard, the ghost spirits didn't even have time to react before Wang Baal's right hand rose slowly to grab the neck of the elderly ghost spirit in such a manner that it couldn't escape. Wang Baal twisted his right hand after grabbing hold of the ghost spirit's neck, and instantly, its eyes widened as it exclaimed breathlessly. It wanted to struggle and break free, but Wang Baal's wrench-like grip made escape impossible for the elderly ghost spirit. That instantly made those excited ghost spirits surrounding Wang Baal shocked, as they stopped in their tracks and retreated at high speed. However, Even though they moved at high speed, they still couldn't escape the dark fire that emerged from Wang Bao's body. The chilly ball of dark fire had Wang Bao at its center as it spread in all directions. The ghost spirits didn't even have time to scream before the dark fire instantly filled the entire area, enveloping the entire village. It was like a cleansing process taking place. All of the ghost spirits, except for the one Wang Bao was grabbing onto, trembled and vanished into thin air once the dark fire swept across them. They all ceased to exist. Noticing what had just happened in a dazed manner, the struggling elderly ghost spirit shuddered. When it turned towards Wang Bao, there was a real look of fear in its eyes as its body trembled uncontrollably. Without bothering himself with the ghost spirits that had been wiped out, or the elderly ghost spirit that he was grabbing onto, Wang Bao stood there, enveloped by the red glow as he continued to observe the statue. In reality, when Wang Bao first noticed the village, he had already realized that the indigenous people here were actually ghost spirits. Put more accurately, they were ghost spirits who were residing in the corpses of the indigenous people. It could be taken that, to a certain extent, the bodies of the indigenous people who had died an unknown number of years ago but didn't rot were the clothing of the ghost spirits. Others, even nascent soul realm cultivators, might not have been able to realize the truth. They might land themselves in danger even if they were able to resist the attacks of the ghost spirits. After all, the red glow from the sculpture targeted one's spirits. This was nothing to Wang Bao. As a dark child, he wasn't the least bit afraid of ghost spirits. As such, from beginning to end, Wang Bao wasn't bothered by anything. The only thing that piqued his interest was the material of the sculpture. Now, Wang Bao continued to analyze it, stepping forward to touch and knock at it. His eyes then lit up. That's right. This is made of stellar source. Wang Bao was somewhat agitated. He was doubtful previously, but now that he had confirmed his hypothesis after detailed analysis, he grew delighted. He was well aware of the value of stellar source. He also understood that the most important material he needed to repair the dark artifact from Mars was stellar source. However, it was difficult to obtain stellar source unless one eliminated a star. Therefore, Wang Bao was left helpless in the Federation. He had never thought that he would receive such a huge gift through this trial on this ridiculous planet. In his exhilaration, Wang Bao waved his left hand and was about to put the statue away when the red glow emerging from it increased in scale. It was as if it were a form of resistance. However, when a ball of dark fire appeared from Wang Bao's right hand, the red glow from the sculpture lost all its effect. Wang Bao could then put the sculpture away without any difficulty. After that, Wang Bao lowered his head to look at the elderly ghost spirit that he was holding onto. Wang Bao licked his lips and smiled. Two options. Either you bring me to the other villages, or I eat you whole. The elderly ghost spirit shuddered. It wouldn't have believed it if someone else claimed that they would eat it. However, having seen how Wang Bao had handled the other ghost spirits with its own eyes, and looking at the manner Wang Bao had licked his lips, it had a strong feeling that the monster in front of its eyes would really eat it up. I know of many villages. The elderly ghost spirit trembled and exclaimed loudly immediately. Lead the way. Wang Bao released his right hand, seemingly unconcerned that the elderly ghost spirit would escape as he spoke calmly. The elderly ghost spirit hesitated for a moment, but after recalling how Wang Bao had licked his lips, it became obedient and began to show Wang Bao the way. Man and ghost charged through the air in this manner, towards the other village mentioned by the elderly ghost spirit. 3 hours later, Wang Bao obtained yet another sculpture and wiped out yet another village. The elderly ghost spirit was in constant fear, while Wang Bao's eyes glowed brighter by the moment. Wang Bao was no longer anxious to complete the mission. To him, the entire place was a treasure land. The entire trial ground existed physically and wasn't an illusion, and that made it ideal for him to strike it rich. With that thought, Wang Bao looked at the elderly ghost spirit with excitement in his eyes. Bigfoot, perform well. If I'm satisfied, I'll not eat you. On the black spirit dwarf planet, the green skies, the glow from the irregular sun-like light source that lit up the black desert, as well as the peculiar heat wave, made the entire planet seem extremely barren from the surface. There were no plants, no animals, and even the civilization that existed on the planet were ghost spirits using the corpses as their clothing. There were villages, but put more accurately, they were merely ghost villages formed by the ghost spirits who were leeching off the corpses. It appeared as if death had become the theme of this planet. It was like a puddle of still water that was without any ripples. Until Wang Baol's arrival. Wang Baol was like a huge rock that had been thrown into the water, splashing it everywhere and creating ripples that broke the inactivity in the area. "I've struck gold." Wang Baol laughed heartily towards the sky in an agitated manner. It was the 7th day since his arrival. Under the elderly ghost spirit's lead, Wang Baol swept through over 50 villages using his dark fire. Without any exception, all the villages had the statues that he needed. The statues were also all made from stellar sources, and that, to Wang Baol, was wealth. Other than stellar sources, Wang Baol also found precious materials in some of the villages. They included ores and broken dermic artifacts. They were items that didn't exist in the Federation, and not much information was recorded about them either. Wang Baol only came to know that they were treasures after entering the Tao Palace. That raised Wang Baol's spirit. He finally understood how the 3 extraterrestrial nascent soul realm cultivators that he had killed by luring them into the dark artifact felt when they were reaping those gains. This is all accidental wealth. In Wang Baol's excitement, he had forgotten all about Patriarch Black Wind. Right now, he only had the thought to scavenge all the sculptures. The elderly ghost spirit also became more experienced in leading the way, and with it showing the way, Wang Baol continued on his scavenging journey. Days passed. Half a month later, when Wang Baol had scavenged most of the planet, he had accumulated over 100 sculptures. Seeing that the 1-month time limit was approaching, and that he had only managed to cover half the planet, Wang Baol grew anxious. With a combination of threats and urging, the elderly ghost spirit brought Wang Baol to the place on the planet with the biggest sculptures. It was a deep trench that was surrounded by a vast, empty area. There were no other ghost spirits present. There was only a 1,000-foot-tall giant sculpture that was erected in the area, giving off a red glow. The sculpture appeared to have been rooted deep into the ground, and a mysterious force from the space between the heavens and earth seemed to be channeled deep underground, using the sculpture as a channel. When Wang Baol saw the sculpture from afar, he felt disbelief, and his heartbeat rose furiously. The sculpture seemed to be mostly, though not entirely, composed of stellar source. The material that made up the rest of it also seemed impressive. That made Wang Baol feel extremely agitated as he dashed towards the sculpture immediately. As he neared the sculpture, he transformed into the arch armor while laughing. His body instantly grew to a size of 100 feet as he hugged the sculpture and twisted it while roaring. As Wang Baol twisted, the earth trembled. The sculpture was being pulled off the ground little by Wang Baol, creating a shockwave that spread from the connection point to deep underground. Right now, in the cave underneath the sculpture, there was an altar that was shrouded by black winds. The black winds formed a vortex that spun continuously. In the vortex, there were originally over 200 bright spots glowing brilliantly. Of them, 3 of them were the largest and appeared to be a cluster of light that became the center of the other bright spots. Every time the bright spots glowed, the black wind vortex would spin at an even greater speed. However, right now, over half of those 200 bright spots had been extinguished. That slowed down the speed of rotation of the black wind vortex. When one of the 3 largest light clusters began to extinguish rapidly and entirely, a pair of eyes within the vortex suddenly opened wide. There was initially a look of bewilderment revealed in the pair of eyes, as if it was wondering why it was awakened prematurely. However, very soon, it realized that the number of sculptures that it had painstakingly refined to sustain its training had decreased by over 100. On top of that, one of its 3 intrinsic light clusters had been extinguished, causing furious screams to emerge from within the vortex immediately. Darn it! When the scream reverberated, above ground, Wang Baol, who was forcefully pulling the large sculpture out, blinked. At that moment, the red glow emerging from the sculpture intensified, as if the sculpture was coming alive. A sign of activity was also visible from the sculpture's originally listless eyes. "It's alive!" Wang Baol was shocked. In his disbelief, he raised his right hand and revealed a large ball of dark fire. He smacked his hand onto the head of the sculpture. Then, "I have no choice but to snatch it." As Wang Baol spoke, his hand smacked down on the sculpture loudly. The sculpture vibrated several times, and the red glow dissipated. When everything returned to normal, Wang Baol pulled the sculpture out of the ground completely. He was excited and wanted to put the sculpture in the storage bracelet. Only, he realized that the sculpture was too big and that his storage bracelet was almost entirely filled. Unless he dismantled the sculpture, he wouldn't be able to keep it. Wang Baol regretted immediately, as he felt that he should have prepared more storage bags when he came. Right now, without a choice, he could only pull the sculpture along as he hurriedly left. At the same time, he raised his hand continuously and smacked it onto the sculpture to break it into pieces. He did everything while simultaneously putting the pieces into his storage bag. As Wang Baol escaped, on the altar deep underground, a scream even louder than previously reverberated. The vortex had even detached from the altar and shrank significantly, eventually transforming into the illusory image of a human-like creature with the body of a bird. The figure had the head of a woman, but not of an elderly lady. Instead, it looked like a middle-aged woman, but it wasn't the least beautiful. It looked extremely frightening, and there was a black mark on its face. It had a mouth full of sharp teeth. With viciousness in its eyes, it turned and transformed into a gust of black wind, emerging from the basin through the cave and shooting into the sky. Instantly, black wind spread in all directions, charging towards the sky. It immediately noticed Wang Baol, who was hugging the sculpture and escaping at high speed into the distance. "You have to die for stealing my sculpture." As it screamed, the alien cultivator with the head of a human and the body of a bird pursued Wang Baol at immense speed. Patriarch Black Wind? Wang Baol, who was attacking the sculpture and breaking it into pieces before storing them in his storage bag, turned to take a look upon hearing the voice. He recognized the owner of the voice, as the Black Wind was extremely powerful, which made recognition easy. A nascent soul realm cultivator indeed. A glow flashed across Wang Baol's eyes as he picked up speed. As he continued to escape at high speed, he also attacked the sculpture even more furiously. Seeing that Wang Baol was escaping, Patriarch Black Wind was extremely unhappy and refused to let Wang Baol get his way. It was formed by the accumulation of black winds and had an edge in terms of speed. That was especially so as Wang Baol was a mere core formation realm cultivator. Patriarch Black Wind didn't consider the issue of how a core formation realm cultivator could appear in the area. Instead, it picked up speed in its pursuit and resolved to swallow Wang Baol whole. In reality, even though Patriarch Black Wind was at the nascent soul realm, it was only at the early stage. Furthermore, as it didn't train using a physical body, it didn't have a high spirit intelligence. It was so authoritative on the Black Spirit Dwarf planet simply due to the crisis that the vast expanse Dao Palace had experienced previously, which left the area unattended. All the elites from the vast expanse Dao Palace were nullified, which gave it the unplanned opportunity to rule the area, transforming it into a place for cultivation. At the same time, it made use of the stellar source present in the area and spent many years to lay the sculptures so that it could cultivate. However, now that its efforts were negated by Wang Baol, it grew furious, especially as Wang Baol continued to attack the sculpture. "Little thief, I will swallow your flesh, extract your soul, and convert you into a ghost spirit. I'll whip you repeatedly for 1,000 years to make you suffer for stealing my sculpture." Patriarch Black Wind neared as it screamed. When it was a mere 1,000 feet from Wang Baol, Patriarch Black Wind screamed shrilly, sealing its hands as it pointed. Immediately, its body vanished, transforming into a black hurricane as it swept towards Wang Baol. Realizing that his speed was no match for Patriarch Black Wind, Wang Baol was unhappy and wanted to pick up speed. However, noticing the black hurricane that it had transmogrified into, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. It's related to spirits indeed. Wang Baol laughed suddenly, tossing the remaining half of the sculpture aside. When he turned his head, a look of ferocity appeared in his eyes. "Are you blind? I'm not a thief. This is the territory of my vast expanse Tao Palace. As a disciple of the vast expanse Tao Palace, I'm just here to take something. It's good enough that I didn't find trouble with you, yet you dare to threaten me." Wang Baol sounded extremely righteous as he turned and clenched the right hand of the arch-armor into a fist and punched. Hearing Wang Baol's words, Patriarch Black Wind trembled internally with shock. Without a doubt, the name Vast Expanse Tao Palace, along with the status of a disciple, created a natural response of fear. Amidst its surprise, Wang Baol's fist landed. After the trial for the Hyacinthus tree leaf, Wang Baol had asked Feng Qiran privately how his combat power compared with a nascent Soul Realm cultivator. If that question were asked by other Core Formation Realm cultivators, Feng Qiran would have found it weird. However, since it was Wang Baol who asked the question, Feng Qiran didn't find anything unusual about it. Therefore, through Feng Qiran's reply, Wang Baol came to know that his combat power was similar to an early-stage nascent Soul Realm cultivator. That was especially so as he later reached the third level of Lightning Immortal transformation and had managed to stabilize his cultivation, both of which made him more confident of his combat power. Putting in all my effort will allow me to battle an early-stage nascent Soul Realm cultivator. As Wang Baol punched, he closed his eyes. He seemed to have said everything carelessly previously. In reality, over the past half a month as he scavenged the statues and studied them, and as he suppressed those ghost spirits, Wang Baol had already arrived at the conclusion that it was very likely that Patriarch Black Wind's cultivation technique had something to do with spirits. Even though Wang Baol was unsure how Patriarch Black Wind was formed from a gust of black wind, with his sensitivity towards spirits, he had already concluded that it had something to do with spirits the moment Patriarch Black Wind appeared. Now, as Patriarch Black Wind attacked, Wang Baol became even more certain of that. Wang Baol's speed was no match for Patriarch Black Wind, and as such, he decided to attack directly. Right now, his ferocity and synchronization were both at maximum level, and the punch of the arch-armor carried 3 times its usual force. The devouring seed in his body was activated, and his cultivation, which was at the peak of the late-stage core formation realm, was exhibited all at once. His dark core shook violently inside the devouring seed, causing the dark fire to emerge from Wang Baol's body and boost his punch, making it so powerful that it was transformed into a hurricane. Looking from a distance, a sea of fire seemed to have been produced. At that instant, Wang Baol's hurricane clashed directly with the black hurricane transmogrified from Patriarch Black Wind. Immediately, a loud boom reverberated in all directions. The black wind was devastated, churning backwards and reforming into the figure of Patriarch Black Wind. Right now, it was taken aback, and a look of disbelief appeared in its eyes. Wang Baol's punch had made Patriarch Black Wind tremble physically and emotionally with fear. The force of the punch had exceeded the capabilities of a core formation realm cultivator, reaching the level of someone at the nascent soul realm. That alone astonished it. But what shocked it the most was that the bizarre black-colored fire was capable of putting an indescribable restriction on it. To a certain extent, it was inappropriate to call the black-colored fire restricting. More accurately, that ball of fire had made it scared out of its wits, such that there was an instinctive response of not wanting to come in contact with the fire. All of that made what Wang Baol said previously about being a vast expanse Tao Palace disciple seem even more real. However, Patriarch Black Wind still found it difficult to believe. The vast expanse Tao Palace has already fallen. It's impossible that you are a Tao disciple. As Patriarch Black Wind spoke, its facial expressions changed again. It suddenly thought about an issue that it had previously neglected, and that was, how did Wang Baol get there? It didn't even have time to think much about it before Wang Baol's excited laughter was heard. Wang Baol retreated while breathing hurriedly after unleashing his punch. Is this a nascent soul realm cultivator's capability? A sharp glow flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. He didn't feel that a nascent soul realm cultivator was weak. On the contrary, the fact that the alien cultivator was able to resist his punch, which was complemented by the suppressive force of his dark fire, gave Wang Baol a premonition that he might face the danger of death if he wanted to eliminate the Black-Wind alien cultivator. That was especially so as there was an aura that made Wang Baol frightened hidden deep inside the alien cultivator's body. Wang Baol wasn't confident of being able to dodge the alien cultivator if it were to attack after being pushed back. Therefore, in order to attain victory, Wang Baol had to lure the alien cultivator into unleashing its trump card. A glow flashed across Wang Baol's eyes as he took out a cylinder from his storage bag. When he opened it, a loud bang was produced, and a firework-like object exploded from the canister into the sky. That canister was one of the many invented by Wang Baol when he was in the Ethereal Dao College in the Federation years ago. He had made some modifications to it, and right now, as it exploded, a large number of fireworks shot into the green skies. It was extremely eye-catching and was like a flare that could be seen even if one was far away. Clearly surprised Patriarch Black-Wind. Before it could react, Wang Baol was already laughing as he turned, his lightning avatar emerging. As Wang Baol waved his hand, the tricolored flying sword flew out from his storage bracelet and was controlled by his lightning avatar, who directed it at high speed towards Patriarch Black-Wind. On the other hand, Wang Baol's actual body was now unleashing the arch armor. With his blood-colored meridians expanding and spreading at high speed, the bony threads of the second level of the arch armor also extended. That greatly increased Wang Baol's power as the desire for combat grew even more prominent in his eyes. Wang Baol rushed out, nearing Patriarch Black-Wind instantly as he attacked. He didn't attack using force, but through trapping Patriarch Black-Wind. The loud boom reverberated endlessly. Wang Baol and Patriarch Black-Wind began a battle in midair. Wang Baol's avatar, who was controlling the tricolored flying sword, was astonishingly powerful as well. Despite that, since Patriarch Black-Wind was a nascent soul realm cultivator, Wang Baol was no match for it. However, Wang Baol didn't unleash his dark fire or the full extent of his combat power. As the two continued their duel, Patriarch Black-Wind grew more troubled by the moment. Its opponent made it feel a high level of danger, especially after its question of how Wang Baol had managed to come was answered by the signal that Wang Baol had shot into the air. It was initially not completely convinced by the answer to its question, but after seeing that Wang Baol's strategy seemed to involve dragging time out, it became certain of the answer. He didn't come alone. As Patriarch Black-Wind grew anxious, a frightening look appeared in its eyes. It knew that it couldn't afford to let Wang Baol continue dragging the time out and that everything should end as soon as possible. It quickly made a decision, and without any show of hesitation, it opened its eyes wide and screamed so shrilly that its voice seemed to be able to pierce through spirits. The scream was so ear-piercing that it exploded, tearing apart the emptiness and causing a crack to suddenly appear on the ground. At the same time, Wang Baol felt like his head was about to explode, and his body was shaking extremely vigorously. A vortex appeared on Patriarch Black-Wind's glabella, and a tiny bird flew out from it. The bird was Patriarch Black-Wind's nascent soul. It was clutching a miniature black sword the size of a finger. The sword gave off an air of antiquity, and immediately, when it appeared, the heavens and earth were transformed. The winds roared, and the clouds tumbled. In the blink of an eye, the bird clutched the black sword and charged towards Wang Baol's glabella. That was the trump card of Patriarch Black-Wind. It was so powerful, destructive, and unpredictable that it was capable of slaying another nascent soul realm cultivator. However, despite it being powerful, it had a disadvantage. It could only be driven and controlled through contact with the nascent soul in one's body. Just as the black bird clutched the black sword and neared Wang Baol, the dark fire in Wang Baol's body suddenly erupted, sweeping in all directions and surrounding Patriarch Black-Wind. That surprised Patriarch Black-Wind greatly, and in that instant, Wang Baol's physical body blurred and switched positions with his avatar. Everything happened so quickly that Patriarch Black-Wind hadn't managed to react when Wang Baol's lightning avatar, which had a combat power similar to Wang Baol himself, was pierced by the black sword carried by the black bird as it flew through the dark fire. A loud boom was produced as Wang Baol's lightning avatar was devastated. When that happened, Wang Bao's physical body appeared where his lightning avatar was. Without hesitation, an intense desire to kill flashed across Wang Bao's eyes. That was the moment he had been waiting for. He raised his right hand, and the 9th-grade dermic armament black pike emerged. He shot it out. A sound so loud that it was akin to the emptiness being blown apart reverberated instantly. The black pike was like a flash of lightning as it charged directly towards Patriarch Black Wind. Patriarch Black Wind was severely taken aback. Releasing its nascent soul resulted in it having difficulty controlling its body. It wanted to dodge the incoming attack, but dark fire was burning all around it, and the suppressive force was so strong that it was blocking all escape paths. Patriarch Black Wind stopped in its tracks, and the result of it doing so was the black pike being able to pierce through its chest at high speed. A painful and pitiful scream reverberated instantly. The black bird that was released instantly flew back, wanting to return to Patriarch Black Wind's body. It was injured, but that was nothing compared to the large hand that emerged from Wang Bao, who now had a chilly glow in his eyes. It was the soul guiding hand. Even though the hand was devastated by the black bird using the black sword when it emerged, it still reduced the speed at which the black bird was able to return to Patriarch Black Wind. The decrease in speed allowed the dark fire to suddenly tumble back and began burning Patriarch Black Wind. Instantly, as the dark fire spread out, Patriarch Black Wind's physical body was burnt to ashes. The destruction of its physical body meant that the black bird, which was formed from its nascent soul, had lost its backing, and it was injured severely. It was on the brink of destruction and had turned blurry. With a frightened look in its eyes, it turned and tried to escape. Trying to escape? A chilly glow flashed across Wang Bao's eyes as he went after the black bird. A look of fear flashed across the black bird's eyes as it unleashed its full speed to escape. However, having lost its physical body, and coupled with the nascent soul suffering severe injuries due to backlash, the black bird was now without a base to fall back on. No matter how fast it was affected. If its opponent were someone else, the effect wouldn't have been as devastating. However, of all people, its opponent was Wang Bao, a dark child. After all, to a certain extent, a nascent soul was formed from a soul. As Wang Bao charged out, he raised his right hand, and the soul guidance hand instantly emerged at high speed. Dark fire also spread in all directions, blocking the black bird from all corners, such that regardless of how it struggled and how it used the black sword, it was useless. It merely made it a bit more troublesome for Wang Bao. Soon, as the black bird grew progressively weaker after using the black sword multiple times, Wang Bao managed to grab hold of it. Let's see if you're still able to create chaos. A chilly glow was revealed in Wang Bao's eyes as he activated the arch armor without hesitation. Instantly, the black bird screamed painfully as it was gradually absorbed by Wang Bao's flame snatch and integrated into the arch armor. At that moment, the arch armor glowed as if it had received large amounts of nourishment. Several white threads were produced and interlaced with each other. Even though there was still some way to go before bone armor was eventually formed, it was now clearly moving towards completion. At the same time, Wang Bao also had a strong interest in the black sword. After inspecting it, he realized that the sword didn't have a core and was entirely different from how one would refine artifacts in the Federation. It was as if the sword was a whole on its own and had been produced naturally. That made Wang Bao surprised. Eventually, after combining his understanding of dermic armaments and linking it with how Patriarch Black Wind had activated the sword, Wang Bao suddenly narrowed his eyes. Could it be? This is a treasure that can only be controlled in the presence of a nascent soul. Wang Bao's curiosity was piqued by the dermic treasure. Therefore, he kept the black sword cautiously. At the same time, he realized that after destroying Patriarch Black Wind, no signs of teleportation had appeared. He suddenly grew anxious and worried about the possibility that no teleportation would happen. He even asked little Missy about it and came to realize that after the time limit of 1 month had passed, teleportation would definitely occur. That made Wang Bao heave a sigh of relief, despite still feeling that everything seemed a little bizarre. However, since there was no way to change things, Wang Bao decided to continue his scavenging. Perhaps I'm thinking too much. Since the teleportation would definitely happen, then I should collect more materials before that happens. After all this exists in reality. If I could bring all the items back, then I would really have struck gold. With that thought, Wang Baol was filled with excitement once again, and he continued charging ahead. Several days passed in that manner. Wang Baol had scavenged every single place that he could find. Even though there would definitely be more that he could pick up in regions that were further out, he didn't have time, and he was also worried about the teleportation issue. Therefore, he decided to end the sweep and even purposefully returned to the location where he had first landed to await the teleportation. Without waiting for too long, and while Wang Baol was still feeling somewhat nervous, a loud boom suddenly sounded between the heavens and earth from the sky. It formed a huge vortex, and as the vortex rotated noisily, Wang Baol immediately raised his head. Instantly, an extremely strong suction force began spreading outwards from the skies, enveloping his body. Amidst the loud boom and Wang Baol's nervousness, he flew into the air and towards the vortex. Immediately, he vanished within the vortex. Gradually, even the vortex disappeared. The skies returned to normalcy. The ground was still pitch black as if no one had come before. Only those ghost spirits that survived, and those who resided in villages that hadn't been scavenged, slowly began to realize that Patriarch Black Wind had vanished. At the same time, a bloody and ruthless legend began to spread. In the legend, a monster that ate the spirits not only ate Patriarch Black Wind but even ate most of its companions. The ghost spirits were frightened for a long time after hearing the legend. The strange beast in the future legend of the Black Spirit Dwarf planet heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that everything before his eyes had returned to normal. He had reappeared in front of the Great Hall of the Fifth Palace. After that, Wang Baol hurriedly lowered his head to look at his storage bracelet. After noticing that it was filled with sculptures, a look of delight appeared on his face. His body trembled, and after a moment, he began to laugh hysterically. I really managed to bring them back. Wang Baol's excitement and exhilaration were indescribable. Those feelings were even stronger than him eating a chicken leg with a soy egg. In his exhilaration, Wang Baol checked his storage bracelet in detail again to confirm what he had seen. He felt energized and grew even more excited to enter the trial in the next palace. However, due to the peculiar circumstances of the trials, Wang Baol tried very hard before he was able to suppress his agitation. He didn't rashly take on the trial in the Fifth Palace. Instead, he turned to look behind him. Wang Baol didn't see Zhao Yaming or Kong Dao, and that made him turn from happy to worried. Thankfully, without waiting too long, he saw Zhao Yaming outside the Great Hall of the Fourth Palace, just as she was transported back. When Wang Baol turned to look, he saw that Zhao Yaming seemed beaten, as she vomited a mouthful of blood and sat down with her face pale. It could be seen very clearly that there were many scratches on her body. Clearly, the Fourth Palace was very challenging for her, and from where she had emerged, it could be guessed that Zhao Yaming had failed in the trial. Wang Baol remained silent and didn't speak. However, he understood that in the trial of the Fourth Palace, Zhao Yaming's opponent was also a nascent soul realm cultivator, which increased her chance of failure. It's all right as long as she's safe. Wang Baol took a look at Zhao Yaming from a distance before turning to look towards the First Palace. Then, he sat down with his legs crossed, meditating while cultivating so that he would return to his best state. 2 days passed. Zhao Yaming regained her consciousness, and Kong Dao also emerged from the First Palace. The three of them were far from each other. After looking at one another, Kong Dao decided to enter the Second Palace, while Zhao Yaming laughed bitterly as she looked at Wang Baol. She decided to give up on the trial and end it then. However, she didn't leave immediately. Apparently, she wanted to wait and see how Wang Baol and Kong Dao would perform. After looking at Zhao Yaming with a comforting look in his eyes, Wang Baol took a deep breath and ended his period of rest. He gauged his current status, and also had the intention to ask Zhao Yaming for a storage bag. However, as he was 1 palace away, and the entire place was so bizarre, he couldn't backtrack unless he chose to give up. Therefore, Wang Baol regrettably gave up on the thought as he rose and charged towards the great hall of the fifth palace without hesitation. The instant Wang Baol entered, little Missy's voice reverberated in his mind. "Take out your intrinsic scabbard." Without hesitation, Wang Baol raised his right hand and pressed it hard on his body. When he lifted his hand again, his intrinsic scabbard was glowing as it was taken out. As the scabbard was taken out by Wang Baol, the fifth palace suddenly shook before returning to a state of silence. Wang Baol blinked as he looked at the emptiness surrounding him. He tried to call for little Missy, but to no avail. After waiting for the time of 10 breaths, the cold and emotionless voice slowly arrived by his ears. The trial to become a personal disciple in the fifth palace will begin after the time of 100 breaths. Trial taker, please prepare. You will be sent to the only main star of the vast expanse galactic system, the vast expanse Tao planet. You are to retrieve the civilization stone tablet and return in order to complete the mission. The vast expanse Tao planet has already become barren, but the never-ending clan is still present, with the guardians having cultivations at the planet realm. This trial is extremely challenging, and the trial taker is to be vigilant. If the trial taker doesn't voice his rejection within the time of 100 breaths, it will be taken that he accepts and is willing to take on the trial. Please note that this is not an illusion but reality. If the trial taker dies, he will be deemed to have fallen. If he gives up during the trial, he will still have to persevere for 10 days. As the voice reverberated, Wang Baol suddenly widened his eyes, and his breathing also grew urgent. The mission in the fifth palace seemed to him like a trial that had a high chance of death. It involved returning to the galactic system that the vast expanse Tao Palace was once at. In the barren land where the never-ending clan remained, Wang Baol was to retrieve the required item. That, to Wang Baol, was extremely challenging, and that was needless to say with the presence of guardians at the planet realm cultivation. With that thought, Wang Baol immediately grew anxious. Just as he was about to reject the mission, little Missy's calm voice reverberated in his head. "Relax. This time, let me use your intrinsic scabbard to influence the mission. Only then will you receive the refinement material to upgrade your intrinsic scabbard to the 7th grade. In other words, only when you're there can you use the remnant energy of the vast expanse Tao Palace to complete the refinement of your intrinsic scabbard. Otherwise, even if you have all the materials, your chance of success is less than 10% due to the difference in the laws of the star system." Wang Baol was shocked and remained silent for a while. As the time of 100 breaths was about to end, he gritted his teeth, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. "I'm going." The glory enjoyed by the original vast expanse star system, which was the vast expanse Tao planet of yesteryear, became a tale of the past with the arrival of the never-ending clan many years ago. The bustling star had also turned into an area of barren land. Looking from a distance, the skies were no longer clear and were instead gray and cloudy. If one had the ability to examine the skies in detail, he would realize that within the gray-colored fog lay countless tiny gray-colored beetles. Those beetles were so small that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. They were now scattered in the skies of the vast expanse Tao planet and covered a vast and seemingly unlimited area. Any form of life that tried to enter or leave the area without a special identity token would be faced with those beetles wriggling into their bodies. Even if their cultivation had reached the planet realm, it wouldn't be of any help to their survival as they would be devoured thoroughly to the state where no trace would be left behind. After all, this was formed by the remnant auras from one of the divine kings of the never-ending clan. Despite the collapse of the vast expanse Tao Palace and the departure of that divine king, his aura still remained like a form of resistive existence. At the same time, the greenery and water bodies on land had turned bald and stagnant. Both the forests and the ponds had become wastelands. Countless mutated ferocious beasts scattered by the never-ending clan ravaged the area, and a gigantic jackhammer-shaped dermic artifact, which also seemed like a divine armament, was giving out an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. The aura was so strong that it appeared to be piercing into the mountain entrance of the vast expanse Tao Palace. It broke the huge mountain apart directly. Resting amongst the countless mountainous rocks and the ruins, The giant jackhammer-shaped dermic artifact shone with a continuous evil glow. There were 9 such dermic artifacts on this planet. They were all pierced into the ground, centered around this main star, sucking out the essence from the vast expanse star system. As the vast expanse star system was once an array formation, it made the entire galactic system seem like a large net. The main star was the center of it and was acting like a pumping heart. Therefore, the suction process centered around the main star that was taking place would affect the entire galactic system. Surrounding the giant jackhammer-shaped dermic artifact were numerous cultivators of the never-ending clan. Many of them were patrolling the area, and their task was to destroy the remaining evil existences of the vast expanse Dao Palace. At the same time, in the skies, antique-looking combat vehicles could be seen zooming past occasionally. Elites of the never-ending clan were standing on the vehicles and looking at the land with a chilly gaze. Could be said that desolation, indifference, and cruelty had become the theme of this world. Even though there were still people from the Dao Palace who were trying to resist this way of life, their efforts were insignificant. They could only watch as the star and the galactic system slowly withered and died, eventually becoming a specimen kept by that divine king of the never-ending clan. The only wish of those resistors left on the vast expanse main planet was to use their remaining life to fight and resist despite having no power to change anything. Right now, on the dull vast expanse main planet, teleportation waves suddenly appeared at a ruined area a distance away from the entrance to the vast expanse Dao Palace's mountain. Those waves formed and disappeared extremely quickly, such that Wang Baol appeared without anyone from the never-ending clan noticing. The moment Wang Baol appeared, even before he could get used to the environment, little Missy's nervous and hurried voice was heard in his mind. Prone down quickly. Wang Baol was taken aback and instinctively laid down quickly. At the same time, little Missy's figure also swiftly appeared. Sealing her hands and pointing, both little Missy and Wang Baol were instantly shrouded in a fog, blending in with the surroundings. Immediately after that, a combat vehicle arrived at high speed in the sky and stopped in midair. There was a never-ending clan cultivator on the combat vehicle. The cultivator was young and had 6 arms and 3 heads. He was clad in gray-colored armor that was damaged in many areas, but there was still a look of indifference in his eyes. He was clearly a never-ending clan cultivator with extremely rich combat experience. Right now, his 6 eyes were looking at the land. He then inspected the area in detail for a long time and even extended the inspection to the surrounding nothingness before leaving. Wang Baol didn't dare to move a single bit until that cultivator had left. In reality, even though little Missy had covered him with the fog, his field of vision wasn't obstructed, and he could see everything in the sky clearly. Without a doubt, he could also see that an aura stronger than that of Feng Chiron was emanating from that never-ending clan cultivator. It was an aura on the level of the Soul Conduit realm. After 15 minutes, little Missy was about to move when a flash appeared across Wang Baol's eyes, and he quickly spoke in his mind. "Don't move. Let's wait for another half an hour." Hearing those words, little Missy kept silent again. Moments passed like that, and when almost half an hour had passed, the combat vehicle in the sky that had previously left suddenly returned. After inspecting the surroundings and the land, the never-ending clan cultivator raised one of his hands and sealed it. Instantly, an illusory map appeared in front of him. The map was a projection of the area. Only after juxtaposing it and confirming that there was nothing different from previously did the never-ending clan cultivator turn and take his leave for real. It could be imagined that had Wang Baol started to move previously and risked making a mistake that could create differences in the area that they had transformed to hide in, they would have been detected. If they were detected, the consequences would be severe. Therefore, after waiting for a while more, Wang Baol finally heaved a sigh of relief and indicated to little Missy that she could retract the cover that they were hiding under. At the same time, without Wang Baol even needing to say anything, little Missy sealed her hands and put spells in place that ensured that there were no changes in the area that they were hiding in. After that, Wang Baol began to laugh bitterly. "Little Missy, this place is too dangerous. Don't worry, I'll help you with this task, and no mishaps will happen. Now, I want to use some of the remaining essence laws of the vast expanse Dao Palace on this planet and envelop you with them. This can allow your appearance to change and transform you to look like someone from the never-ending clan. Due to the rules here, anyone below the level of planet realm won't be able to tell that there is anything unusual. Little Missy spoke quickly. That was also one of the reasons why she was confident of successfully helping Wang Baol complete the task. If they were on another planet, Little Missy wouldn't be able to accomplish that in her current state. However, due to her status, that wasn't the case on the vast expanse Dao Palace main planet. Furthermore, even though the area had turned into ruins, Little Missy still felt a sense of familiarity with it. Now, as Little Missy spoke, she sealed both her hands without waiting for Wang Baol to say anything. She pressed her hands hard on the ground. It didn't cause the ground to shake, but instead, slivers of light began to shine from underground. The source of light wasn't brilliant, and as such, only a little bit of starlight could be extracted. After a while, only a fist-sized cluster was formed. The moment Wang Baol looked towards the light cluster, he was gripped with surprise. He seemed to have seen countless cultivators, countless spells, and even numerous threads that connected everyone and every spell. Put more accurately, different spells were formed through arrangement by different threads. As for the items on the deeper level, Wang Baol couldn't see them. That glance was his limit and had caused his mind to buzz noisily. At the same time, Little Missy quickly pressed that cluster of light against Wang Baol's glabella. Immediately, Wang Baol's body shook violently. His body became bloated instantly, and under the many transformations that happened in the time of a few breaths, he seemed to have grown taller. 2 heads appeared on both sides of his neck, and 4 more arms grew from his torso. That made Wang Baol feel incredulous. Little Missy disappeared as she returned to the mask, reminding Wang Baol in his mind. That is all I can do. React quickly and don't give yourself away. The never-ending clan seldom converse amongst themselves. I can understand their language and I will translate for you. Now follow my guidance and move. Relax. I know that there is a secret path not far away from here. It leads to the bottom of the ruins of the Dao Palace's mountain entrance. The item indicated in your task is there. At the same time, the place where you can refine your scabbard is also there. Seems like she's the one that wants the stone. Wang Baol mumbled in his mind while laughing bitterly. If he couldn't realize that right now, he wouldn't be a secondary rank too noble of the Federation. It appeared that Little Missy had used some method to alter the task, such that the stone wasn't a requirement of the trial of the 5th palace, but something that Little Missy wanted instead. That was why he could come and have the opportunity to refine his scabbard. However, since things had already turned out the way they did, Wang Baol took a deep breath and rolled his eyes. He felt that if he didn't make use of this opportunity to curry Little Missy's favor, he would let himself down. As such, he spoke with emotion to Little Missy in his mind. Little Missy, Baol is not silly. However, I am willing to do anything for you. Even if I have to scale a treacherous mountain, go into a sea of fire, or even break my bones.